Good. Quiet, please. Thank you. Good morning, and welcome to the New York City Hybrid Executive Hearing on the Committees on Finance, together with Cultural Affairs and International Intergroup Relations. Please silence all electronic devices. Chair, we're ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Okay, good morning and welcome to day 8 of FY24 executive budget hearings. First on the agenda today, we have the city's library systems. I'm Justin Brannan, council member and chair of the Committee on Finance. I'm pleased to be joined today by my colleague, Councilmember Chi Ossé, chair of the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup Relations. We've been joined this morning by council members Lewis, Hudson, Brooks Powers, Barron, Moya, Schulman, Brewer, and Ung. I want to welcome Linda Johnson, President and CEO of the Brooklyn Public Library, Tony Marks, President and CEO of the New York Public Library, and Dennis Walcott, President and CEO of the Queens Public Library. Thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions. I just want to set the table. On April 26, 2023, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY23 to 27 with a proposed FY24 budget of $106.7 billion. The library's proposed FY24 budget of $431 million represents less than 1% of the administration's proposed FY24 budget in the executive plan. This is an increase of $19.8 million, or 5.1%, from the $411.2 million originally allocated in the FY24 preliminary plan. This net increase is mostly due to an additional $18.4 million for the DC 37 collective bargaining agreement across all 3 library systems. My questions today will largely focus on the council's response to the library's budget in the preliminary plan, the PEGs, and their capital funding and headcount. One of Brooklyn Library's busiest branches is in my district in Bay Ridge, and I see firsthand every day the value of our libraries and what they bring to our community. I remember being a kid and I signed up for the RIF program. Reading is fundamental. It's beyond books, though. It's places where our seniors can get out of dangerous heat in the summer. It's internet access for homework or job applications. It's financial counseling and English language lessons. Organizations like this aren't just niceties, but absolutely vital to our economy and to our city. These institutions need proper support, and I look forward to speaking with the presidents today about their respective library systems. I now want to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Chi Ossé, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. I'm New York City Councilmember Chi Ossé, Chair of this committee. Today we will begin with a hearing on the city's 3 library systems, followed by a hearing on cultural affairs. This morning, we will be discussing the fiscal 2024 executive expense and capital budget for the systems. For fiscal 2024, the administration is proposing a $431 million subsidy for the systems. The fiscal 2024 executive capital commitment plan, which covers fiscal 2023 to 2027, includes $897.6 million for the library systems. The 10-year strategy, which is released every 2 years, includes $1.4 billion for the systems for fiscal 2024 to 2033. In the Council's fiscal 2024 preliminary budget response, the Council called on the administration to allocate an additional $36.2 million to the city's 3 library systems. This funding would have both restored the baseline cut of $20.5 million to libraries' budgets from the November plan and covered the $15.7 million subsidy provided through City Council discretionary funding in fiscal 2023. In a more recent New York Times article where they write about Mayor Adams' announcement to exempt the New York City's public libraries from the recent rounds of 4% budget cuts, yes, the cuts did not take place, and that is great news. However, as mentioned above, it does not restore the cuts that currently exist with the libraries and the council subsidy. It does not mean that our libraries will not encounter branch closures or the elimination of weekend hours and some of the exciting new programs that have been implemented in the hopes of more to come. Even though I am happy that unlike most other agencies, the libraries were not subject to PEGs in the executive plan, I'm disappointed that the November plan PEGs were not restored. Libraries have an essential presence in every single neighborhood of New York, providing indispensable services in a safe and reliable space to the youth, seniors, immigrants, and incarcerated individuals, amongst many other New Yorkers. Along with the increase in programming and circulation, the systems have also seen a rise in the cost of materials, staff, and operating expenses. Funds are also needed to maintain physical spaces and cover repairs and upkeep that are not capitally eligible. The cost of providing 6-day services has increased, and substantial funding is needed to sustain operation and ensure the libraries continue to provide vital programs to the patrons and the communities. In the budget response, the council also called on the administration to provide $240 million in additional unrestricted capital dollars in fiscal 2024 for the 3 library systems. Investment in physical infrastructure is crucial to bridge the current gap in capital funding for the system's ongoing infrastructure needs. Additional capital funding will be used for new buildings, expansions, renovations, and for maintaining or replacing critical infrastructure such as boilers and roofs to keep buildings open and ensure the safety of customers and staff. Public libraries are helping New Yorkers rebuild their lives and reconnect to their communities as we continue to come out of the pandemic and need to have fully functioning infrastructure to do so. I want to ensure that the fiscal 2024 budget adequately funds the city's library systems. The council calls on the administration to support the library systems by increasing their expense and capital budgets to meet all shortfalls the systems have. Libraries are a beacon to our city, and they deserve a budget that works for them. It is essential that the budget that we adopt this year is transparent, accountable, and reflective of the priorities and interests of the council and the people we represent. I look forward to active engagement with the administration over the next few months to ensure the fiscal 2024 adopted budget meets the goals the council has set out. I would like to thank my staff for organizing today's hearing, including finance analyst Sandra Gray, committees counsel Brenda McKinney, and legislative policy analyst Regina Paul. Back to you, Chair.
Okay, we've also been joined by council members Dinowitz and Carr. And before we get started, I also want to extend my thanks to Sandra Gray and Owen Katowski from Council Finance for preparing both of today's hearings, as well as Committee Counsel Mike Toomey. I'll now turn it over to Mike, our Committee Counsel, to swear in the witnesses for their testimony.
Good morning. If you raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions? Anthony Marks, Linda Johnson, Dennis Walcott. Thank you. You may begin.
Good morning. I'm Linda Johnson, President and CEO of Brooklyn Public Library. Thank you, Speaker Adams, Chairs Brannan and Osei, committee members, our Brooklyn delegation, and the entire City Council for prioritizing library service in this challenging year and for the opportunity to testify today. This morning, I come to you with as simple and as dire a budget request as I have ever made. Save the library service we have all come to rely upon. At stake is a staggering $36.2 million reduction in operational funding, $10 million for Brooklyn Public Library alone. We recognize that the city faces economic hardships ahead, but that's precisely why we must protect the services people turn to in times of adversity. The fiscal year 2024 executive budget proposal will cause harm. It threatens to turn back the clock on a decade of diligent progress. While I am extremely grateful that Mayor Adams restored the additional 4% cut proposed in early April, we must work together to reject the current plan to cut $20.5 million in expense funds. It is equally important to restore the Council's Libraries Initiative, funded last year at $15.7 million. As we have been communicating to everyone since we first received news of the PEG, a cut of this magnitude will undoubtedly have service impacts. And while my top priority is to preserve library operating funding, Brooklyn Public Library's infrastructure needs and shortfalls are extensive. In the fiscal year 2024 executive budget, I also urge the city to allocate $80 million in capital funding for each library system, $240 million in total. Brooklyn Public Library has been providing a safe, dignified, and free public space to everyone in every neighborhood for more than 125 years. I'm grateful for our dedicated library workforce who, despite the enormous challenges of the last few years, continue to provide quality resources and programming that make us the most trusted, democratic, and far-reaching institution in our city. Now, all the progress we have made together is at risk. Without a restoration of funding, we will be forced to make permanent reductions in staffing that lead to reduced hours and days of service, less programming, and decreased spending on collections. This cut may be the breaking point. We are facing permanent elimination of positions. Libraries have already been asked to absorb several mid-year reductions to meet the city's PEG targets, and to do the least harm, we allowed vacancies to go unfilled. But this strategy is not sustainable. It has already taken a toll at the branch level, where staffing shortages result in frequent disruptions to service and programming. The devastating loss of $10 million in operating funds for Brooklyn Public Library will mean a permanent elimination of 78 positions just when our staffing needs have grown larger. There are 5 libraries coming back online in the coming months, requiring an additional 40 positions. We are facing the loss of 6- and 7-day service. With our staff already spread too thinly across the system, a reduction of this magnitude means we will no longer be able to guarantee universal 6-day service, reversing years of progress toward opening to the public on the weekends. If enacted, the cuts would force us to eliminate Sunday service, now available at 10 locations, as well as eliminating Saturday service in 20% of our branches. Weekend hours are a cornerstone of our commitment to meeting the myriad needs of our patrons. Closing the doors on Sundays and Saturdays, a schedule people have come to rely on, is not an action that I take lightly, but it will be necessary if we must accommodate these deep cuts to our current staff levels. Sundays are the most expensive and the most difficult days to operate. We rely entirely on staff from all over the system to volunteer for Sunday shifts with overtime pay, and we are already struggling to keep the doors open on Saturdays with skeleton crews and delayed openings because of short staffing. We are facing reduced collections and programming. Our collection budget, funded in part with $1 million that we received from Council's Library Initiative, will be reduced, while demand for books and ebooks is soaring. We have had more than 183,000 new card applications in the last year. Checkouts overall, including the more expensive digital items, are the highest they have been in the last 6 years, at 5.38 million, and we are on track to hit 7.2 million checkouts by the end of the fiscal year, significantly higher than pre-pandemic levels. If we sustain a cut, our progress will be upended, with impacts to both our physical and digital services. More than 1.5 million connections to our Wi-Fi and well over 500,000 public computer sessions occurred last year, but our computer programs in the branches may have to scale back. Tech help for older adults, creative aging programs, community movies, knitting clubs, conversation groups, outreach to senior centers, and many other important programs could see reductions. We provide assistance to all people without a home and people seeking refuge. Our bookmobile and outreach staff have been visiting shelters, hotels, and humanitarian relief centers in Brooklyn where migrants and asylum seekers are temporarily housed. We sign people up for library and ID NYC cards and connect people to services with our partner organizations. these resources would diminish. Just last year, the administration invested $15 million to enhance teen services at all 3 library systems, funding for which we are grateful. Brooklyn Public Library opened a new Teen Tech Center in Crown Heights and is scheduled to open 3 more centers before the end of the fiscal year. With the allocation, we added new young adult librarians throughout the system and enhanced our teen programming. Our monthly teen takeovers have been incredibly popular, attracting over 50 teens at a time, but this week alone, Brooklyn teens are hosting takeovers at 5 branches. Tonight, in fact, there will be a retro game night takeover at the Macon Library in your district, Chair Osei. It's heartbreaking to think about stalling this progress, particularly during a growing youth mental health crisis. We are building a comprehensive program to better serve teens that is just beginning to build momentum. How can we sustain these efforts with fewer librarians, fewer programs, and reduced hours? We are facing dire capital needs. The proposed cuts to our expense budget are not the only threat to our branches remaining open. In the last year, we lost over 2,000 hours to unplanned closures or infrastructure issues at 3/4 of our branches. Brooklyn Public Library is carrying $340 million in unfunded capital needs, 30% of which are considered emergency needs, such as roofs, heating and cooling, and fire safety systems and accessibility. We desperately need an infusion of capital funding. We are also requesting $80 million in capital funds for fiscal year '24 to help us cover shortfalls and move forward with our capital infrastructure projects. Since there are no additional capital funds allocated to Brooklyn Public Library in the executive budget, we are left to prioritize our emergencies, picking and choosing which projects make limited progress and which stall until the next budget cycle. If there was ever a year not to dip into precious operating dollars for emergency fixes, this is the one. And with $36 million worth of shortfalls on projects scheduled for this year, upgrades that are waiting to begin construction or are delayed in the planning stages will lose another year of progress. The Council has been instrumental in helping us keep our infrastructure upgrades moving, allowing us to repair and renovate branches that otherwise might have continued to deteriorate. We are grateful to the Speaker and Council members for district-level capital support and strong delegation support, and are hopeful that we can rely on your assistance again this year. There are 2 exciting projects that are nearly finished. In a few weeks, we will open East Flatbush Library, which underwent a comprehensive interior and exterior upgrade. The community and staff are eagerly awaiting its debut. Soon after, we plan to open the newly constructed Brower Park Library at the Brooklyn Children's Museum. Other branches will launch this fall, with more to follow at the year's end. But as we open beautiful new libraries, it is disheartening that a reduced operating budget could limit access to these magnificent palaces of the people, as we are known. Chair Brannan, Chair Osei, members of the committees, millions of library patrons across the city depend on your continued leadership in defense of their community libraries. It is not an overstatement to say our future depends on you. The public should always be able to count on libraries, from toddler story time to career counseling, from tech help to research guidance, from English conversation groups to support for new asylees. It's difficult to imagine our libraries offering less, but is not impossible to imagine sustaining a $10 million cut that does not starve these efforts. Without a restoration of the proposed cuts, there will be fewer open hours for our growing number of patrons, longer wait times for fewer books. Fewer legal services staff will be available to answer our hotline. Working families will have fewer story times if their local branch is closed on weekends. A cut of this size means all our focus will be on keeping our doors open, and we will not be able to deliver the support our communities need so badly amidst a convergence of an asylee crisis, an economic crisis, and a mental health crisis that impact so many of our patrons. Libraries are meant to provide the community free and open access, whether in prosperous or challenging times. I know you understand the value of libraries, a vital shared public resource, and I urge you to protect our funding, especially in these challenging times when our communities need us the most. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tony Marks. I'm the president of the New York Public Library. I also want to thank City Council's Speaker, Chairs Osei and Brennan, the members of this committee, and for this opportunity and for your support. We're grateful to the mayor for having been spared the most recent round of funding cuts, but libraries are still facing a $36.2 million cut, as you've heard, in the FY24 expense funding. We are less than 0.5% of the city budget. And with that investment, we provide unparalleled returns on that investment as the most used and trusted civic institution in this town. From after-school and teen services and underserved communities, career services for job seekers, and reliable partnerships with the city in times of crisis, as we did during the pandemic and as we do now with asylum seekers. We are here to serve what New York needs, but this cut will simply make it impossible for us to continue to do so. So I just want to be clear that there will be real impacts here. When we look at this at the New York Public Library, for us, a $15.9 million reduction means the elimination of vacancies and attrition. It means that we need the staff we need to keep our doors open, to run our after-school programs and teen centers, or visit our schools and shelters and senior centers, and support our communities. We will not have the funding to maintain those commitments. Roughly 100 FTEs will have to be removed from our budget. We estimate that about half of our locations would either lose morning or evening hours, have to cut back to 5-day services. There are no good options here because the people of New York need their libraries open. We're talking about eliminating our Sunday services in 8 locations. We've got 6 incredibly, beautifully renovated branches getting ready to reopen. We will not have the staff to reopen all of those after the city and we have made this tremendous investment in those buildings. And when you don't open branches, you can't have teen centers operating, you can't have the programs operating. We'll have to reduce our collections budget, we'll have to reduce our maintenance budgets, as Linda discussed. We'll have fewer pages in this incredible program that is a work preparation program, one of the biggest in the city. We'll have to cut that back. Services for researchers. You're going to see in the video New Yorkers talking about what the libraries mean to them. But just as one example that's already been raised, the Teen 360 initiative that was so spurred by funding from the mayor, a really inspiring investment early on in his term. We've seen 70,000 teens at our teen centers just in FY23 so far. Starting with our flagship teen center at the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Library, our plan is to open 19 additional teen centers. It's a major investment, again, with help from the city. We thank Mayor Adams for that, as well as private support, because we are a public-private partnership from Google, Best Buy, and the Jolie Family Foundation. We're using technology to attract students in, as you heard from one of them in the rally just before the testimony. We help them get ready for school or college or careers, gather technology and skills. All of this will have to be delayed or constrained just at a moment when our teens need this investment so urgently. We have drop-in after-school programs in 31 locations, which means that students who don't benefit from after-school in their schools don't lose out and can get that assistance from us and know that they can come to the library and find tutors who will help them with their homework so they can do better and build their lives. If the branches are closed, if we don't have the staffing, that can't happen at the same scale. We know that we need to make sure that not only that books are available, but they are available in the poorest neighborhoods, that they are responsive to the interests of those neighborhoods. In fact, we're investing $1 million over the next 3 years to ensure that kind of equity and access just in our collections efforts. We're working with the city and the chancellor on his New York City Reads program. We need to be part of solving the literacy crisis. The numbers that the mayor and the chancellor showed that day were off the charts. The mayor calls us his Swiss Army knife because we serve so many needs. Small piece of the budget, so many needs met through this incredible set of institutions. And that's certainly been true in the pandemic, with our learning labs, with COVID testing and vaccination, and we're stepping up again in the latest crisis with asylum seekers, and we are proud to do so. But we can only do so if we have the funding and the staffing to be open to provide those services. We also, as you heard from Linda, you'll hear from Dennis, we have a set of capital needs, because if we don't keep our buildings in good shape, we end up spending more and they end up being closed, and that turns into a vicious cycle. Each of us are asking for an $80 million allocation. We still have unfunded capital needs just in the New York Public Library alone of over $500 million. As I mentioned, amongst projects underway, we have 500-year-old plus Carnegie branches in high-needs neighborhoods that, with funding, should be ready to reopen shortly. Projects underway, we have full renovations in these locations to meet community needs, ADA accessibility. We have major renovations happening in 6 additional locations that we expected to conclude in the coming year. Again, we need the staffing to be able to open those. Look, simply put, for less than 0.5%, the city gets a return on its investment second to none through its libraries. And that's why we've been working for years to invest more in libraries, why the council has invested more in the libraries, because you hear from the citizens how essential these services are. With the cuts currently being considered, we will not be open as long, for as many days, when young people, working parents, job seekers, asylum seekers, and everyone else who needs the library. As you negotiate the budget, we want you to understand what these cuts mean. We know that you do, and we are so grateful for your support in these hard times. Thank you.
I want to say thank you to the chairs Brannan, Alcé, to the speaker, and also to all the great members of the City Council. I will be extremely brief, but also I want to say it's nice to be back on this side of the table and not the other side of the table when we saw each other before. So it's a pleasure to be here. And with the speaker in particular, I want to thank her for her leadership, just to reinforce the message. She is a child of the St. Albans Library. Like the mayor, he is a child of the South Jamaica Library on Gaillard Brewer Boulevard. And so libraries have had a major impact on all of us in a variety of ways. But especially I want to say a thank you to the New York City Council for your championing the New York City libraries. While libraries are coming under attack across the nation, you have reinforced the enduring importance of our role in society. We are grateful that libraries were exempted from the additional fiscal year 24 PEG, and thank the mayor for that. But at the same time, as you know and you've heard, we have a $36.2 million in cuts that still remain. Of this amount, I want to specifically deal with Queens. $10.3 million represents the cut to the Queens Public Library, $5.9 million from the administration, and if enacted, $4.38 million from the council's library initiative, which was truly important to all of us. As I testified at the March hearing, cuts of this magnitude would result in significant impacts on hours, programs, and services. For Queens Public Library, that means elimination of Sunday service, specifically at Central, Flushing, and Kew Gardens Hills, closure of Saturdays at up to half of our locations across the borough, effectively ending universal 6-day service, less spending on books and materials, reduced programs and services, and deferred facilities and repairs. And to me, those are critical pieces that will impact not just the libraries, but the residents of New York City. And we need to make sure we convey that in a way where people understand that we don't take this lightly. We are here together because these cuts will have significant impact on all of us, and we are here for the public. I want to pick up on a couple of points, and then I want to defer to really showing the video, because Tony mentioned and Linda mentioned the New York City Reads program, and we were recently asked to be at the press announcement for New York City Reads, which we truly appreciate. And each of us in our own ways are mobilizing our libraries to work with the chancellor and the chancellor's staff to make sure that our branch managers and our other service staff are available to work with the school system. In Queens, for example, we've already reached out to the chancellor, and we're setting up a meeting in the next several weeks with all the superintendents of Queens and our branch managers to talk about New York City Reads and what it means. Tony and Linda also indicated the partnership around asylum seekers and what we can do to be of assistance there, much less with ID NYC and the other services we provide. I talked outside about it, Queens, the food pantry services we're providing throughout the borough as well. We continue to expand our services to the public to meet our needs. We have several members of Queens who are here from the borough who represent their particular areas. We want to open up libraries in their area that are currently under construction, but unfortunately, we may have to delay that with these proposed cuts. We have a number of facilities that are on the drawing board that are getting upgrades, whether HVAC, other types of services to make sure the facilities meets the need of the public, especially here in the 21st century. Those types of upgrades will be delayed as well. As you've heard, as you will hear, the cuts have a continued impact on the services to the people and the public. And again, as you heard earlier, collections potentially will go down, as well as the general services provided by the great staff who are here in the audience and those who are right now at their libraries providing the services. So City Council, I want to say thank you for your leadership in this, but the importance of what we do is just truly tremendous to the needs of the public. And at this particular point in time, I would like to have the video to show exactly what we're talking about.
I remember getting my first library card. It was exciting and I was so excited to use it. I come to the library almost every single day.
The library was my first place to learn English. Then they helped me with my citizenship program. And now that I'm a mother of two, I started with my two kids doing all the free programs that the library has.
I'm here in this library once a week. They provide so many good programs. They have books. They have my language, Gujarati, Hindi. I don't think I can live without a library.
There's not a lot of resources in my community, and the library is just like one big place where they have everything.
When you need help, or like understanding a book, and you got a question, you know that you have somebody there. Having somebody to speak in Spanish is really awesome. you feel more comfortable more when you're new to the country.
I really didn't understand my homework, and it helped me get it right and start getting better.
My reading level was very low, but now I can almost read any book.
For me, I have a difficult home life, and so it was really important for me to have a space where I can just, go to after school and have the space to do my homework and talk to people. And my parents aren't usually home all the time because they're working. So it's nice to have an adult to talk to.
This is my second home, so I feel like I'm walking into a safe space. Some of the resources I use at the Teen Center in the library is the lab the computer lab. It helped me the most to learn how to use Premiere Pro. I'm really doing good. I actually feel good about doing something, it gives me purpose,
I'm always constantly looking at the calendar to see what's available for the kids. I'm teaching my kids Spanish too, so I try to borrow all of that from the library. I feel safe when I visit the library and my children too, because I've known these ladies for 10 years. So it's more like a family, kind of, because these ladies, they've seen my children since they were little and now teenagers.
Because I don't have friends here, I don't have family. So I said I need to connect with people. So I came and start my English class. And I'm very grateful because I've learned a lot of things.
We've just seen an increase in ESOL need, English as a second language, but unfortunately we have wait lists now because we don't have enough teachers or services. So cutting budget would make that worse. For all recent arrivals, all immigrants, but specifically asylum seekers, the library is one of the few places where they can walk in, access free information, access free Wi-Fi, free programming, and we're here to help them.
A lot of the asylum seekers, they're coming with literally what's on their back, and them camping out in front of the library at almost 6 o'clock in the morning for the doors to open at 9 o'clock. Just to see if they can be seen. If we had to close even for one day, it would be detrimental to the community.
I have about 6 public schools that received asylum seeker families, and they brought them to the library to get library cards. And when they came, they were so excited that we had Spanish books. And I was so excited they were excited about the Spanish books, that they were bilingual books, that the books were in English and Spanish.
Every month, the students look forward to visiting the library. They know that we have an appointment. There's more books here that are in Spanish than what we might have in the classroom.
I don't think that there is words to explain the positive impact that I've had with Mail a Book. My quality of life as a homebound person has increased so dramatically.
Reading and writing have always been a challenge for me with the dyslexia, but the library here really gave me the opportunity to help myself. I pay my own bills now because of the library. I write out checks now because of the library. You have so many students coming from other countries learning English, and a student like myself who are trying to pursue their dream to get their GED. We don't want no hours cut. Staff members have to stay employed in order to help us. And to cut things like that would be a sin. We need to keep the library open. Budget cuts is not an option.
No more needs to be said. Thank you.
Thank you. We've also been joined by Council Members Sanchez, Williams, and Powers. I have to say I'm feeling deja vu as a staffer, worked here back in 2009 and 2013 when there were threatened library cuts. It's a very bad case of deja vu that we need to fight back on. I want to get right into it. So, as has been mentioned in the Council's FY24 preliminary budget response, we called on the administration to allocate an additional $36.2 million to the city's 3 library systems. This funding would have both restored the baseline cut of $20.5 million to libraries' budgets from the November plan, as well as covered the $15.7 million subsidy provided through City Council discretionary funding in FY23. Can you tell us, has the administration discussed with the three systems why this funding was not restored? What the wisdom is behind that?
Yeah, we certainly have had conversations with the administration. It's hard to imagine how an argument could be made that would justify the cuts, and I think the conversations are more about how we can work to restore the funding.
We are certainly in conversations with OMB, and we are hopeful for those conversations. We've emphasized the need for this operating support. In our case, we've talked about how essential this funding is to be able to reopen our renovated locations, so to get the return on investment from that renovation, to carry out new initiatives such as the Teens 360 initiative that the mayor himself has been so supportive of, to meet growing patron needs, and to withstand the high general inflation numbers on even a stable funding. We've made that case. They've made a public case about their situation, more, but not, I think, but at this point, those cuts are still what is in the mayor's proposal. So, the conversations continue.
Was there anything that they pointed to, that the reason why they had to make these cuts?
To pick up on the question, nothing specific. And obviously we can't speak for the administration on the why, but we haven't heard that. But again, I do want to say that the administration has been extremely open, both from the mayor's office, from the deputy mayor's office, and from OMB as far as the conversations and trying to manage the cuts. But beyond that, I haven't heard anything specific at this point in time. But they also know, as I indicated briefly in my testimony, that the libraries play an important role in meeting the needs of the city and how we can expand our services to the public. So there's always the continued expectation of libraries being there, but they also know our feeling around the impact that these cuts will have.
In the budget response, the council also called on the administration to provide $240 million in additional unrestricted capital dollars in FY24 for the three library systems. Could you talk about how these additional dollars would assist the systems?
That's your thing,
Yes, we, as you mentioned, requested $80 million for each system in capital funds to help cover shortfalls and to move forward with critical infrastructure projects. There's still time for you all to push for these funds to be added before adoption. But for Brooklyn, the shortfalls are $36.1 million. An ERP system, the system that actually allows our business to operate, is being replaced. That's $5 million. We have 4 HVAC projects that total to $14 million, and then 5 what we call envelope projects, renovations that are $14 million, and then ADA upgrades, elevators, bathrooms, and that's $11 million. That totals $80 million.
At the NYPL, we have our current $22.3 million in immediate unfunded needs. That includes $7.3 million in DDC project shortfalls, a recurring theme in these conversations, $10 million in project initiations, and $5 million in mechanical systems and energy conservation. In the system as a whole, we, as I said, we have $536 million during the next 10 years that we see as new needs that includes branch renovations, project shortfalls, again, the recurring theme of having to make up for the delays in DDC's delivery of projects, and technology and upgrades. I mean, it's, all of it.
Yeah, and I just want to put a context to this also. I mean, we have basically similar needs as far as the breakdown of the funds and the purposes of the funds. But also as a reminder, when I listen to you talk about deja vu, Chair, a lot of our libraries are still the Lindsay boxes that were built back during the Lindsay administration, and the challenges that go along with that, and some of them that predate even them, and how we have to upgrade those systems, because a lot of our libraries unfortunately have many challenges based on the size and also the age of those buildings. And so our needs are basically the same thing that's been laid out by Brooklyn and New York. But I think the context is also extremely important, that if we don't have an infrastructure that's being upgraded, then that infrastructure collapses. And we had a system in Flushing, our largest library and the most complex library, that went through a very serious period where, as the council member indicated earlier, had to be shut down for a period of time based on the collapse of our infrastructure. And the types of investments that have been made by the council allowed us to do a lot of that capital work, but using both expense dollars and capital dollars to make sure that we have Flushing, for example, up and running, and a lot of our libraries face similar types of problems and challenges.
What's the current gap in FY24 in capital funding for each of the system's ongoing needs? If you could each just give us a number.
Our deferred maintenance is $340 million. We're asking.
340?
Yep.
For us, it's the $22.3 million number.
And for us, $33.4 mil.
Say that again?
Can I correct mine? It's $36 million.
Yeah. And ours is 33.4.
And what is your comprehensive unfunded capital need, not just for FY24?
That's the $340 million.
And the same.
Sorry if I was confused.
And that's the 536
Okay. Okay, I want to talk about headcount, and then I'm going to pass it to Chair Osei. What is the growth and decline that the systems have encountered in the number of employees? And if you have an idea of your current agency vacancy, system vacancy.
I do. Give me a sec, and I will break it down. Currently, let me give you context again. So back in 2021, we had 938 full-time, 31 part-time FTEs, and in 2022, 155 part-time, 897 for a total of 1052. We're projecting and adopted for 23, 1225, and we're going to lose probably 73 on top of that, so down to 1165 from 1238.
Our actual head count is 1,263, 994 full-time and part-time of 269, but there are 120 vacancies and then 78 that we would have to eliminate the positions.
And at New York Public, our total headcount at the moment is 2,819. That includes 2,119 full-time salaried, 47 part-time salaried, and 653 hourly staff. We have 137 vacancies currently.
And do you have the percentage for union jobs in each of the systems?
This is just rough, but about 90% of our employees are union.
Okay.
Yeah, we would say roughly 92%, give or take, so same ballpark, same range.
Sorry, is just over 50%.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Osei. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brennan. In the council's budget response, the council urged the admin to baseline the $15.7 million subsidy provided through city council discretionary funding in fiscal 2023. It is disappointing to see that this funding was not included in the executive budget. I wanted to ask the three of you, how will baselining this budget enhance the services provided by the systems?
Sorry, say that again? I'm sorry, I was thinking of the last question. Apologies, Mr. Chairman.
No worries. So in the council's budget response, the council called on the administration to baseline the $15.7 million subsidy provided through city council discretionary funding in fiscal 2023. It was disappointing to see that that was not included within the executive budget as is. How will baselining this budget allocation enhance the services provided by your three systems?
Give a second. Well, in the case FY23, with the adoption of the council, we used those funds to roughly $2 million for library materials, $3.6 million for facilities maintenance and cleaning, $1 million for pages, $225,000 for rent and utilities in the Inwood temporary space while we were redoing that program. All of those efforts would, if they are not baselined, are in jeopardy, as in addition to the further cuts from the executive budget that we're facing. And if it's impossible to keep managing a system if you can't be sure of the funding. That's why baselining is so important. It's why 10-year capital investments are so. Then we can be efficient in delivering. If we're not sure what's sticking and what isn't, then it's hard to invest in the way that we need to.
Yeah, the point about the importance of baseline can't be overstated. It would, in fact, alleviate some of the stress that we go through each year in making sure that the fiscal year, the future fiscal year is properly funded. We would love to be baselined. We, from that money that you are referencing, spent $1 million on collections, and that's critical. Especially as we're investing more and more in digital collections, which tend to be more expensive. And we also funded 14 positions.
So I want to go back to a question that Chair Brannan raised, and I didn't give a full answer. 112 vacancies in response to your question around vacancies. I didn't put in
Thank you.
over there for you. And then with us, for example, our need is 3.2 million baseline, 1.3 million one-time funding, and it really allows us, as Linda indicated, to plan appropriately and to have the money there so we're not always dancing, and then it also allows for stability of our staff. And so when we give the money baseline, then we know what we're projecting on, and then that has a direct correlation also to us having continuous library services, because I have to give the people who put the schedules together a tremendous amount of credit, because when the money is not baseline, then we potentially have those vacancies, and as a result of those vacancies, the stress on the system itself, or the hours and the number of buildings that stay open, is undermined. So the baselining allows us the appropriate amount of time to plan properly and to make sure we have the appropriate staff in place. And as I'm being handed, there was a 480,000 increase from fiscal year 22, 3.9 million. Funds are used to support library materials, additional security at our branches, building maintenance such as AC installations, and our after-school enrichment programs.
Thank you. And as I indicated in my opening statement, libraries obviously need additional capital funding for new buildings, expansions, and renovations. Hence, I'm disappointed to see that in the administration's executive budget, it does not include the additional capital funding that the City Council pushed for in our budget response. Can you tell us about some current capital projects that are incomplete due to lack of sufficient funding?
So I'll jump in first. So we have a number of projects that are incomplete that the council funding has allowed us to really deal with. HVAC projects in Queens, for example, we have Laurelton. We have a number of libraries that are currently under construction, but that would be delayed if we do not have those continued funds itself. And so as a result of that, Rosedale and other projects that we have in the planning stages will be put to the back shelf. And again, we'll have to get into the position of using expense dollars for deferred maintenance. So that to me is the benefit of what you've been able to provide and the city has been able to provide as far as capital funding. And if we don't have that capital funding, then the system suffers overall.
I won't go into the whole litany of branches that are currently stalled or struggling because projects are experiencing shortfalls, but I will tell you that there are 14 libraries right now that have projects that are in jeopardy because of shortfalls on the capital projects.
So I reiterating what my colleagues have said, we've done amazing work with capital investment. And we have scheduled to come online this year Inwood, Hunts Point, Port Richmond, 125th Street, Melrose, Muhlenberg. And we have a long litany of other projects that are in process. But if we don't have the investment, we will stop being able to that level of improvement, not just improvement, but making sure that the things aren't falling apart, that they aren't leaking on people, they are respectful of people. All of that stops without the investment so that we can schedule and plan and deliver, which we're very good at when we have the resources.
And Chair, if I could just add one point, specifically mentioning again one library, because it's really our most complex project, and it's the Flushing Library, for example. And so Flushing has a number of upgrades going on. They have an elevator addition upgrade. They have an emergency generator system restoration. They have a fire alarm system replacement. They have HVAC going on, as well as we have a number of other type of infrastructure projects that are all being done while keeping the library open at the same time, because we developed this creative initiative where we're working in the evening at night after the building closes. Things like that at other libraries would be in jeopardy, and therefore those libraries may not be open at all.
And in your testimonies, you all refer to permanent staff reductions, the elimination of critical weekend services, a reduction in the book collections, as well as other cuts. In an ideal world, how much will each system need to fully operate the libraries as intended and to meet the current demand? If you can provide a dollar amount, that would be helpful too.
The full restoration is what would enable us to deliver on all those promises.
So for Brooklyn, that's a little over $10 million.
Great.
Same.
With the PEGs, I know that you all have been working hard to ensure normal operations. How have the libraries worked to ensure as many services and programs continue to run as normally?
The problem is one that creates us to react to being too thinly staffed. And so we experience unplanned closings where somebody is sick and can't come in, and there are not enough people to staff the library adequately. And we've reduced programs because there are not enough staff to deliver the programs because we're worried about keeping the branches open. So it's a slow degradation of the quality and quantity of the service that our communities have come to expect. And we are in a position now where we were just beginning to rebound from what we call the Great Resignation. We're being able to hire enough people to manage those programs, and if we're forced to stop that process, we won't be able to get ourselves back to where we want and where our communities expect and would like us to be.
Linda said it best. We simply, without staffing, we can't be open, and we can't deliver on the programs that everyone depends on us, increasingly depends on us to deliver.
So I totally agree, but I want to take a hot second to talk about the psychological trauma as well, because to me that has a major impact. And as a result of having outstanding folks who are part of our respective systems, who are so dedicated to the cause, the pressure on not just them, but the pressure on others who say, do I really want to work for a library because they may not have the funding? And what that does, it creates, I think, a psychological trauma to the system, and we can't afford that. And the pressure points for the people who are here and the people who are part of a union and those who are not part of the union, we have to be very conscious of. And the more we have to reduce our staffing capacity, again, it correlates directly into fewer hours, fewer branches potentially not being open, and that has a major impact on the psychological trauma for the community itself. and how the community is not getting those services because, as you heard outside, as you heard in the video, people rely on us for a variety of services, and those services can have a major impact of being eroded on a regular basis, which is unacceptable.
And thank you for that. And last hearing, you all mentioned how critical these services have been to asylum seekers, and we also acknowledged that in the video, with lines wrapped around the block at some of the Queens locations. With the arrival of more asylum seekers in our city, it is expected that we will have more people seeking out these services. As we heard from you all today at the rally, the libraries are often the first on the chopping block for budget, but yet are the institutions to step up when the city calls for help. How have the PEGs affected the library's ability in providing services to the asylum seekers and also to ensure services as our city recovers from COVID?
Yeah, I think the answer to that question is the asylum seekers are suffering at the same levels that our, long-term patrons have been. It's just a matter of not having enough staff to deliver at the rate that we would like to. And we're doing our very best with the asylum seekers, especially in the neighborhoods where some of them are housed. And we're taking services to the hotels where they're staying, as well as inviting them into our branches. We're getting them signed up for IDNYC cards and making sure that they're getting integrated into the communities as quickly as possible. But it's the library's budget largely goes toward two things. It's salaries, which translate to the number of people that are employed and the number of hours that we can use to deliver service, and then material and books. And so if we want to keep abreast and keep pace with the increase in the number of asylum seekers that we're experiencing and that we are anticipating, we need to be fully staffed in order to do that. And we just aren't there yet, and we need the funds to do it.
And really pick up on an important point that was just raised. It's not just in our buildings. We're out in the community. Linda outside talked about, and I think in the testimony, the mobile libraries. And we have mobile libraries that go out into the communities to provide the services, not just during the weekday, but on the weekend as well. And making sure that we're there providing the services to the asylum seekers, but also just providing services to people overall. And again, in the intersection of our lives, if we have to cut the Saturday services, then that means that the mobile library won't be going out on a Saturday to the community. It's not just the buildings will be closed. Those type of services will not be available to the public at large. And that impacts the asylum seekers. We go into where they are located, not just having them come to us as well. And those, I think, are the pieces that are so important for people to understand. And it's not just the services of IDNYC, but it's the services of libraries, because once we have you, we want you to get and take advantage of our full services. And that, to me, is the beauty of the library. We're not just one type of thing. We're many things to many people. And having fewer staff to provide those many things means the multiple of individuals who won't receive those type of services. And I think that's the complexity of our business and making sure we're open for all.
Look, the public libraries in New York, I mean, sitting in this historic space, you have to think about history. New York has always been a city of immigrants and waves of immigrants. We are experiencing a particular one of those now. But that's no different from where we've always been. And the libraries have always been the first place that the immigrants come to. You know, their colleagues, their family tell them about this magic space that provides everything they could need for free, never asks for papers or proof of anything, treats you with respect, which everyone deserves. It is the way New York should be and has been. And because we are the largest providers outside of the school systems of the basic resources of learning English, of learning computer skills, of getting help finding jobs, getting skilled for those jobs, being able to read books, the core services that the immigrant community have always relied on us. If we're not open, we can't be providing those. We're currently stretching ourselves, as you've heard, to go out to the asylum seekers and invite them in and work with them. Without the staff, we simply cannot continue to do that.
And if you could provide numbers of attendees for some of these programs from each of these systems, would you be able to share some of those stats?
Sure, we'd be glad to. Well, provide you mean after the hearing or now?
If you have them now, that'd be great. After the hearing is.
For example,
Sure.
English instruction, basic literacy, citizenship preparation classes had an attendance of almost 47,000, but just between January and March of '23, just as one example.
So far this fiscal year, we've had 737,000 visits in dealing with programs. We've hosted over 90,400 computer sessions. We've held over 4,600 programs with an attendance of more than 91,000. That's just this current fiscal year. Physical materials, we've circulated close to 1 million. I mean, we are doing a lot of things with fewer staff. And again, based on the potential cuts, we'll have even fewer staff as a result of that. And we'll try to maintain the services, but there isn't a guarantee, especially with the loss of Saturday and Sunday service.
And in Brooklyn, we've, between July 1st and March 31st, last March, we've had 404,780 attendees at at almost 40,000 programs just in the first quarter of fiscal year 2023.
And thank you for that response. And with the proposed budget, will the three library systems be equipped to handle the amount of attendees and to continue programming at the branches? A yes or no answer is fine.
Yeah. No.
No. And the figures I gave you were just for the weekend, by the way. That wasn't overall.
Okay.
So the figures that I read into the testimony is for Saturday and Sunday currently, just so you know that.
And can the systems tell us about the partnerships it has with government entities and nonprofit organizations to provide immigration-related information and programming?
So we have partnership with obviously with Moya, and we offer the Action New York City, NYC, a program that allows New Yorkers to access safe immigration legal help in fiscal year 2021. Despite the pandemic, we provided over 110 immigration sessions. We collaborate with Moya and the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services for our New Americans Corners program. We've done a number of initiatives with the Bangla community, which is heavily concentrated in the central area, central Queens Library area. We have our New Americans program, which is a program that's been in place for a long period of time, where we have community-based organizations that are part of that reaches a variety of different groups in the immigrant communities. We have women-focused program in the South Asian community with Connect in Bengali, Hindi, Urdu. Topics range from creating safe and healthy environments. So we have a variety of programs in a variety of neighborhoods that reflect the diversity of the borough of Queens.
So in Brooklyn, we have partnerships with 20 or so entities that we're working on specifically for the asylum seekers. Community ESOL classes, bookmobile visits, welcome packets, welcome cards, translation and interpretation, resource fairs in community libraries, training for staff to help asylum seekers and refugees and get information into their hands, workforce training resources, book donations, and then very local, hyper-local resource guides so that people can get integrated into the neighborhoods, navigation centers, IDNYC walk-in hours, civic commons in the Central Library. We do Spanish speaking, interpretation, and library navigation with staff volunteers. We have events for unaccompanied minors, and it goes on and on. I mean, the idea is to be responsive to needs, and I think the needs vary depending on the community and the density and number of asylum seekers that they're experiencing.
Similarly, there are pages in this book of various partnerships with city agencies, with nonprofits. We have, for instance, in terms of the asylum seekers, We've hosted 15 immigration resource fairs and working together with the New York Immigration Coalition, the Union Settlement, Bowery Residence Committee, Catholic Charities, as well as branch-specific partnerships and programs. We have staff that we have allocated especially to this effort to go visit the sites where asylum seekers, to go out to bring them news about the library and encourage them to come in, whether that be the English language classes, our adult learning centers, our career coaching, all of the programs that we have developed over these years working with the City Council. We're now targeting towards this particularly needy population, and we're proud to do it as long as we have the resources to be able to.
And how much of each of your budgets are dedicated towards these services, specifically when it comes to immigration, asylum seekers?
You know, in anticipation of your question, we tried to calculate that, and it's difficult because there's not a huge distinction between the services that
Right.
we're offering to asylees and those that we're offering to general, our general patrons. But we've sort of come up with a number of $500,000.
Yeah, I mean, exactly what Linda said. I mean, for example, we have our language line, which is an amazing initiative, which is not just dedicated to asylum seekers, but to the population overall. So it's really tough for us at least, to give a specific number to that.
No, I mean, that totally makes sense. I mean, I don't think your services discriminate against the constituencies of our city as well as New Yorkers that are coming here. Go ahead.
We, for FY24, we've budgeted for immigration services anticipated at about $240,000. That includes city, private, and state funding, and also includes just over $56,000 from the city for Action NYC specifically.
Great. I want to move on to some of the council initiatives. Could you tell us about the role the libraries are playing in implementing the city's First Readers initiative?
Where?
You're at the intersect.
In Brooklyn, sorry. We're grateful for the council's support of City's First Readers. It's a great program. It allows us to prioritize early literacy, and we've been doing that since 2014. The program has attracted, well, the total number of children that have participated surpassed 300,000 last year, and this year we're on track to build back to pre-pandemic attendance of over 600,000 children. So it's about $440,000 of the initiative, and we offer in-person early literacy programs in 10 languages, including Ready Set Kindergarten, a school readiness story time, and last year we added story teen internships for high school students to learn about story time and early learning careers.
I want to know how you have one more language than I have. I have 9 languages, so we got to do an analysis to find out what that other language is. I thought.
I've always been prone to exaggeration.
And we've increased our circulating collections in every one of our community libraries. Excuse me. We gave away developmentally appropriate books for families to increase their home libraries. We also provided learning take-home kits that expand on pre-reading skills. We resumed Kickoff to Kindergarten and Tala Learning Center programs in person, promoting early literacy and parenting skills. And as I indicated, we've done this in person and virtually in 9 languages.
Thanks for the funding provided for the city's First Readers. We've had at NYPL 9,500 early literacy programs. That includes story times, caregiver programs, workshops, vendor programs, outreach events, held in just the first 3 quarters of FY23 with over 170,000 attendees. Within those programs, 2,000 early childhood outreach visits with over 34,000 attendees. We've produced and disseminated a brand new trilingual early literacy outreach kit, 12,000 kits. This work continues.
And the last question I have for you all is in the same vein of the city's First Readers Initiative. The mayor has made it one of his top priorities to provide services and resources to New Yorkers living with dyslexia. Our libraries play a critical role in helping New Yorkers gain the skills and confidence to read and form a love of reading. What services and resources do the libraries provide to New Yorkers living with dyslexia?
All of our programs, our reading programs, our early story time programs, our librarians are trained to look for different patterns of need so that we can target our efforts and have special programs when that's appropriate. I mean, so much of what we do, Mr. Chairman, for millions of New Yorkers and kids in particular, is in this vein. It's a little hard to pull out exactly what percentage specifically.
Yeah, just as a reminder, Chair, when we ended the video, I mean, the gentleman who was on the video talked about having dyslexia and what libraries were able to do for him and helping him pay his bills. And I mean, that captures it all. And again, it's not solely around dyslexia, but it's around a variety of special needs that our various populations must navigate, and that's why we're there for them, with our expansiveness and being able to capture that. On June 1st, for example, we were talking about this in one of our meetings yesterday at Queens Public Library. We're having this very unique program by one of our children's librarians at the Hollis Library for autism and children who are on the spectrum. And so again, we're there to provide a variety of different types of services, including for dyslexia, to make sure that people have that opportunity of equity in our society.
Great. And I'll turn it over to Chair Brannon to move on to questions from our colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Osei. Okay, we're going to start with questions from council members Brooke Powers, followed by Hudson.
And I do have a question from Brooks Powers because she's not here.
Okay.
But her question is, the Far Rockaway branch still has yet to be completed, despite the initial projection of completion in mid-2021 when you all broke ground in 2018. Can you provide an update on the progress toward completion of the library at the Far Rockaway branch?
So DDC is currently in the final stages of doing the work there, and our hope, and again, we internally have not really pinpointed an exact time to have the library given to us in the next several months to receive the TCO, and then, as we've always indicated, once we have a building turned over to us, then for us to make sure it's set as a library takes a number of months. So my folks are very hesitant at this particular point in time putting a specific timeline on it, but once we get it from DDC and have the TCO, then we'll be able to put it in place within a 5-month period of time as far as a functioning library for the community, and hopefully that means by the end of the calendar year.
And Councilmember Brooks Powers also asks, why has it taken so long? DDC.
DDC. Talk to DDC. I'm not blaming DDC. And because, yeah, I mean, the reality is, I mean, Linda and Tony do this as well. I mean, we manage our own projects, and we also have projects that are in conjunction with DDC. And there are a variety of challenges as far as putting a building together. And so once we get it, then we can move on a dime and operationalize it as a library, and that's our goal.
Thanks. Back to you, Chair.
Okay, we have questions from Hudson, followed by Brewer and Barron. We've also been joined by council members Joseph and Hanif.
Thank you so much. I'm curious to know if any of you can just provide details on the programs and services that you provide specifically for older adults.
So we provide a variety of programs for older adults. And matter of fact, you saw one on the video who is getting mail-a-book services from the Queens Public Library, and making sure it's not solely for older adults, but people who are homebound. They have the ability of getting information and books and materials to enhance their services. Through our programs, we provide a variety of senior outreach services as well as in-building services to the older adult. We had a really creative program where we had an intergenerational program with older adults and teenagers out of the Cambria Heights Library. So we're doing a variety of initiatives with people who are in my category as seniors and in Councilman Barron's category as seniors, and making sure people like us who are grandparents and others are able to get those type of services.
Thank you.
In Brooklyn, as I hope you know, is on your schedule. Tomorrow we have a older adults fair at the
I
Central
will be
Lib-
stopping by.
Excellent. We have tech help for older adults. We have creative aging programs, community movies, knitting clubs, conversation groups, outreach to senior centers, and then one in particular program that we're very proud of is the Senior Debate League, which is a program for older adults, which not only teaches them the skill of debate, but also gets them more civically engaged because of the topics that they're debating. We do staff outreach, as I said, to senior centers to bring programs out of the libraries and into the senior centers, and we host creative aging programs in partnership with our outreach services department. And then we also have the challenge that fewer hours and days of service will bring to all of those programs because space is limited, and the more we can do, I'm sure the more we can deliver. So we have branch staff that supervise volunteers to run programs like English conversation groups, but this is a cohort that it makes great use of the libraries, and that we do a lot to help, including I think you saw in the video, older adults who are shut in and to whom we deliver books on a very personalized level.
Thank you.
As my colleague said, we have specific senior programs, whether it be crafting classes, conversations, film screenings, performances, technology assistance, et cetera. But it is also absolutely wonderful that we see seniors in huge proportions using our regular programs, whether it be Tech Connect to learn the computer skills. I know that my mom learned how to do email at the library, which is a mixed blessing, but I probably shouldn't say that. Oops. But we have adult literacy programs. We, as Linda and the film noted, we, especially through high school, the Library for People for the Blind, we send material out to folks who are seniors who are stuck at home, and that's a life-changing experience for them. In addition to providing all those programs, we also have a robust volunteer program that has a significant senior proportion of volunteers are seniors, and they are an essential part of our community as well.
Absolutely. Thank you all for sharing that. I just want to state for the record, and my colleagues have heard me say this a million times before, but our older adult population is going to increase over the next 15 years by 40% here in the city. And so I just want to impress upon those that may be listening that the urgency to ensure that we keep all of these programs going, as we'll need even more of them, over the next many, many years. Thank you to you all, and thank you to the chairs for your time.
We've also been joined by PS9 from Brooklyn, New York, from Crystal's district, actually. Thank you for joining us. Okay, now we have questions from Council Members Brewer, followed by Barron.
Thank you. Barron and Brewer already here on older adults. Just want to let you know. I have three quick questions. The technology, obviously, you may have mentioned this because I was on a call, but the issue is, what's your current technology budget? What would you like to have it? That would be on the capital side. I know like every 5 years or so you have to redo it. It's not like something that lasts forever. And then, how much staff is there, and, what else do you need, number one? I also want to know, we've always had this conversation about E-rate, whether it could be bled into the neighborhood. In the past, it's not been allowed by the FCC. Number two, on your vacancies, I know you said something like 120, 137, 112. Are you having the same problems everybody else is, just recruiting? Because I think that's a pretty common, unfortunately. And then finally, I say to DDC, we don't want you, the libraries don't want you. I say it into the record. Iris can handle the whole thing. So how much more does the DDC cost than if you did it yourself? Thank you.
I'm happy to dive in, Gail. The NYPL's new technology needs is currently $52.6 million as submitted to OMB. That includes systems expansions and replacement, discrete projects for $2.9 million, IT equipment refresh, communications-based IT. And just to give you a sense of scale here, we currently have 5,600 desktop computers, almost 4,700 laptop computers. And people rely, as you know, on us. Going to your the next question in terms of the digital divide, obviously we are an essential resource simply by coming in, and we are the largest skills provider in terms of how to use the computers for seniors, for junior, for youngsters, whoever. But we are concerned. Concerned is an understatement. It's outrageous that there are something like 2 million New Yorkers who don't have dependable, broadband at home. And in New York City, we've each been trying various things. What we've been experimenting with, we raised $1 million privately to experiment with citizens band radio spectrum to see whether that can be, by sort of beaming that out, if you will, from libraries, whether we can find a public solution to what the private sector has not been able to solve, which is how to get this access to folks who can't afford the monthly costs. As for recruiting, yes, we face exactly the same problems that everyone else does. Terry Neal, our amazing vice president for HR, and his team are doing great work, but if we don't have the funding, we can't hire, we can't recruit. And as Dennis said, it hurts our momentum and morale. People will say, gosh, can I be sure? We are committed to our employees, but it's undermining to be going through this kind of process, and that doesn't help on the recruiting front.
DDC, you didn't want to mention?
DDC, I think we've said in every time I've testified, when we do a project ourselves.
And you can do it yourself?
We do them ourselves. It takes half as long and costs half as much. The problem is we have to front that money. It's a cash flow problem. There has to be, and I know the administration was working on this. There was a working group that made some structural changes, but our experience continues to be taking twice as long, costing twice as much. There has to be a better way to do this. There just does.
Yeah. I'll just jump in and I'll start with DDC. I think Tony's being kind. There are cases where it's at least 3 or 4 times longer that it takes, and of course time is not a friend to any of these projects. The longer it takes, the more it costs.
And you could do it yourself.
And well, here's the thing: we can do the major renovations ourselves. We're not, real estate developers. We don't want to fix 62 roofs or
because they say that you
systems.
can't do it yourself when I bring it up.
Yeah, no, but we've proven how well we can do it when we're given, whole projects, when we've renovated libraries where there's an aesthetic quality to the thing. But for us to be taking care of, every single capital project and I think we have over 100 different capital projects going at any given time. On the recruiting front, it's a shame the way this is all sort of played out, because for a while we were losing, during the pandemic in particular and shortly after, we were losing employees at a greater rate than we were able to rehire. And that sort of dynamic switched, I would say about 6 months ago, where we were actually making progress. We were hiring at a faster clip. And now we put a short hiring freeze in place when we thought we were going to experience deeper cuts than it now appears we will. And so now we're ramping back up again on that front. But yes, it's the same experience that nonprofits and for-profit businesses have had across the city and across the country, actually. In terms of technology, we have about $15 million in requests that we've made, as I mentioned, for our ERP system, the system that runs the library. We're in the process of replacing one that's long overdue, and then just regular networks and public access computers and all of the infrastructure that goes along with needed technology. And then in terms of the programs that we're offering to our patrons, I think the one that we're most proud of right now in this area are the digital navigators who are going out into the communities to help people to get access. There are programs out there that people can take advantage of. They are actually quite affordable and offered by the internet service providers, but you need a PhD in order to figure out how to qualify for them, and you actually need to have a computer and access to the internet in order to sign up for these programs, which is confounding since the very people who need these programs don't have that access. So we're going out into the neighborhoods and on a very granular level, one by one, helping people sign up.
Thank you.
So to respond to several parts of the question, one, our E-rate dollars is $643,000, and then to deal with the DDC part of the question, and I say this in all seriousness because we have a great relationship with DDC, but I have a parking lot that's across the street from the Central Library. Maybe a year and a half ago, it was just a parking lot. Now it is a huge building that is just rapidly heading towards completion, and it'll be done. You have to take a look at it when you come to Central. And it's frustrating because it's not knocking the staff at DDC. I think separate and apart of this budget discussion and the future of the budget, we really need to have a comprehensive meeting because it's not just DDC. It's OMB, all the peeling away of the onion or the artichoke as far as the inhibitors that are conducive to completing a building in a timely way is just tremendous, and it's not just one entity. And yes, we can do it better, but Linda always says it so well in that we're not a real estate developer. And then the complexity of having the capital money, and then with capital money in the relationship with DDC, and Queens is not rich, the Queens Public Library, and so having the front money that Tony talked about to do the private requirements that are required for us to take the project on ourselves, we don't necessarily have. And so you get into that type of complexity as far as the building of libraries, and I know it's frustrating for you, the council members, and the administration, as far as you talk about a project, and I know we get beat up all the time because you talk about it, but then you don't see that library for 8 years, and if you're still in office, then it's a great thing, but if not, most times it's the transition of the next person who's the council member from that district, seeing that library open at that particular point in time. And then part of the challenge is with the libraries, as I indicated earlier, you're moving from a Lindsay box. So again, here as you get into the intersecting parts of our worlds, you're looking at a library that was roughly 7,500 square feet. And so when we want to expand our libraries, we're going to move them to roughly 15,000, 18,000 square feet. And then with that, you're going to have more staff, but then we're going through the staff train on top of that, so then you have to deal with the staffing. And then if you go from a ground floor, 1 floor Lindsay box to a 2 floor, you have to make sure you do the staffing patterns properly. Now, dealing with, are we suffering the same things? They both talked about it, but to me, I can only speak for Queens. We have outstanding people who have been with the library for a long period of time. So both through the pandemic drain, but also through the seniority drain, where people are retiring. They've been with us. We just had our staff recognition gala breakfast 2 weeks ago, and the number of people who've been there 35 years, 30 years, 25 years is significant. We have one person who's been with us and still with us for 50 years. But these individuals are now retiring, and we're retiring at the numbers when they came in, as far as 30 years ago, 35 years ago. The finding the individuals who can replace them is part of our respective challenge. And plus, I mean, we love each other. We've been with each other for a number of years, but we're also in competition with each other. And we're not just in competition with the three systems, we're in competition with Nassau, we're in competition with Suffolk and Westchester and what it means. And so that's the challenge, I think, that we all face. And then, again, just to reinforce the point, when we have these conversations about budget cuts, it's a disincentive for people to look at us and say, okay, maybe we need to go to X system. And so we collectively face that, but also individually we face it as well.
All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Barron, followed by Schulman.
Thank you very much. You know, I find it very frustrating to be involved in these kinds of budget hearings, these fake fights, because the money is actually there. There is no budget deficit. $36 million? Are you serious, Mayor? $36 million out of $6.2 billion budget? Really? The capital budget is a 10-year, $164 billion capital budget. And we don't have a couple of hundred for our libraries. The mayor needs to connect libraries with public safety, because in many of our communities, they're off the streets and into the libraries because the libraries are offering so much. So what I would propose to the mayor, since the police are listed as, and we'll see them this afternoon, a $6.1 billion budget, and when you put in fringe benefits and all of that, it's $11 billion, 90 some odd billion for overtime. We'll take 36 from there. When y'all hear people say defund the police, and they try to make that seem like it's a negative thing, nobody's talking about getting rid of the police. They're talking about transferring $36 million to the libraries instead of $90 million for overtime work. And that would not hurt anybody. So the money's there. We have a since my colleagues just did a great job in asking you the micro questions, I just want to give you all a macro picture that you probably already know. But we have a $4 billion increase in revenue that was unexpected. Two some odd billion this year, 2 point some odd billion next year, and $8.3 billion in a reserve budget. We only expected to have $6.4 billion there, but we got $8.3 billion there, 4.4 unexpected. And when he says that, yeah, but what about the money for the asylum seekers? He has a bloated cost for them at $4.3 billion. The state's going to give $1 billion. That knocks it down to $3.3 billion. But the IBO, Independent Budget Office, said it's only $3.1 billion. So that would knock it down to $2 billion. And then something's coming from the feds, maybe $800 million. There's about a $1.2 billion asylum seeker budget. But he pits the asylum seekers against the agencies. And then when that doesn't work, and we show him that he's off there, then he says, well, I got to settle the $4 billion with the unions. That's bloated. I just wanted to give you all a macro picture as we ask for this lunch money, peanuts, from President Walcott's mayor. He said the mayor was a child of one of his libraries. Well, your child has gone astray, and you need to discipline your child. Since he was a child of one, you said it, President, you said he was a child of proudly, he's a child of my library. Your child has gone astray, man, work on him. So on a serious side, the good thing about this, and I'm hoping my colleagues could stand strong, the mayor doesn't pass the budget. We do. The mayor doesn't have the power to pass his own budget. So as we talk to you, I just hope my colleagues, when we get at the table, we say no. And you know the other thing about the reason why I call it a fake fight? Because we might get that back. We need enhancements. See, when you're talking about restorations, you're not talking about enhancements. They'll be shaking hands and saying, we did it, we did it. We restored the 36 million. That's not enough. That's not enough. There's enough money to have enhancements, but we don't have enhancement discussion because we'd be so happy to restore the cut. So I just wanted to add my little 2 cents to the formula here. And I do want to say this, it's very personal for me, because my wife, Inez Barron, who was a former council member here and a former assembly member, takes my grandson, Jariah, who will be 2, on June 11th, to the library. And he cries when he has to leave. So if you shut down hours on my grandson, we're going to have some problems up in here. We're going to have some big problems up in here. So I want to say that, and I'm sure all of you have children that appreciate the library. And to my president in Brooklyn, we appreciate you. The work that you're doing at the New Lots Library is incredible, and we're working to get a new library. So all of the programs that's come out of the New Lots Library and some of our other libraries, we really appreciate the work that you have done, and we call it the People's Republic of Brooklyn, which is greater than the other 2, since you're having competition. It's the greater than the other 2. The People's Republic of Brooklyn has a great library president, has been doing great work, and it's appreciated. You know, I'd be the first one to beat you up if it wasn't, so I have to give credit where credit is due. You're doing a great job.
Well, thank you very much for those kind and very flattering remarks. I will make sure that everyone knows that all that work that's happening in New Lots would not be possible without the commitment of both you and Inez, and I will do my best to keep your grandson happily ensconced in the library.
Thank you.
Let the record reflect, Grandpa Charles has never taken me to the library. We now have questions from council members Schulman, followed by Hanif.
Oh, I'm sorry, just one last thing, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to know how the Schaumburg Library is doing and how the Langston Hughes Library is doing, because those are very important libraries of black culture.
Yep.
And how are we getting more black books in our library so we have greater sections for the black section?
The Board of Trustees of the library met at the Schaumburg yesterday and had a tour of an exhibit of artists that had been incarcerated that I'll just say, as an advertisement, blew me away. Not easy to see, but super powerful. The Schaumburg is 2 years away from turning 100, and the institution is turning its attention to making sure that we celebrate that all New Yorkers know that we have this amazing collections that are available to everyone, and see if we can find more resources to expand what the Schaumburg can offer. We love it as much as you do, Charles.
And Councilmember Barron, on June 7th at 10 a.m., we will be having a hearing in this committee on the Schaumburg Center and the role of libraries and cultural organizations in preserving New York City's history. So hope to see you there.
And Langston Hughes is doing outstandingly well. We've been blessed at Langston Hughes to only have 2 executive directors. And Andrew Jackson, who was the former exec, is now on our board of trustees and doing extremely well. And Shakira Smalls is our current executive director, who has done outstanding program. We've expanded both services and programs, but also we've gotten, like our colleagues here, very creative with the use of our external space as well, and opening it up to the community with benching. So we're doing very well at Langston Hughes.
Can I just add, I left out one piece, which is at the Schaumburg, with thanks in particular to my colleagues and their success in Albany. We're doing a full renovation of the facade and window replacement, solving some problems that needed to be solved. I think that's a $12 million additional infrastructure project just at the Schaumburg.
Councilmember Schulman, followed by Hanif.
Thank you. It's hard to follow my esteemed colleague. I'm going to try here. Growing up, libraries were a lifeline for me to read, to conduct research, to study, to explore the world around me. The library, first of all, I'm an Elmhurst library baby in Queens, was also a source of comfort and solitude for me when there were issues going on at home. Now libraries are much more for kids, for older adults, for everyone. We must not cut funding for this vital resource. And with that, I actually want to ask a question of what programs and services you have for LGBTQIA+ individuals.
I don't know that I have numbers here, but on the research side, the New York Public Library has the largest collection of the history of LGBTQ because of the New York centrality to so much of that. Celebrated the 50th anniversary of Stonewall not so long ago. But we also have, whether it's drag story time, whether it's making sure that we have materials available, books available to help folks through these issues, understand these issues, even when there's pressure from elsewhere in the country to not have those books, we are committed to exactly those kinds of efforts. That's what we're here for.
Thank you.
We too participate at many different levels on these issues. We, I think, all are doing Drag Queen Story Hour, but we're a big participant in Brooklyn Celebration of Pride. And in the work that we're doing with Books Unbanned, which is a program that puts books that are being challenged across the country into the hands of teenagers who can't find the books on the shelves of their libraries that they might want and are making their way to our collections. A good majority of the books that are being requested are, in fact, about issues that relate to sexual orientation and sexual and gender identity, and we're doing quite a lot with that, including the development of a Teen Intellectual Freedom Council, which is talking to teenagers across the country about how you can advocate for yourself, how you can get the materials that you want about LGBTQ+ issues. And so this program is not only helping teenagers around the country, but also teenagers in Brooklyn to develop book clubs about these issues and to do advocacy work on behalf of themselves and on their counterparts in other states and cities.
So we have an internal committee that really informs us around programming and activities and outreach. You're definitely invited as a Queens member to join us at the Pride Parade. We have taken great pride in the expansion of our both representation and the way we've engaged the community. We open up Jackson Heights Library during the Pride Parade. That way we have a breakfast in the morning and host as a central base for operation. It's interesting that you mentioned Elmhurst was your library, because Elmhurst has been one of the pivotal libraries for our Drag Story Hour, and we've hosted it there a number of times, as well as at Jackson Heights and other libraries as well. And so we try to make sure that we represent the community in a variety of ways, both internally and externally, and making sure that the LGBTQ+ community is represented properly.
Thank you. By the way, I'm a Grand Marshal, one of the Grand Marshals in the Queen's Pride this year, so.
But you can come back to the Queen's side.
Which I'm very happy about, but thank you all, because it just shows how important and how diverse the library system is and how much it's needed, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hanif, followed by Joseph.
Thank you so much. First, just thank you, Linda, Dennis, and Tony, for all that you do. And I want to send my thanks and deep gratitude to everybody involved with our libraries across the entire city, and for working so diligently and with so much discipline and love and care to ensure that they are and will forever be the diverse places of learning and community. I'm, of course, adamantly opposed to the severe cuts to the library system in the admin's executive budget. And to me, cutting libraries is a direct attack on our democracy. That's what's happening here. And libraries have always been urgent defenders of our local democracy and continue to fight against misinformation and promote the truth always and forever. My parents, who migrated to New York City in the 80s, trusted sending us to the library. We are 3 sisters, and we were super sheltered, not allowed to go to a lot of places in the community, but if we said we were going to the Borough Park Library, the Windsor Terrace Library, they were cool with it. They were fine with it. And so these spaces have always been trusted community spaces and have offered so much to me and my sisters. We are proud first-generation Bangladeshi Muslim Brooklynites. So I have a couple of questions about the cuts. If you could jot down the 3 questions I have related to the cuts, and then more specifically to Linda about some of the Brooklyn libraries. How do you anticipate the proposed cuts will impact services in FY24 and future years? Staffing needs will increase in FY24 with the opening and reopening of 5 facilities. Does the executive budget equip the Brooklyn Public Library with enough resources to meet these additional needs? And then can you describe attrition trends over the last 5 years and what steps are being taken to retain staff? And then finally, I'm excited that the capital plan includes 3 projects in and around my district. Could you provide an overview of the Central Library Branch Master Plan project? And can you provide an overview of the Pacific Branch overhaul and an overview of the Borough Park Library renovation? Thank you.
I'm out of breath just listening. So I'll start with the impact to services in 2024 and future years. The problem is, of course, if we sustain these cuts, that we're talking about eliminating 78 positions, and in terms of hours, we think that that translates to about a 20% cut in the hours of service that we'll be able to deliver. That then cascades down into the number of programs that we'll be able to offer.
How many hours did you say that was?
20% of the
20%.
hours, yeah. And then that affects the number of programs that we're able to offer, and it just mushrooms. And so this is why we're here today and arguing so vociferously that we at least, I should put on my councilperson Barron hat, we should be at least restoring, if not increasing, the size of the budget of the library. And of course, if we aren't baseline, then we have this same issue of not being able to plan for future years, and we get back into the cycle of instability and not being able to fully account for how we're going to maintain some of the programs that we develop from one year to the next. And all of that, I don't need to explain to you, is devastating. The attrition issue and staff retention has been major over the past few years. I feel like we are making some progress in terms of hiring. We've hired, I think, over 150 people over the last 6 months. So we're making progress on that, but we're slowing it down because if we're in a situation where we're eliminating positions, we can't be hiring people now just to make cuts in July. So there are all sorts of challenges there. I think it is not just a library challenge. I think it is something that's happening all over the country, that people are retiring early or retiring because it's time to retire, and that it's been a challenge to keep up with that, but we are definitely making progress. The Central Library Master Plan is one of my favorite projects to talk about. It's a 4-phased project. The first phase is complete. I think you've been in to see how beautiful it looks. It's an attempt to restore an architectural gem, but then also to make sure that the space is flexible and respectful of the original design, but also hospitable to the use of technology and the way people are using libraries today. And one of the real organizing principles of this project is to flip the ratio of back-of-house space and public-facing space. It was built at a time when there was a lot of labor-intensive work that was being done at the branch. We now have a marvelous partnership with NYPO where we process our books together, and we've moved that function out of the Central Library, and so we're working to convert what was back-of-house space to public-facing space, because we receive over 1 million visitors at that library every year, and we will take advantage of every square inch. As they say, if you build it, they will come. The Pacific Library is our oldest Carnegie library. It's in bad need of renovation. It's the one that keeps me up at night. And we have cobbled together through various different funding sources a pot of funds that we think is sufficient to start working in earnest on that library. We are in the process of selecting architects and getting going on that project. So lots of work to be done there, but lots of hard work, lots of rewards, I expect. Borough Park is another library that will be completely overhauled, and we're in the process of working through some strategies in that neighborhood to try and figure out what the right solutions are. Do we have dates on the Borough Park? Sorry. I'm being coached here. We're going to start in 2025 on Borough Park. So that's a little bit out, and it will take a while to get that finished. And I think that's all of your questions.
I can just add for New York Public Library, the scale of these cuts we estimate requires us removing 100 full-time equivalent staff. That would reduce to 7 hours or 5 days at about half of our branch locations. Removing Sunday services anywhere in our system. Delaying, this goes to your point, we've spent $100 million on 5 Carnegies. We're eager to have the folks in those neighborhoods have their libraries back. We won't be able to open all of those. We might only open half of those, which is just a tragedy if you think about the investment that's already been made. That also means delaying opening some teen centers, reducing library materials budgets, research services, reducing the PAGE program, as I mentioned, as well as repairs. These impacts are huge. On the turnover question, the good news is that we've seen that our turnover rate, our annual turnover rate, is currently trending at about 14%, which is 2% less than it was last year, so we take that as encouraging. But again, as we've all said, we've been working hard to build up towards all these things, but things get dislocated, and they don't turn around so quickly. You can't repair that damage in terms of retention or recruitment or in terms of building program. Once you cut, it takes us time to rebuild. These are not on-off switches.
So I want to pick up, excuse me, on the attrition rates, and I want to be very clear, these are not the actual people, it's just the positions and losing the lines itself. With the people themselves, we are at a rate right now of, as Linda's indicated before, of slowing down that rate. And so for the calendar year 23, we're only at 28 full-time. Last year, 2022 and 2021, we had a total of 98 individuals, both through separations and retirement. So we were starting to see the flipping of the hires now really surpassing those who retire. But now we're also going to see, with all this talk, the potential loss of new hires coming into the system because those lines won't be there. And so we have to be very conscious of that as well. In addition to that, our challenge is also, as Tony and Linda have indicated, and it's the same for us at a different scale, that the projects that are on the planning board or for completion will definitely be held up, specifically at various projects that are throughout the borough of Queens. And so we're very concerned about that, and that includes HVAC, boiler repairs, things along that line. So again, it's impacting us in a variety of ways, and as Linda and Tony also indicated, I think the correlation again, without the bodies there, then that has an impact on the services and the programs.
Okay, we have Councilmember Joseph, followed by Sanchez.
Thank you, chairs. Thank you to libraries. I have to shout out my library. Cortelia Road is where I grew up, and that's one of my favorite places to be. My question is, how many teen centers do you currently have, and what are the impacts of the budget on that, and what are the hours you operate for the teens? And when we talk about public safety, that is one of the safe havens for our young people to hang out.
So we at New York Public Library, we currently have 3, including the flagship one at the Stavros Niarchos, used to be the Mid-Manhattan Library, for those of us who used it in high school and remember it fondly. Our plan, with an investment from the mayor, as well as private investments, Google, Best Buy, the Jolie Foundation, is to go to 20. Because we see this as such a powerful way. I mean, the students, there was a student before out on Broadway who was talking about how, you get drawn in by the music studio, by the makerspace, by the technology, and by the community of your friends. And these teen centers are packed. And then we can say, okay, now we've got you. Let's talk about other skills that you need, computer skills that we can help you with, college guidance, career guidance, civic engagement projects, we hope, increasingly. But if we suffer these cuts, we will fall off of this ambitious and exciting agenda. We won't get to 20. We won't get to having them open at the times that they need to be because we simply won't have the staffing to do it. That's a tragedy at this particular moment, especially after the pandemic. The teens need these initiatives so, and I think we all know that. The mayor certainly knows that and has backed it fully.
So that's why we need them to be prioritized and keeping the funding in place to make sure these programs are run for young people. I see the programs, I come around and I see the impact of young people being together, being in a safe space. It's a safe space, and when we talk about public safety, these are the types of investments we need to be making in these types of institutions in order to keep our young people safe.
I echo what Tony said about the need, for sure. In Brooklyn, we currently are operating 2 teen tech centers, and we're going to 5. And these programs are obviously in jeopardy, just like everything else will be. We haven't decided how we will meet the cuts in particular, but we know sort of the depth.
And we just finished upgrading our central library. We've always had a separate teen center, but with the funding from the mayor, we've been able to upgrade it and getting new furniture and dealing with some of the wiring for different type of computer equipment. At Flushing, we have our teen center. We have one that's our teen library, which is in Far Rockaway, which is a great initiative and supported now with this funding as well. And we're about to open up a new teen center at our Long Island City library. And again, a variety of different program services, and all of it is potentially at risk. And with the Far Rockaway Teen Library, it's solely for teenagers. The only adults there are the adults who are providing the services. And there are a variety of creative programs, including youth courts that are managed by the teenagers, and outreach services, and services that are beyond my understanding as far as using computers and everything else. And those are the types of programs we'll be replicating at a variety of our libraries as a result of this initiative, as well as some of our own monies that we've put in through the general budget to support our teens.
Well, thank you for also including a restorative justice component in the youth court. That's very important. Thank you so much. Thank you, chairs.
We've also been joined by Councilmember Stevens. Now we'll have questions from Councilmember Sanchez, followed by Williams.
Good afternoon. Thank you, chairs, and good to see everyone. So my question is about the capital commitment plan, but I'll do what my colleagues do and just state for the record and for everyone, like, the importance of our libraries in the city of New York. I grew up going to the Bronx Library Center when it was on Bainbridge Avenue and Fordham Road, and now we have a nice new space on Kingsbridge. And it's just so important, and I'm reiterating my commitment to fight against these cuts and make sure that our libraries are available for all. So my question is about the capital commitment plan. So the budget includes, in fiscal 2024, $897 million, which is $252.9 million above the planned in the preliminary commitment plan, a positive, one of the few positives. So my question is, how much of this is for the New York Public Library? How do branch renovations and projects get prioritized on the list? And specifically, of course, you won't be surprised to hear me ask about the Francis Martin Library, which we have been talking about for a very long time, and is approaching functional being functionally obsolete, and we really need this space on University Avenue. My district is one of the lowest income districts in the city of New York, but in particular, that neighborhood is, one of the neighborhoods that drives this fact. So we need investments there. We need a new branch, and can you share when we could expect a renovation?
So we agree, Councilwoman. The Francis Martin needs help. We have submitted it as a priority to the city. We have not gotten the response or the funding that we would like. We're eager to do that. We look throughout the system and evaluate sort of what the most pressing needs. Leave aside the sort of the leaky roofs and the sort of the repairs that are sort of continue if you don't do the serious job. We try to prioritize neighborhoods of need, especially, which have not always been prioritized. And I think it's fair to say that the New York Public Library, I think we're all doing this, has been able to do a level of capital improvement despite difficulties, overages with DDC, et cetera, on a scale unlike any of the systems I think have seen in the past in terms of square footage and renovations. All of that, of course, is at risk if we don't have 10-year capital funding plans, obligations or commitments, and then we can't plan for it, in addition to the DDC issues that we continually raise.
So what's the timeline? Do you have an expectation from when the administration would be responding to you about this priority?
We will continue to press, and we hope that they will deliver. We'll certainly be working with you on this.
And what's the overall portion of the capital budget that is NYPL?
I'll get that for you. Sorry. Apologies.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Williams.
Hello. I'm just here to talk about the Queens Public Libraries because there was a lot of talk about other library systems. So I just wanted to talk about how much I appreciate the Queens Public Library systems. And I have a very specific question. Maybe unique to Queens is we have a lot of persistent, Southeast Queens rather, we have a lot of persistent flooding issues, groundwater flooding issues. And I know some of the capital repairs have to do with sustainability metrics. And so if you could talk a little bit about that, because for me, I feel this is a very unique problem that the city has not addressed, and I think that the city, by way of DEP, should be doing more to address some of the infrastructure issues that plague many of our institutions in Southeast Queens. So if you could just talk a little bit about some of those capital repairs, the cost of those capital repairs, and how the library is trying to address those concerns.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for your always ongoing support to our Queens Public Libraries. And going back to a prior question around our teen centers, the Cambria Heights Library has a fantastic teen program, a dedicated teen space, and attracts teens on a regular basis, and that's a direct result of your support. So I want to say thank you for that. With dealing with resiliency, we targeted another library in Southeast Queens, specifically the Rosedale Library. As a matter of fact, I got a report last week. I was asking about the status of the flooding that has existed at the Rosedale, and Rosedale, to my knowledge, has not had any further problems of water entry. We've had problems at other libraries in Queens, that not necessarily Southeast Queens. Elmhurst, we had problems from one of the storms, and we were able to correct that. In addition to that, Lefrak continues to flood. We have not been able to open up Lefrak City, and that's been a persistent problem that we're trying to address. And we've been working with the owners of Lefrak City, and the city is very helpful as far as making sure DDC gets on top of it, and along work with our staff to address the issue of resiliency and addressing flooding. But it has been an ongoing problem. But our internal team have really worked very hard through our facilities department to focus on the Southeast Queens community and some of the challenges. So that's always been a high priority for us. And we develop a tier system somewhat similar to what I heard Tony talk about in response to the council members' question around the prioritization of capital monies. And with our tier system, we take a look at where there's significant flooding, either roof leaks or penetration of water from the ground itself, and put them in our tier 1 system and then allocate some of the capital monies that have been available for those purposes as well. So we take the resiliency issues and climate issues very seriously as far as Southeast Queens, but even beyond, to make sure we address that in a comprehensive way.
Thank you, and it's also a pleasure to be your council member.
It's a pleasure.
May I just jump in, Chair, to answer two things that we didn't have? So in answer to the capital question, we have currently at New York Public $326 million of capital construction currently happening, and the $536 million is the number of our estimated capital needs. And I also want to correct, I'm delighted to be corrected, that we've moved from 3 teen centers to 8 being open in the system at this point. Again, on the road, on the plan towards 20 with the support of the mayor and private. All of that is potentially under threat with this kind of budget cuts and not being able to open these facilities.
Well, thank you to you three for being here today and for doing the work that you do for one of our greatest democratic institutions in this city. As we hear from today's testimonies, the mayor and the city cannot cut the library's budget. Our libraries have always been essential institutions, and during the pandemic proved to be among our most versatile and critical. To cut them would be a grave insult to their heroic work and a deep injury to our city. We must restore the cuts and pass a budget that will ensure the continuation of critical services and the maintenance of staff to carry out this work. I've said it before and I will say it again, libraries are a cornerstone of our communities and a rare, truly democratic institution in welcoming anyone through their doors. The budget we passed in the council is a statement and testament of our values. We need to take a stance we can be proud of. Thank you.
And thank you, chairs, and thank you, council members.
Thank you all so much. We'll take a pause now and we'll hear from DCLA. Thank you all.
Good afternoon, folks. Good afternoon. Can we please have order in the chamber so we can move on? Once again, can we please have order in the chamber so we can move on?
everybody please take your seats? We are about to begin. We're about to begin now. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. We're ready to begin the second hearing of the day, day 8 of executive budget hearings. We'll be focused on the Department of Cultural Affairs. I'm still joined by my co-chair, Councilmember Chi Osei, Chair of the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Library, and International Intergroup Relations. We've also been joined by Councilmember Farias. Welcome to no stranger to this body, Commissioner Lori Cumbo and your team. Thank you for joining us today to answer our questions. Just to set the table once again, on April 26, 2023, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY23 to 27 with a proposed FY24 budget of $106.7 billion. DCLA's proposed FY24 budget of $157.6 million represents less than 1% of the administration's proposed FY24 budget in the executive plan. This is an increase of $7.8 million, or 5.2%, from the $149.8 million originally allocated in the FY24 preliminary plan. This net increase is mostly due to an additional $5.1 million for the DC 37 collective bargaining agreement. My questions today will largely focus on the Council's response to the DCLA's budget in the preliminary plan, along with other funding changes, capital equity, and DCLA's headcount, among other topics. Our arts and cultural organizations are truly the heart and soul of New York City. The arts literally afforded me a decade of traveling around the world, and they draw people into our city by the millions, in turn supporting jobs and otherwise bringing revenue into our city. We need to do right by our cultural sector, and I look forward to hearing more about this from the Commissioner. I'm now going to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Chair Chi Osei, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Commissioner and folks from DCLA. I'm New York City Council Member Chi Osei, Chair of this committee. This afternoon, we will be discussing the fiscal 2024 executive expense budget for DCLA, which stands at $157.6 million. The fiscal 2024 executive capital commitment plan, which includes $1.1 billion in fiscal 2023 to 2027 for the department, and the 10-year strategy for fiscal 2024 to 2033 at $1.6 billion. The fiscal 2024 executive budget is $80.5 million less than the fiscal 2023 adopted budget. While I understand that the fiscal 2024 executive budget does not reflect council initiatives yet, I strongly believe that the budget does not adequately fund the city's cultural organizations as they continue to recover from the economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. The cultural community is not only an economic driver, but it is also the foundation for much of what makes New York City vibrant, healthy, and alive. When the world thinks of New York, the first thing that comes to mind is our arts and cultural sector. From our famous museums and other cultural institutions to Broadway and our theater and performing arts scene to the contributions that New York City and its people have contributed to global culture, like hip hop and rap. Arts and culture are what make New York City the city it is. Hence, the council called on the administration in the budget response to support cultural organizations by adding an additional $50 million in the fiscal 2024 executive expense budget for the Department of Cultural Affairs to support cultural institution groups. Provide across-the-board grant increases for Old Cultural Development Fund recipients to support the city's artists and further bring equity to arts and culture in the city. I'm very disappointed to see that this funding has not been included in the executive budget. As discussed at the roundtables, the cultural community needs an influx of support as the sector continues to build back. However, I'm happy to see that unlike most other city agencies, the Department of Cultural Affairs was not subject to pegs in this plan. It is the council's responsibility to ensure that the city's budget is fair, transparent, and accountable to New Yorkers. Hence, the chair of the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup Relations, I will continue to push for accountability and accuracy and ensure that the budget reflects the needs and interests of the city. It is essential that the budget that we adopt this year is reflective of the priorities and interests of the council and that the people we represent. This hearing is a vital part of this process, and I expect that DCLA will be responsive to the questions and concerns of council members. I look forward to an active engagement with the admin over the next few months to ensure the fiscal 2024 adopted budget meets the goals the council has set out. I would also like to thank my staff for organizing today's hearing, including committee counsels Brenda McKinney, legislative policy analyst Regina Paul, and finance analyst Sandra Gray, as well as my policy and budget director May Futrapong-Vitana. Chair.
Thank you, Chair Osei. I'm now going to turn it over to Mike Toomey to swear in our witnesses.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. If you could raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer councilmember questions? Commissioner Cumbo?
I do.
Lance Pallavi? Thank you. You may begin.
Good morning, Chairs Osei and Brennan, and members of the committees. I am Lori Cumbo, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs, here to testify in regards to the agency's proposed fiscal year 2024 executive budget. I am joined today by a number of my colleagues from DCLA, and before I begin my testimony, I want to just pause for a moment to recognize that we are certainly missing a critical member of our cultural community today. These hearings are just not the same without John Wright, founder of the John Wright Group, an advocate, someone, if he were here, would be texting me, would be texting you, council members, would be texting the advocates, and working all across the lines to make sure that we pass the greatest cultural budget ever. And so for the Wright team who are here, all the members who have benefited from his leadership and service, we certainly just want to recognize John and just say how much we miss you and how the budget hearings are not the same, but we are empowered with all of the lessons that you taught each and every one of us in this room. I'll begin my testimony with a review of the numbers in the latest budget proposal. The mayor's proposed preliminary budget allocates a total of $157.3 million for the Department of Cultural Affairs. This reflects an increase over the preliminary fiscal year 24 budget proposal, which included $149.5 million for DCLA. The increase primarily reflects adjustments due to collective bargaining agreements and changes to heat, light, and power costs covered by the agency. The $157.3 million includes $28.5 million for the Cultural Development Fund baseline, $72.3 million for operating expenses for the cultural institution groups, $47.6 million for energy subsidies at cultural groups on DCLA property, $7.1 million for agency staff and operating costs, and $1.8 million for other agency initiatives such as the Public Artists in Residence and CUNY Cultural Corps program. I'd like to note that at this same point in fiscal year 23 budget process, DCLA's budget was $154.7 million. At this stage, these figures do not include any of the one-time funding, such as city council initiatives, which are typically added at budget adoption. I'd also like to highlight that DCLA's executive budget figure does not reflect a PEG reduction. Mayor Adams exempted DCLA and the libraries from these budget reductions, showing just how much this mayor and his administration understand the irreplaceable value and importance of culture to our communities. It also reflects the strong advocacy and case that our sector helps to make for the importance of culture. The arts attract tourists, they uplift students, and they make our city the vibrant place that it is. We are proud to be a part of an administration that understands this and invests accordingly. Turning for a moment to DCLA's capital budget, we received applications for 106 projects at 90 organizations this year. As you know, capital funding for capital infrastructure is part of a close partnership between DCLA, the Mayor's Office, City Council, and the borough presidents. No other city in America invests in its capital community to this degree, and it's a public-private partnership that continues to produce extraordinary cultural facilities all over New York. Just this month, I was thrilled to join Chair Osei and Mayor Adams to help cut the ribbon on the spectacular new Gilder Center at the American Museum of Natural History. This remarkable space will not only engage and educate New Yorkers of all ages for generations to come, it makes it unmistakable that our city is moving forward and ready to welcome visitors from across the globe. The city was proud to provide more than $90 million in investment over multiple years and from multiple city leaders for this incredible space. And that's just the most recent example. We're excited to have a full slate of ribbon cuttings and groundbreakings coming up, from Greenwood Cemetery in Brooklyn to the Louis Armstrong House in Queens to the Afro-Latin Jazz Alliance in East Harlem to the Universal Hip Hop Museum in the Bronx and Snug Harbor on Staten Island. City investments continue to deliver world-class cultural spaces in every corner of New York, and we look forward to working with the council to continue to be a good member of this crucial public-private partnership. Turning for a moment to the Cultural Development Fund, the deadline for the fiscal year 24 CDF was last week. We received over 600 applications for support. Note that because of the new reforms, many CDF grantees, 653 in all, are in the middle of a multi-year cycle. For these groups, the renewal application is scheduled to launch by the end of May. We are still looking for panelists to help review CDF applications and make recommendations on which organizations will receive awards. The application to serve as a panelist is available on our website at nyc.gov/culture. Please share this among people in your district, those in the arts community that you might be thinking would be interested in serving. This is a critical program, and we certainly want all of the city council members to recommend people that they think would be great panelists that know their communities and know the arts. So, Councilmember Brannan, maybe some of your former band leaders might want to serve as panelists in this process. This year marks the 40th anniversary of New York's Percent for Art program. Public art makes our civic buildings and open spaces more vibrant, more engaging, and more reflective of the dynamic city they serve. Percent for Art has had a transformative impact on the city's public realm in the last 40 years. From mosaics in our city schools to innovative architectural interventions in our libraries to iconic sculptures that define how people relate to open spaces, we're proud of the deep investment in artists and artwork that the program represents. A new installation just outside City Hall. So when you were walking past City Hall to go through the back door now, you have a wonderful display of incredible art of over the past 40 years of some of the most remarkable public art programs that the city has ever seen. I encourage you all to check it out. There are dozens of public art commissions underway across the city. Among them is the monument honoring our great Shirley Chisholm, planned for the southwest corner of Prospect Park, Brooklyn, adjacent to the communities that our incredible Congresswoman served. After being stalled by the pandemic, this important monument is moving full steam ahead, and updated designs will be presented to the local community boards in the weeks ahead. Materials for the Art is alive with activity as usual. Earlier this month, I joined the executive director of the Office of Arts and Special Projects at DOE, Paul Thompson, and MFTA executive director Tara Sansone to flip the ceremonial switch on the first ever MFTA After Hours. This new initiative offers evening shopping hours for DOE educators. This expands access to this amazing group of people who are dedicated to bringing the arts into our schools by keeping the warehouse open until 7 p.m. past the end of the school day, first Thursday of the month, first Thursday of the month. So if you have incredible schools and teachers who are in need of art supplies, have a school play coming up, a science project, come to Materials for the Arts, make sure that they know about this incredible opportunity. This is something our educators have asked for, so we're happy that we could deliver it to them. MFTA has also been a crucial hub for providing supplies to the asylum seekers who continue to come to New York looking for shelter and safety. Just last week, the team at MFTA delivered desperately needed clothing and supplies to a shelter housing asylum seekers in Manhattan. The cultural community more broadly is also stepping up to help address this humanitarian crisis. Members of the Latinx Arts Consortium of New York, for instance, have provided a wide range of amazing programs and services for the newest arrivals to our city. During the holiday season, the Latinx Network conducted a clothing food drive, and Teatro Cia provided free performances for asylum seekers. El Puente has been actively supporting families arrived from Venezuela and Colombia with academic support, counseling, and arts-based enrichment programs for young people. Repertorio Español has been providing free programs for residents of the Skyline Hotel in Chelsea, sponsored by Councilmember Eric Botcher through a Cultural Immigrant Initiative allocation. These performances featured a bilingual puppet show called Hansel and Gretel and the Tooth Fairy. The list really goes on, but I'm deeply moved and gratified to know that our arts sector is stepping up in a major and big way to restore the humanity and dignity to the people who come to our country looking for a better life. Spring is in the air in New York City. The outdoor performance season is upon us. Free Shakespeare in the Park, River to River, Bricks Celebrate Brooklyn, Summer Stage, and Hip Hop 50, and many more will soon be filling our parks with music, performances, and crowds of joyful New Yorkers. Another important summer ritual I want to remind people of is the city's Summer Youth Employment Program, made so much greater by this city council. With Mayor Adams' visionary support for this program in partnership, we are looking to place 100,000 New York City youth in paid positions this summer. Last year, more than 90 cultural organizations hosted SYEP participants. We want to see even more cultural groups sign on this year. There is no better way to establish new connections with the unparalleled pool of talent that our city's young people represent. I was at Snug Harbor on Staten Island earlier this year, where an amazing young woman named Yolanda is now a full-time employee of their education department after having served as an SYEP participant. This program changes lives, and if there are cultural institutions that are in your district, we want them to participate and to be a host site this year. So cultural groups, please consider signing up. Visit www.nyc.gov/hire NYC Youth for details. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to answer any questions that you all might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate your testimony. Okay, let's get right into it. In the council's FY24 budget response, we called on the administration to support cultural organizations by adding an additional $50 million to the executive expense budget to support CIG's cultural institution groups, provide across-the-board grant increases for all Cultural Development Fund recipients, and to support the city's artists. Why do we think the funding was not reflected in the executive budget?
Well, as stated in testimony, the executive budget proposal does not include any one-time funding that is typically added at budget adoption. We look forward to working toward adopting a budget that continues to provide robust support for our cultural community. We are, at this time, very proud to have been exempted from the PEG. That allows the agency to continue with the existing programming that we are doing. And just want to add, last year was a record in terms of the level of investment that the Adams administration has supported the arts with, and we are continued to work in partnership with the administration and the City Council to continue to support the sector.
Okay, at the urging of the council, the administration added about $40 million at adoption FY23. Can you tell us why the $40 million added at adoption was not included in the FY24 budget?
Certainly, as stated in testimony, the executive budget proposal does not include any one-time funding that is typically added at budget adoption.
How many CDF recipients received additional funding, and can you tell me how they were chosen?
We are really proud of the CDF reforms and the new opportunities that opened for so many new cultural organizations. A portion of the additional funding was used to supplement baseline funding for orgs who received CDF panel recommendations across the board. Additional funding was also used to fund the Create NYC Language Access Fund. That's 55 organizations, as well as the Disability Forward Fund. That's 49 organizations. I'm also very proud that 608 orgs in low-income areas, plus organizations in zip codes identified as priority neighborhoods by the city's Task Force on Racial Equity and Inclusion, also got boosts. So this was really an opportunity to see equity at the highest level that this agency has ever seen.
What was the average increase received by each of the CIG members?
So for the larger institutions with budgets over 20 million, they received a 23% increase to their city operating subsidy, which is an average increase of approximately $764,000. For the smaller institutions with total organizational budgets under $20 million, they received a 50% increase to their city operating subsidy, an average of $421K. So the organizations with smaller budgets under 20 million, they actually received a 50% increase, which is really unprecedented.
So what was the threshold to determine those amounts? The operating budget?
The operating budget is how we determined which organizations would receive. So those organizations, the larger institutions, they received an increase of 23%, and it was based off their operating budgets.
Let's talk about capital equity. How is DCLA working to ensure its capital spending across the city is done in an equitable way? And could you give us a breakdown of DCLA capital projects by borough?
Our capital project, or capital program rather, is really one of the greatest in the country. We actually, as an agency, we are the largest cultural funding agency in the United States, including the National Endowment for the Arts that serves the entire country. So this is a really very robust program. It is a merit-based program. My capital team does an amazing job of engaging eligible groups with some of the best webinars in town. If you are interested in participating in our capital program, we strongly encourage you to participate in our webinars. They are very gift-filled, which I'm sure you would appreciate. We received applications from 90 groups this year and are carefully reviewing them now. We're proud of the investments that we have made around the city, such as in Greenwood Cemetery, Noguchi, Universal Hip Hop Museum, the Leslie Lohman Museum, Snug Harbor, and many more. Council and BP money are also critical investing in cultural groups equitably. So this is a real partnership in terms of the council, the borough presidents, and our agency in order to be able to develop full-scale projects that we're able to bring to fruition. So our partnership is critical, particularly for us to identify shared goals and ways that we want to see funding move forward. So we look forward to the continued partnership.
How much community input and public input factors into capital planning and decision-making for DCLA?
This program is very, very, very open to the public. It's an opportunity for people all throughout the city to put forward their capital projects. We have an opportunity to meet with stakeholders. We have an opportunity to talk with the cultural institutions and to really understand what their needs are. And so this particular process is one that is open to our cultural sector to be able to identify what are the capital needs. So much of it is based off of the needs of the audiences and expansions and growing audiences. So really, we're responding to the outcry from communities to say they want more of something, or they're participating in a festival and they need more space, or for an organization to be able to say we've outgrown our space and our numbers are dictating that. And so the ability for organizations to understand how their audiences are growing, what the demands are, how people have utilized and integrated their space, but also recognizing and bringing to our attention where there are gaps, such as we just cut the ribbon on the new Bronx Children's Museum. So that was really a community process where the Bronx Children's Museum was filling a need that the community was calling for, saying the Bronx does not have a brick and mortar cultural space. We need a cultural space for our community. The same with an organization such as the Hip Hop Museum. The Hip Hop Museum really grew out of a growing outcry from the community to say, we need an institution reflective of hip hop culture because it's so ingrained in the identity of New York City. This needs to reflect the broader community. So our goal is really to always listen to the community, to understand where there are gaps. We're really proud of the fact that we were able to allocate funding because the community from the LGBTQIA community stressed we do not have a cultural space that is indicative of our community, of our culture, of our history. We need a much larger institution to tell our story, to tell our history, and we're proud to partner with the New York Historical Society to do that work as well. So it's really a response to the city, our growing population, the growing cultural communities that are coming here from all over the world that want to see their culture reflected in the city of New York.
Tourism was obviously greatly impacted by the pandemic. Have cultural institutions seen a comeback to post-pandemic levels yet?
I would say from conversations with the field, calls on Culture at 3, it's exciting to say we're back, but we're not thoroughly back. Our performing arts venues are reporting less success in the way of saying that they are totally back. The absence of our international visitors, particularly from our Asian communities, have really impacted the bottom line of so many of our cultural communities. Globally, not everyone feels comfortable traveling to the city and otherwise. So I would say for our performing art venues, our theaters, independent theaters, black box theaters, our opera houses, they are not reporting full, we're back, but many of our visual arts organizations are reporting better numbers, but at the same time, we're not in a space where we can just say we're back and to move as business as usual. Our organizations still need recovery, they still need support, they still need subsidy in order to continue to get through this process. So we're not ever at any point gonna just take our eyes off of this and say, we made it, we've recovered, let's get back to normal. It's really an opportunity and a space to say, like, we need to continue to support and uplift all sectors within the arts community because they haven't come back thoroughly. And for so many, our arts organizations take on so many different elements of the need of cities, which is very different than any other place in the world. Our cultural communities are, throughout the pandemic, were COVID vaccination sites. They are now opening their doors to asylum seekers. They do food pantries like the one I just visited at the Queens Museum. They take on so much of the great work of New York City that we can never take our eyes off of the incredible work that they're doing and the need that they have to do that much more.
Okay, a couple more questions. I'm going to turn over to Chair Osei. The department's fiscal 24 budget provides for 55 full-time positions across all divisions. Could you talk to us about what's your full staffing level and what's your vacancy rate right now?
Yes, the agency is sufficiently staffed to operate our programs and initiatives. We are doing extremely well in terms of filling our vacancy rates. Our agency is actually overwhelmed with resumes for the positions that we do have available. And so I'm really proud of that because our agency has done an incredible job at promoting and interviewing. And I'm very confident in the upcoming months that we are going to fill our vacancies and we are going to be fully staffed before the end of the year. And so this is really a huge credit to our HR team, everybody within our agency. We are really operating on all cylinders and moving full speed ahead.
Quickly on council initiatives for CASA and SUCASA, could you tell us what percentage of the designations have initial payments been processed?
Give me one moment. For CASA, SUCASA, and Cultural Immigrant Initiatives, which I'm very super proud of because I helped to expand these programs when I was in the council, The percentage of the designations that have received initial payments is 64% for the Immigrant Initiative, 67% for CASA, and 89% for SUCASA has been paid out. So I'll read that number to you again. 64% for Immigrant Initiative, 67% for CASA, and 89% for SUCASA has been paid out. But I will also take this opportunity. We can process these payments so much quicker if by the end of the fiscal year budget cycle of this year, let's say even June 30th, all 51 council members put in their designations for all of these initiatives will allow us to get the money out the door quicker, processed, and into the cultural institutions and the schools where that funding belongs. If those designations come in November, January, February, it makes it very difficult for us to process very late into the year. So I hope that we can continue to work in full partnership to make sure that this is the year that we get the initiatives out the door as quickly as possible and really into the hands of the cultural organizations and the schools that desperately need the funding, including our senior centers.
Okay, final question about IDNYC. Can you tell us how many cultural institutions are currently participating in the program?
We have that number, but I will have to get back to you on that, but during the hearing. So if there's another question that you would like to ask at this time, I can ask that.
No,
and
that's
then
okay.
come back to that one.
I'll send a follow-up. I have a couple questions around IDNYC. That's okay.
Okay, we'll have those answers following Councilmember Chiose, Chair Chiose's question.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair.
Thank
you, Co-Chair, and hello again, Commissioner.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Very well. Glad to
Good.
hear it.
The department's projected fiscal 2024 budget of $157.6 million represents less than 1% of the city's proposed fiscal 2024 budget in the executive plan. The council advocated in the budget for additional $50 million for the cultural organizations, which is not reflected in the executive budget. And I know Co-Chair Brannan asked you about that, and you said that it would be potentially included in the adopted budget, or we'll have to wait further until seeing that. Does the agency believe that a budget that is less than 1% of the city's total budget is sufficient to meet the needs of the cultural community?
I want to just restate the fact that New York City's cultural budget is the largest cultural budget in the United States, including that of the National Endowment for the Arts that serves the entire United States of America. And I also want to add that Mayor Eric Adams, in the last budget cycle, despite the fiscal crisis that we were facing, doubled down on his support for the arts, did not subject us to a cut for the last 2 budget cycles, and actually passed the largest cultural budget in the city's history during one of the toughest fiscal crises that we've ever seen. And so because of that, I believe that this administration is demonstrating that they understand the power of the arts, they understand how important the arts are to the recovery of the city, and while many agencies across this city have taken significant reductions to their budgets, our mayor recognizes that the arts are going to be key to the success, the survival, and the growth of New York City during this very challenging time.
So I hear you on the mayor recognizing the importance of culture, but as an advocate for our cultural institutions and organizations, do you believe that this budget, this proposed budget, is sufficient in terms of the cultural allocation for our cultural organizations, our groups, our community as a whole?
Very fair question, and I remember asking it when I was on that side of the aisle. What I would say is that during this very challenging fiscal time that we're living in right now, given the situation that we are facing in terms of still existing within a very real COVID pandemic, and also at the same time recognizing our responsibility in welcoming asylum seekers to this country, and more specifically to this city, We're in a very precarious financial time right now, and I believe that the mayor's investment through the negotiation process has exemplified that he is supporting the arts at the highest level that is possible given the precarious nature of our fiscal crises right now.
And I appreciate that answer, and definitely want to acknowledge that, yes, New York City is the largest cultural funders when it comes to cities in the United States of America. But when you compare New York City's cultural budget to, a Paris or even a Florence, right, we see a deep investment within the cultural institutions and organizations within those cities, not just because of the historic preservation of culture that exists there, but because of the investment and output that culture has when public funds are invested within those systems. So I hope that here in our city we can replicate some of those models, amidst the financial hardships because of how essential culture is in our economic growth.
I just want to add to that. I share what you're talking about because I too have studied abroad in Italy, studied abroad in France, studying those countries very specifically, and so much of it is what gave me the inspiration to create the Museum of Contemporary African Diaspora and Arts, right? Studying how those cities utilized art and culture to at times revitalize their communities, like in Bilbao, Spain, where they created the Guggenheim Museum and based an entire economy around that, but also recognizing in cities like Italy, where they have the opportunity to attract tourists from all over their world because of their investment in art and culture. But here's the difference. 22 years old, I have a graduate thesis, and I want to create a Museum of the African Diaspora in Brooklyn, New York. And I just want the ability to see my dream come alive. That desire and ability that a 22-year-old can have in New York City does not exist anywhere in the world. The entry point to be able to create a hip-hop museum, an El Puente, a Pregones, a Caribbean Cultural Center, an Asian American Arts Alliance, the ability to be able to create a Louis Armstrong House, the ability to have an idea and say, I want to create a Brooklyn Ballet or a creative outlet dance company. That entry point and a space where 1,300 organizations can be funded by government, and that you have the ability to enter into that cultural world through a panel review process that happens every year that determines that almost 1,300 organizations can receive funding through a competitive panel review process. That it's not the same organizations that have been funded for the last 50 to 100 years that always are the tried and true that governments have said, these are the organizations that we're going to fund, but that we have an opportunity to have entry points for many different cultural organizations, different communities, BIPOC-led organizations, cultural communities. You will not find the level of BIPOC-led cultural institutions being supported at the level they are being supported at anywhere in the world but New York City. And that's essentially what makes this country a great place.
And I totally agree with you there. And I think we are in agreement in terms of the fact that, we have the best culture in the world.
Yes, we do.
But at the same time, many of our organizations, especially these BIPOC organizations, are still struggling to get by, right?
That's
Even
right.
with our historic investment last year, that was, the tip of the iceberg in terms of the amount of support that these organizations, need. So I appreciate a lot of the work that this agency is doing, and also what my colleagues are advocating for in terms of a deeper investment into culture, because our cultural community needs a lot more help and assistance in terms of staying afloat.
And I'm right there with you. And I don't want to be perceived here as suggesting that I am the protector of no more funding for arts and culture, right? I certainly believe in that. But at the same time, because I have fought for that on that side of the dais for so many years, we also have to understand that in the midst of the financial crises that we are facing right now, this administration is funding and supporting the arts at the absolute highest level. And the benefit from being on the agency side is your ability to really see how different agencies are grappling with making significant cuts in that way. And so I want that to be noted in that way, and also to understand that many agencies throughout the city of New York also have art and cultural programming embedded within their agency, such as the Department of Probation's NEON program that takes place all throughout New York City and headquartered in Carnegie Hall. Those are programs that are operating and functioning. The Brooklyn Museum is also in partnership with the Brooklyn DA's office to make sure that they have a probation deferment program to make sure that young people, instead of going on probation, can fulfill that obligation at the Brooklyn Museum of Art. So many other organizations, or excuse me, agencies are doing cultural work as well that's not credited in our budget, but also the Department of Education, which we are in partnership with, have a very robust art program and have a significant arts and education budget within their portfolio that is also lifting up organizations in that way. So there are many organizations and agencies that are doing the work in this way, and of course we would all like additional funding to do more with, but at the same time we have to be very cognizant of making sure that we are moving forward in a way that's fiscally responsible, that's recognizing that we are in a challenging fiscal time and moving forward collectively and together. And so much of what we're successfully able to do is when the council and the agencies move in partnership together.
And I appreciate having you as a ally in this fight for more funding for culture, and your insight in terms of being within the administration now while being on the council side prior. I hope that there is some advocacy or work being done in terms of maybe looking at some other agencies where there are larger allocations for overtime pay that could be reallocated into something like baselining our culture budget or increase in cultural funding, because of how the investment in culture provides an output that outweighs the investment when it comes to our economy. So glad to have you in this fight with us.
Thank you.
Another question that I have is, how was the one-time allocation of the $40 million to the fiscal 2023 adopted budget split between the SIGs and CDF organizations?
So for those organizations that are have budgets over $20 million, those organizations got an increase of 23%.
Okay.
So organizations with budgets over 20 million got an increase of 23%. Those organizations with budgets under 20 million got a 50% increase.
Okay. So it was the same rubric. That was the rubric used for both SIGs as well as CDF.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me answer that question again. What was your question in regards to SIGs or for the
so
CDF?
how was the one-time allocation of the $40 million to the fiscal 2023 adopted budget split between the SIGs and the CDF organizations?
Same answer.
Okay. And within the SIG, DCLA tiered the restoration. So as you said before, the institutions with total organizational budgets under $20 million received a 50% increase to their subsidy. How many SIGs fell in this category, and what was the average increase in the subsidy amount?
Give me one moment.
Yeah.
We'll get back to you on the exact number because I don't want to give you, I have a roundabout number, but I don't want to give that to you right now.
That's fine. And last year, SIGs in outer boroughs have said that they received a decrease in funding, even with the one-time administrative addition. How much more funding will DCLA need to achieve borough parity?
So we don't actually fund on the CDF or capital side by borough. So it's a merit-based program, and it's a merit-based program where we receive applications from all 5 boroughs, and we review those applications in a merit-based panel review way as far as it pertains to our CDF process. So through that process, Organizations, if 3 organizations from one borough submit an application, but 100 organizations from another borough submit applications, we have to review them equitably and equally. We can't say that we're going to give so much more to the 3 organizations than the 100, because there are parameters in which we fund, such as budget size, such as the quality of the program. All of these different factors play into how an organization is funded. But what I would suggest on so many levels is for all of the city council members to suggest panelists from their borough to be a part of the panel review process. Becoming a part of the panel review process is one of the most powerful ways to add your voice to lived, shared, and experienced knowledge of the cultural sector. I had an opportunity to meet with Councilmember Carr, who also served as a panelist in the DCLA's panel review process. I was also a panelist before I became a city council member. So the ability to sit at the table, to read the panels, to speak of your borough's knowledge in terms of experiences of what you know on the ground is happening within a cultural organization it cannot be described. It cannot be measured. It's one of the most powerful ways for an organization to be well represented in the panel review process. So it's really up to all of us to make sure that the panel review process is as reflective of the city of New York as possible. And that, in many ways, helps to create borough parity.
And is there a breakdown of demographics for the CDF and grant panelists for this year or in prior years?
There is not a breakdown in the way that you're asking that question, but what we do know is that 82% of BIPOC-led organizations received an increase to their baseline funding as a result of the new CDF reforms that we just launched. So again, I'll say 82% BIPOC-led received an increase to their baseline funding, and that is a critical number.
Would the agency be open to publicizing or reporting on demographical breakdowns of what those panelists, of who those panelists are on a yearly basis?
We'll have to check that through legal to see if that's actually permissible, if we're able to disclose the racial demographics of those that are reviewing the panels and making those determinations. So we're open to it, but we will look within our legal counsel to see if that's actually legal and permissible.
And whether it's racial, sexual orientation, gender, location of where those folks are coming from.
Can you say that again?
Yeah, it doesn't just have to be, racial demographics, but, sexual orientation, gender, region of the city that they're coming from as well would certainly be helpful.
I think that's an incredible question. We will certainly take all of those different aspects that you're looking at and to see if we can actually report out on that.
Awesome, thank you. How has this funding, the $40 million additional allocation last year, been used to expand equity within the cultural community?
Something that I'm really proud of that I actually didn't create and I inherited, which is pretty phenomenal, is our language access program. So as a result of the cultural plan and many different programs and the voices of the advocates, we now have a language access program. We have a disability program, language access, and a cultural equity program within our agency. And those are a result of funding and support that was allocated to the Department of Cultural Affairs. And it's through those programs that we're able to increase accessibility to our cultural organizations. It also informs many of the applicants that disability access, language access, cultural equity are the pillars of what this agency represents, and that we want to see more of that in all of our cultural spaces just by having the fund to do so. So when applicants fill out their application, they can see that there are questions asking about language access, disability. So if they hadn't thought about it before, the actual application promotes that these are pillars to the Department of Cultural Affairs funding.
Thank you. And what is the CDF budget for fiscal 2023?
I want to give you the exact number. And you want to know for fiscal year 2023?
Yes.
Mhm. So for fiscal year 23, the CDF budget is exactly $58.5 million. For fiscal year 24, the CDF budget currently is $28.5 million.
And that number is lower because we're hoping to see an additional amount of funds once adopted, correct?
At adoption, as well as an incredible and amazing and deep partnership with the City Council.
And hopefully some more advocacy within the admin too, right?
That's right.
Terrific. And how many multi-year recipients got renewed funding in fiscal 2023?
Give me one moment.
Mm-hmm.
And in the meantime. Of all 1,300 CDF applicants were reviewed by panels for funding in fiscal year 23. 653 organizations that received a 2 or 3 year award in fiscal year 23. Just over 400 received 1-year awards. So essentially what that means is 400 applicants received 1-year awards. So during the pandemic, what the Department of Cultural Affairs did, we just continued to renew everyone's multi-year grant, no matter where they were in the process. Last year was the first year that we brought all of the applicants back all at the same time. But in order to have a tiered multi-year program, not everyone can get a 3-year multi-year grant at the same time, or else we wouldn't have a cycle. So 400 organizations were given an opportunity to have a 1-year grant. And so this year we've had, I believe it's 653 organizations received a 2 or 3 year award in fiscal year 23. So that we would have a cycle of approximately 400 at a certain point. The goal would be for approximately 400 to be coming back every year. Because last year was a challenging year for the agency to review almost 1,300 grants at one time, proposals at one time. But this time, less are coming back, and then hopefully the next year, less will come back because they will be in the multi-year cycle.
Can you produce a breakdown of which groups received funding and the difference in award amount for these groups between fiscal year 2022 before the reforms and fiscal year 2023 after the reforms?
Ask me that once more.
Can you produce a breakdown of which groups received funding and the difference in award amount for these groups between fiscal year 2022, which were before your reforms, and after the reforms in fiscal year 2023?
Chair Osei, the answer to your question is that that data is already available on Open Data now for FY22, and it'll be available for FY23 shortly.
And just generally speaking, since we're, was there like an overall theme that was implemented through these reforms where you saw a dynamic shift between, those who were awarded in 2022 to those who were awarded in 2023?
Every year that you come back to the agency for review, there's no guarantee that because you received funding from a panel review process, that you will receive funding from a different panel review process the following year. There's also no guarantee to say that because you were awarded funding at this level the previous year, that you would get funding again the next year. So every year that an organization presents, they are in a competitive field with new organizations that may have never applied to the Department of Cultural Affairs before. And so a new organization that's applying to the Department of Cultural Affairs for the first time will be reviewed with the same applications that might have been awarded funding from the Department of Cultural Affairs for the last 50 years. And they stand equal before the panel. And so that is really one of the ideologies of the reforms, is that everyone that is coming has an equal opportunity at the table to be reviewed and awarded a grant by a panel of their peers. And so that's the huge shift within this process. And as a result of that change, we have 125 new organizations that have been funded as part of the Department of Cultural Affairs grant review process that had not been funded previously. So that's a huge number. That's probably one of the largest numbers of new organizations to be received, to receive an allocation. In addition, as we stated before, it's 125 new organizations, and of the organizations in total, 82% that are BIPOC-led received an increase to their baseline funding, which is really extraordinary.
And do you have an expected date of when the fiscal year 2023 data will be available on open data?
It'll be available shortly. The other trend that we wanted to highlight for the committee is that the floor for awards was increased from $5,000 to $10,000. So if you were a smaller group and you had been receiving a CDF award of $5,000, the minimum in FY23 was $10,000. And that's why equity was really at the heart of these reforms, because if you're a smaller group and you need that money to get by, that increase of doubling from 5,000 to 10,000 made a significant impact on your organization.
Absolutely. As you know, Commissioner, the cultural community is calling for $50 million baseline funding for DCLA, $40 million to be baselined, and $10 million to address disparities and close gaps faced by BIPOC organizations and small organizations. Will it be feasible for DCLA to use this $10 million for capacity enhancement and building and operational support to ensure more BIPOC and small organizations are financially set and uplifted to properly run their organizations and serve their communities?
We can always do more with more. We are proud of our record funding this year and exempted from the PEG. In this year's CDF, we provided boosts for groups in low-income communities and for groups doing work and language access and Disability Forward Fund. I'm looking forward to working toward adopting a budget that continues to provide robust support and ensuring that this support is invested equitably in our communities.
With the arrival of asylum seekers, it may seem like the city needs to invest their funds and resources into housing, social services, education, and healthcare, as well as culture. But culture can be seen as an afterthought. In your words, how can the cultural community be a resource in aiding the city with the arrival of asylum seekers?
As mentioned in the testimony, the cultural community has risen to the occasion in unprecedented and very remarkable ways to welcome our asylum seekers here in New York City. As I stated, organizations such as the Queens Museum are still providing food through their food pantry. Many organizations are providing cultural programming that's happening on site in their spaces, or they are actually going to hotels, as well as other spaces where asylum seekers have found shelter. The other thing that I'm really proud of is Materials for the Arts, which is an arm of the Department of Cultural Affairs. Materials for the Arts is actually partnering with MOM, and what we are doing is and this is really extraordinary. There are so many films that take place here in New York City, and after those films are completed, there are warehouses of wardrobe and clothes that traditionally had just been discarded. As a result of this partnership, we are now able to take those wardrobes that are often discarded or not utilized again, and we're able to take those clothing items and we're able to distribute warehouse worth of clothes to many of the asylum seekers in different spaces. We have a partnership right now with Kate Spade, who's just donated a series of clothes and all kinds of different items that we are now distributing to asylum seekers. So there are many between the films, between the breakdown of those, as well as partnerships with many different clothing designers. We are now able to, on a regular basis, distribute clothing to many of the asylum seekers in shelter in many of the spaces where they have found shelter throughout the city of New York. So the cultural community has stepped up in many ways, from distributing clothing to food distribution to cultural programming and welcoming many of the asylum seekers here.
And despite the end of COVID, our culturals are still feeling the impact of the pandemic, with visiting levels below pre-COVID, as you indicated in part of your testimony, and many organizations are not receiving as many donations as before. Even larger organizations are receiving less funding than before. Because of this, our culturals, as I said before, are in a dire financial situation, with some organizations being forced to lay off staff and cut down on programming or operating hours. In your words, will $50 million be enough to sustain the cultural community and to help them recover from the impacts of COVID, or is more needed?
I certainly hear you. I see it every day. Cultural groups are still struggling with the after effects of the pandemic, as so are many sectors. We are proud of this all-time city investment, nearly $250 million. Currently, Mayor Adams exempted us from the PEG, another meaningful investment and signal of support. The city can't address these needs alone, need all levels of government, private sector, as well as more grassroots supporters to show up for our cultural community. And we're seeing great things happen on this front, but of course, more is needed.
So yes.
Of course, I mean, I would say that we want to see more investment. I'm saying yes to my answer. I want to say that I'm saying yes to my answer, but I certainly hear you. I believe that Mayor Eric Adams has not just talked about the importance of art and culture, but again, he has shown and demonstrated by investing in art and culture at unprecedented levels. And I believe that that level of support is the greatest show and demonstration of not only an interest, but a strong belief that art and culture is at the center of New York City's recovery from the pandemic, as well as addressing the asylum seeker crisis that's happening in our city right now. He has recognized that the arts are a key partner in making that a reality.
Thank you for that answer, Commissioner. And, you know, to break the fourth wall a little bit, even though, you know, we're not on TV, we can make this happen. We could really make this $50 million, you know, increase, this baselining happen. I know with your, you know, I know you believe in it. We need the mayor to believe in it too, and I know he supports culture, and I know that the fiscal future of New York City, you know, is looking bright. But this is a small, you know, investment into something bigger. You know, I know we understand that. I know you and I do, and many members of the council do. Really help make this happen. We would really appreciate that. There's no doubt that New York is one, if not the cultural capitals of the world. Yet according to the cultural community, many artists and cultural workers are leaving New York due to lack of work or affordable housing. With artists leaving, we are risking not only a loss of culture, but also a loss of economic opportunity in our city. How can DCLA support artists and cultural workers to ensure that they do not leave New York?
Certainly, the affordability crisis is one of the greatest crises to happen and impact our arts and cultural communities. In recent years, DCLA has dramatically increased funding for our borough arts councils, putting money directly into the hands of the artists. Just today, I was in Brooklyn at the Made in Brooklyn opening in Industry City, where so many artists are now able to sell their work at Industry City in the Made in Brooklyn art space. It was really a phenomenal opening. But I would say that programs like the City Artists Corps, funded with federal dollars, was another lifeline to artists. And we need to address the long-term systemic issues facing our communities. This administration has demonstrated and shown and has touted that we are the Get Stuff Built administration, and it's a bold three-pronged strategy to tackle affordable housing crisis. It sets a moonshot goal of 500,000 new homes to be built or sustained in New York City. Many of the issues facing artists in New York City are facing everyone in New York City. So the affordability crisis isn't just impacting artists. However, we know many artists are double rent burdened, having to pay for both home and studio workspace. So we support many of our constituents' artists in residency programs and affordable workspace projects, and we want to continue to build on these efforts. But we are in partnership with this and recognizing that the affordable housing crisis is one that certainly impacts the arts and cultural community, and certainly one that we want to continue to work with. As a city council member, one of the programs that I was really interested in was to partner with our local arts councils so that they can be promoters of affordable housing opportunities within the boroughs that we exist in, so that the arts community is prepared, that their applications are worked on collaboratively and collectively, so that when these affordable housing opportunities become available, that we have partners on the ground ready to train, assist, and help our arts community fill out those applications that might be very intimidating for many to actually participate in.
Thank you. And I have a couple more questions before turning it over to my colleagues. In your testimony, you mentioned a former SYEP participant, Yolanda, who was able to get full-time employment with Snug Harbor. Describe how culturals play a role or a huge role in workforce development, especially for our youth.
Well, I, as a former SYEP participant, when I was 15 and 16, participated in summer youth employment, and it was an incredible opportunity. We have done a lot of advertising and promoting, trying to get as many cultural institutions as possible to participate in this incredible program, and we certainly need your help and support. You all know better than anyone the cultural organizations within your community. It would be great if you all were to send emails to your cultural partners and say, we really need you to sign up for the summer youth employment, because that is really the greatest opportunity to train the next generation of cultural leaders. As you may or may not know, different from the summer youth employment program, but prior to running for office, I interned at the Brooklyn Children's Museum, the Brooklyn Museum, the Met, the Gray Art Gallery. Like, I just was so involved in that. It certainly led at a certain point for the opportunity for me to start my own museum, but also to understand the inner workings of government once I became a city council member as it pertains to the arts. So arts organizations, if you are watching today's hearing, and I know you are, please make sure that you do not just see this as a passing ask. This is a real ask that we want you to sign up to become a whole site for the summer youth employment. There's no better way in order to realize the goals of diversity, equity, and inclusion, to train up the next generation, and to make sure that we have the next line of arts administrators, artists, and creatives working within the cultural sector, trained with hands-on experience right within our cultural institutions. We're the cultural capital of the world, and if we don't train up the next generation of young people, we are not going to continue to hold that cycle and that title. So it's important that we make sure that we have as many of our cultural institutions participating in summer youth employment, because 100,000 young people is a very large number, and we do need as many cultural partners as possible to meet that goal. When I first entered the council in 2014, there were only 28,000 slots available for summer youth employment. So we have gone from 28,000 to 100,000 in less than 10 years, and we need to make sure that we have the cultural institutions in place to train that next generation.
Great. And the last question I have is according to a UPenn study from a couple years ago, culture has a huge role in improving public safety. In your words, how does culture work to increase public safety in our communities, especially for our youth?
I know Councilmember Hanks has a lot to say on this particular subject as Chair of Public Safety. The presence of cultural assets correlates with improved public safety, health, and educational outcomes. It's really, to me, one of the great public safety strategies in the city of New York is providing opportunities for cultural programming in every school, in every cultural institution, in every community, in every neighborhood. Open Streets is also an incredible opportunity for that as well. When young people have an opportunity to have cultural programming within their school, within their cultural institution, it's shown and demonstrated that we have safer cities. And so I really just want to continue to raise up organizations and partnerships like the NEON program, the partnerships that the Brooklyn DA's office is doing with the Brooklyn Museum. These are really very powerful programs, but it's also important to remember that there are so many programs that are happening in our boroughs, but particularly in Black and brown communities that are culturally specific, that really feed right into the heart and souls of young people in terms of their ideas, their energies, and we need to make sure that all of us collaboratively and collectively recognize that when we provide a young person with a paintbrush or an instrument, or we provide them with an opportunity to participate in a play or theatrical production or evening programming on the weekends, we are actually literally taking guns, knives, drugs, and all of those things out of their hands and placing them with opportunities. As I always say, we can't continue to tell our young people to say no to everything without giving them the opportunity of what to say yes to. And I'll just close in saying, one of the things that I was very proud of with the Bedford Union Armory project, now known as the Major Owens Community and Recreation Center, is that we infused it with athletic as well as artistic, but as well as cultural competency programming. And in that community, within 1 year, the last reported attendance rate was 40,000 young people in 1 month visiting that space for programming, for athletic training. And when you provide young people with a space to go to, they will go. So it's important that we recognize that we have to provide those types of partnerships and spaces for our young people so that they can have those types of opportunities.
Actually, I have one more question before I turn it over to my colleagues. If you were to, no relation to what we're talking about here, but if you were to hear the number 50 million, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
When I hear the number 50 million, when I hear the number 50 million, I think about when I was on that side of the aisle, demanding, asking, and fighting for that level of funding, for it to be an increase to our budget. And now as I sit on this side of the table and I think of the number 50 million, it's not a number that I just think of, it's a number that I look at and try to see how can it fit within the existing budget, not only of the Department of Cultural Affairs, but of all of the agencies throughout New York City. And when we all have to sit at the table and look at our prospective budgets and how we're going to be able to shore up the city, and in those meetings, it's determined that DCLA will be exempted from the budget cut. And when I understand that we're going to be exempted from the budget cut, and I'm sitting with my other colleagues who will not be exempted from the budget cut, and we have to make tough decisions in a very tough budget cycle and crises, I understand things at a different level than I did previously. I understand that every agency is making really tough decisions about what they will be able to execute and what they might have to put on hold, or how it's going to impact their budget to have that level of cost savings. So it's really important on our end, and it's an eye-opening experience to see the full table in terms of what it takes to actually operate and run the city in a way that is fiscally sound, responsible, and understanding that we all have a role to play in ensuring up the city during this very precarious time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Co-Chair?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We now have questions from Brewer, followed by Carr.
Thank you very much. I was glad you came to the American Museum. I was there also, in addition to everybody else.
It was wonderful to see you.
Okay. Number 2 is schools. So under the Bloomberg administration, when I was here, there was a blue book, and it listed all the programs, the cost, and so on and so forth. So my question to you is, what way do you keep track of the work that DOE is doing or should be doing? Are there any benchmarks, et cetera? In other words, we all want arts education, but I do worry, understandably, if we have understanding, literacy, math, and so on as a priority, the arts get lost. So are you allocating any funding? Is there any funding that is allocated to make that assessment?
So our agency doesn't have the funding or the authority, if you will, in that way, to review the Department of Education's budget and how much that they are actually spending on arts education within the Department of Education. So that would be more of a top-level assessment and budget ask. DOE releases their annual Arts in Schools report, and that is essentially what you're discussing in terms of that level of funding and understanding the level of programming, but we don't have the ability to review, advocate, or assess Department of Education's
No, I understand that,
budget.
but I mean, Kate Levin used to do that. She used to advocate. I do think that's something that you should look at, because it is not the first priority, understandably, of DOE.
Right.
Too many schools don't have music. I could
That's
go
right.
on and on. You can't, I don't see how you can go to school if you don't have music. So I would suggest that in addition to all your other activities, that you make that a priority. What is the arts activity and budget in the schools, and who does or doesn't? We can do it too, but it should come from the Department of Cultural Affairs. So I would love to see you do that.
We will certainly love.
It has been done in the past. It would not be a first.
Would love to sit with you, would love to sit with the committee to discuss that further and also to talk about it with DOE, definitely to bring it back to the administration and say that this is a request of the city council that we'd like to work with.
Number 2, vacant stores. There are a lot of them, and if we get rid of the smoke shops, who knows? There'll be another 1,500. I hope so. So I put Shoshama in a vacant storefront. It makes a huge difference. So my question to you is, what are you doing in terms of thinking about the vacant storefronts, the streetscape? Obviously, Shoshama and other organizations, Art for the Ave, are examples of what should be hopefully helping us with our streetscape. Do you have any budget for that, any thought about that, et cetera?
Well, as it pertains to the streetscape, and we'll start with the latter part, we've been having a lot of conversations and communication with DOT in terms of their Open Streets program, and they revitalizing the city of New York through the DOT's Open Streets program. I believe the deadline for the next round of applications, I believe, is June 2nd.
That's for an open street. That's
Right.
not for a vacant store.
Right, when you were saying like the streetscape, that's
I
what I was
understand
talking
that.
about. But in terms of the vacant lots,
Vacant
the
stores,
vacant
vacant stores,
storefronts, we are actually in communication with HPD in terms of talking about larger plans with EDC, HPD, in terms of discussing what will be the strategy and the plan. But as a granting organization, we don't actually have control, obviously, as you know, over the storefronts. What we do have control over as an agency and what we can fund is if an organization submits a grant through the CDF process and says that this is a storefront space that we are interested in looking at, that we would like to provide programming for, we are absolutely in a position to have a panel review process of that application to determine if they can utilize that storefront for funding from the Department of Cultural Affairs. It's certainly permissible, but there would have to be another agency in order to say that these storefronts are going to now be utilized for a different purpose. We are going to ensure that these spaces are either made for cultural use spaces or that somehow there's some sort of program that would make those spaces below market rate. And to make those spaces below market rate would be the only way that many of those arts organizations would even be able to afford to actually take over those spaces to utilize
I'm telling them to be free. I'm just saying this could be done. The one I found, it's free. I got it free, and they need space. You know, they want to do it between new storefront renters. So there are ways of doing it. I'm letting you know this administration says we are not in silos. Well, you know, a little bit people are in silos. So I'm just saying is a conversation with SBS and others to say, we have, I don't know, thousands of vacancies in the city of New York, drugs, scaffolding, garbage, et cetera. So the question would be, what can we do to enhance them? And that would be a cultural opportunity. So I'm just throwing it out there.
Want to let you know as well, as you mentioned scaffolding, when I was on that side, we passed the scaffolding bill, which is going to ensure that scaffolding going up in the city of New York is now going to have art placed on that scaffolding to bring about a more attractive construction site.
Okay.
But that's only one step in many. But I do think that the idea that you spoke about in terms of bringing together all of the different
owners
agencies.
of buildings are asking me about this now because there are so many vacancies. So think about it. I'll think about it. I'm just throwing it out.
Now, let me just ask you, the space that you said that you got for free, did you get that through Gale Brewer Magic, or did
Gale
you get
Brewer
that?
Magic.
Got it.
And I
Wanted
will
to see if there was a
continue to using
program,
more
or was there the
Brewer
Gale
Magic.
Brewer Magic? I got you.
All right. The other thing is the CDF process. It used to be that the council, the borough president, who's on that panel now? Is it peers primarily, peer dance, peer theater, peer so on? So there's no, I've been on it many times.
Right.
So it is, now it's all peers. Is that what I would call peers?
It is peers, but emails have been sent, and I have stressed and doubled down on it. Emails have been sent and phone calls have been made to each of your offices to ask for you to participate and to suggest individuals that can sit on the panels to make sure that it is a fair and equitable process.
Okay.
So I remember before I became a council member, I too sat on a panel. I think it's an incredible experience.
I read those goddamn proposals
That's
many
right.
times.
That's
I
right.
know them very well. Okay, Lower Manhattan Cultural Council. So my understanding is, as you mentioned earlier, the councils are getting opportunities to get money and give it out. I will just warn you that I think because of maybe time constraints, they're not necessarily checking sufficiently with the people to whom they're giving the money. I mean, this is just a Manhattan. So people are, like a group just complained to me that they got a cultural group. It might be a good group, but it doesn't fit that cultural. So
Give me an example.
I will give it offline because I don't want to
Okay.
mention. But I'm letting you know they need to spend some more time doing the match. Something to
Okay.
think about.
Okay.
Thank you. I could go on, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Gail. Councilmember Brewer. Thank you.
Carr, followed by
Gail
Hanks.
is fine.
Thank you, Chairs. Commissioner, always a pleasure to see you.
Always.
Thank you for your continued partnership with us in council, and in particular our borough delegation in Staten Island. I know the FY23 CDF breakdown won't be on open data until, I guess, the near future, but do you have a borough breakdown as compared to FY23 and FY22 that you could share with us at this time?
We don't have a borough breakdown in terms of organizations that applied to the process, and I'll explain to you why. The challenge that we face within the agency is that many organizations that are based in one borough may be based in one borough, but are doing significant work in another borough. So you could have office space in Queens because that might be quite affordable, but you're doing the bulk of your work in Manhattan. Or you could be a performing arts venue and you could have a dance studio, but you find it better to have rehearsal space perhaps in Brooklyn, and then you perform someplace in Manhattan where it's more expensive and rehearsal space is less expensive in the what's known as the outer boroughs, right? So it's really very difficult for us to be able to say an organization that may serve communities in all 5 boroughs, where do we credit that organization in terms of a borough breakdown? If you're located in Staten Island, but you're genuinely doing the work in all 5 boroughs, where would we credit that in that way? Or if you're doing rehearsal space in Staten Island, but you're performing in Queens, so it's very difficult for us to be able to say which borough is receiving how much in terms of cultural CDF funding as a result of that.
I think it would be helpful for us to know where groups are headquartered, for lack of a better phrase. But I want to move on to the process, and
Yep.
Councilmember Brewer raised it already. As you said earlier, I was a panelist, and when I participated as a panelist, I participated in a particular borough panel. I didn't participate in any citywide panel. So
Correct.
for the process that we're going to have for the coming fiscal year, will there be borough-specific panels, or will it be citywide panels based on the sizes of budgets or the sizes of organizations?
The panels right now, as we are reviewing them, so there was a change and a shift. So the panels are reviewed based off of size of the organization, because we wouldn't want the Met competing with the Bronx Opera Company. Two very different scaled organizations, very different in size and scale, very different budgets and very different development departments, right? So we are now doing panels based off of size, but we are also doing it in terms of medium. So the dance panels are with the dance panel, the performing arts is with the performing arts, the visual arts museums are in the museums and visual arts. So the thought from the reforms in terms of what came out of the reviews was that panels would be stronger if they were divided by size, but that we actually had experts in the dance field reviewing dance proposals, that we had experts in the field reviewing museum proposals. So you could be in a borough panel and you could be on that panel and maybe your medium is dance, but now somebody's coming to you, a proposal's coming to you that's an expertise in visual arts, and maybe you're a chamber music guy, right? So now you're the chamber music guy having to review a visual arts proposal. So the thought was from the field that visual arts panels should be reviewed by peers that are from the visual arts community. And so that's the major shift in terms of how this was done. But what I will say, we're in process right now. That was a, what's the word? That was a pilot. And so this year, we're taking the lessons learned, your feedback right now, and we're cultivating a process in terms of hearing what you're saying about the need for borough expertise, but also understanding the medium expertise, as well as also understanding the size. So it's been done many different ways, but I think we're learning the lessons from all the different ways that it could be configured and coming up with a stronger process. The applications just closed Friday. We are actually looking for, actually closed last Tuesday. We are looking for panelists at this very moment as we're reviewing, but also shifting and changing how we're going to review proposals.
Okay, well, just a brief latitude, chairs. I think that in order for there to be borough equity in these decision-making processes, you have to have borough-based panels, because my experience is that when that is not the case, it is usually at the expense of outer boroughs and representing an outer borough and outer boroughs moving forward. I just have concerns about a day when Commissioner Cumbo is not at the agency and I'm not where I am, that the process is going to tilt away from Staten Island-based and even Southern Brooklyn-based institutions. And I'm concerned about that. And the only way to ensure that those folks are getting a fair share of the citywide pie is if we know up front that they're going to be getting a certain amount for each borough and that they're going to be competing with peer institutions in the borough for their share of the pie in their particular home areas.
Let me just say, from the opportunities that we've had to sit and talk about this issue to your words here today, they are not lost on myself nor this agency. We are hearing you loud and clear, and we receive it. And I think that your perspective is very important, because these hearings ultimately should be opportunities for us to speak about issues, challenges, ways to improve, and ways that we can better partner. So for everyone on the panels, I certainly receive and hear that, and really take it as a constructive way of making the agency stronger. As you said, not just for now, but for future generations as they're coming up, that there will be that level of equity embedded into the process because of the work that we're doing right now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, chairs.
Councilmember Hanks, followed by Stevens.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I am so happy to have you here today.
Thank you.
I remember as an executive director doing Unique Glow, you were at the Brooklyn and Prospect Park, and I'm like, wow. And so to be sitting here and being here, it's truly a privilege and an honor. To have you here, the Department of Cultural Affairs is very lucky to have you as a commissioner and advocate. And on behalf of the Staten Island delegation, we are happy to have you as a neighbor and a resident of the Forgotten Borough. So my question is a little bit similar to Councilmember Carr's question when it comes to equity, but it's from a different perspective. Our district, the 49th district in particular, has the bulk of the cultural institutions, and the 49th district is the most diverse district in Staten Island. But unfortunately, we have issues with board makeups and an inclusion in leadership to where the board does, or the leadership does not really reflect the diversity that we have within the district. And so why does that matter? The diversity and equity and inclusion on board levels, on employment levels, really speak to how they're going outside of the box and actually making sure that if this organization offers great services and great programs, that they're capturing that piece of the pie. When it's very insular, you have this kind of rotating of the same programs, the same folks, and not really coming out and seeing what the city has to offer to Staten Island. So my question is, how do we improve that? Is there a mechanism of not so much grading organizations, but encouraging organizations or having some sort of capacity building? You spoke a little bit about it when we talked about SYEP. SYEP is the beginning, it's the capacity. As a graduate of LaGuardia Music and Art, the arts is everything. I started my whole artistic career in Snug Harbor at 8 years old. But how are we getting the word out to the community at large? How are we taking those young people, giving them work experiences at the Heritage Farm or at Richmond Town or the Staten Island Museum, and encouraging them to one day take jobs or be, is the leadership looking for diversity to kind of mix up and shake up their existing makeup so that they can have a diverse group of programs that they may not know about because they continue to be insular in Staten Island. So I know that you've gotten, I just wanted to say that on the record, that's one of the sticking points for me, and how could we help make that difference? And thank you.
No, I thank you so much for that, and it is great to be a neighbor to you. We actually live across the street from each other. So I just want to say that when I was in the city council, myself, Councilmember Steve Levin, Councilmember Brad Lander, led by the chair, Councilmember Jimmy Van Bramer, worked very hard in terms of passing the cultural plan. And the cultural plan essentially was a document that was called for to answer the very question that you are raising here today. And so out of the cultural plan, particularly as it pertains to where we do have actual authority and leadership, it pertains to the DEI goals. So organizations, and I need to get you the written documentation in terms of what the DEI goals were for the cultural institution groups, as well as organizations beyond, is we really wanted to have a level of diversity and to incentivize the opportunities for there to be greater board leadership reflective of the communities in which they serve, as well as greater opportunity for staffing and to create a pipeline of programming for that. So the CUNY Cultural Corps was established prior to that, but also with the idea and the goal of creating a pipeline of cultural leaders through the CUNY Cultural Corps program. That's critical. Cultural institution groups, many of which do reside in Staten Island, do have to provide written documentation in terms of documenting where they are in their DEI goals as far as board membership as well as staffing, and that is required as a result of the cultural plan. But I have found in my experience, both as a cultural leader but also as a city council member, that essentially a lot of that happens with the ability to be able to have sit-downs with the institutions that you're most focused with, but also you participating in the process of identifying great cultural leaders, people that you know can contribute on so many levels to these institutions, and sitting down and having those conversations and making those recommendations or making those introductions, rather, to say these are some really incredible people in the community that would be interested in service to your organization. So I feel like the opportunity to be able to create those spaces and to make those introductions are really important. But of course, at the end of the day, the onus is on those institutions to do the work and to do the homework. And I believe the more that we continue to discuss this in public as well as in private forums, and the ability to make those introductions and the ability to have it documented through written documentation and reports on their DEI status and goals is a very effective way to address the issue.
Thank you so much. One more comment, Chair, please. Thank you. So I agree with you, and actually that has been expressed to me. And one of the things that I said was, you know, part of being a part of this process is actually digging into the community and actually finding those folks for yourself, because you maintain this bifurcated space where you're asking people to give you diverse folks when that's part of the process. And so I think it's a little bit of both. And that was actually my answer to, they were like, well, can you find some folks for us? And I'm like, well, if you show up at this place and this place, you might be able to meet some folks. And that further integrates you into the greater community, so you become part of the fabric, that they're not grafted on in some kind of like, you know, okay, now we have some diversity, but when it's done holistically, when it's done organically, then it really becomes part of the DNA of the cultural. So, but I really appreciate it, and I hope that we'll be working on that together in the future.
I think something that I've seen, although it's not progress at the level that it should be, or where we would even anticipate that it would be, but I remember last year at the Juneteenth celebration at Snug Harbor, just the emotional connection and outpouring of support that so many African American, African diaspora people coming to Snug Harbor for the first time for a Juneteenth celebration was like a breakthrough and huge. And I think in that moment, in that exchange, it really highlighted the need on so many levels that people felt that they wanted to have that ownership level at Snug Harbor for that event. And with the new leadership and the new director really opening up, she was recently hired to say, this is absolutely your space, I think creates an opportunity to say, like, this was great, but it should be so much more. I believe I'm going to Universal Temple of the Arts, having their jazz festival there this weekend. So I feel like there's a lot of exchanges happening, and looking forward to there being more exchanges that lead to staffing and leadership and board development that also anchor the goals that you're talking about. Thank you.
Okay, we are a half hour over, so let's try to keep it moving. We have Councilmember Stevens, followed by Barron for final question.
My question will be quick, so don't worry.
There you are.
Hello.
How are you?
Yes, I'm in the corner today. You're looking quite fabulous.
Thank you. You as always.
Let's make sure we got that on the record. Just really quickly, that's important. I know we talked about the Children's Museum in the Bronx, which we're so happy to have, and it was so great seeing you.
It was so great seeing you.
We had a time.
With Judge Sonia Sotomayor,
Mayor.
First Lady Jill Biden, at the Bronx Children's Museum for the opening. It was unreal.
Yeah, it was great, and those young people are going to remember that for the rest of their lives.
That's right.
But I had a question around just like the becoming a CIG, because I know the Bronx Children's Museum has been having trouble around that. And I'm not sure if they got their CIG status yet, or we're still working on that. But just thinking about, especially an institution like this that everyone's really was rooting for and really wanted to come to life, trying to understand why it's taking so long or why it took so long to get their CIG status. And could you talk a little bit about that process?
So the Cultural Institution Groups is comprised of 34 organizations. The most recent that was added to the Cultural Institution Groups was Weeksville Heritage Society. And as a council member, I, along with members of the City Council, the Black, Latino, and Asian Caucus, we advocated for Weeksville to become a part of the Cultural Institution Group, and an organization had not been added to the Cultural Institutions Group for over 30 years prior to that. And so this is a program that was created essentially for organizations on city-owned property. So the organizations that are part of the Cultural Institution Groups, like the Met, like the American Museum of Natural History, Studio Museum, El Museo, they are on city-owned property. And that city-owned property gives us an opportunity to fund and support those organizations. But what happens in the Cultural Institutions Group is that it's essentially an expansion of the baseline of the city's budget. And so when an organization is added to the Cultural Institutions Group, as was the case for Weeksville, the budget and the baseline has to be expanded. This is a process that can happen, but during challenging fiscal times, such as the one that we are in, it is a challenge to be able to expand the Cultural Institutions Group to add additional organizations, because essentially at a time when we are asking organizations to do cost savings, for another agency to say, we are not doing cost savings, but we are also expanding at this very we are also looking to expand, is sometimes a challenging argument to make. However, the argument can still be made, but we also have to be mindful of the economic challenges that we're facing at this time, as the city has been incredibly supportive of the Bronx Children's Museum in terms of a major capital investment to make sure that the building was built and created, funding that comes through the CDF program, and many of the initiatives that the City Council have provided a strong level of support for the Bronx Children's Museum, but also we need to continue to advocate for other avenues in the private sector as well. So I certainly received the question, have asked the question, and understand the challenges in this particular time, why it may be a difficult, process to try to achieve at this given time.
Yeah, I hear you, and thank you for that response, and understanding around the financial difficulties, but also thinking and understanding that the cultural institutions actually bring revenue into the city.
That's right.
People come into the city to go to cultural events, to go to those places that you just, like the Met and the museums and the plays and all, they come here for that. And so I think that for us to say like, oh, well, we can't expand because of this, those are the attractions. And if these cultural institutions at any point said, you know what, we're going to close for the winter season or the holiday season, the city would lose millions of dollars. And so we have to make sure that we understand that, and also the cultural institutions understanding their power and the importance in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. I thank you so much for your question, for raising it.
Final question from Councilmember Barron.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
My concern is how the theaters of color, how much money are they getting? Straight talk, I don't have all that other flowery stuff. Just how much money are they getting now? Because they've been struggling for a long time, and we never get our fair share as it relates to white institutions, particularly the big ones, BAM, Carnegie Hall, and also Sisters Place. I remember the mayor said in his debate, you know, on TV, what place do you like going to relax? Sisters Place. Well, did he give any money to Sisters Place? Mm-hmm. And what's happening with those? And then I'd like to set up a meeting with you, because there are two, and you might know one of them. They have these African artifacts in Brooklyn that are incredible. I think you know what I'm talking about. They had something at the Restoration, but we gotta find more than $1 million in the show at Restoration. The capital money, I remember Bloomberg, when he was in, he gave $100 million to a group to set up a Shakespeare, theater in there. So they had $100 million for that. But when it comes to our groups and our organizations, We don't get that kind of money. When we get something and people say, well, I did do this with the Theaters of Colors, or I did do this, and it's really chump change compared to what's really in the budget. So if you can give me any updated information on what's happening with the Theaters of Color.
So I first want to start off by thanking you. I remember being the executive director of MOCADA and hearing your testimony along with then Assemblymember Inez Barron and the late great Ruby Dee and Ozzie Davis and many others. It was an extraordinary time because we saw, I just spoke with former Councilmember Dominic Recchia.
Right, he was.
Right? He explained to me how, I mean, and I knew it, but how great just recently the process was that you set up the Theaters of Color program, which had never been done before, to allow 8 theater organizations to receive funding through that particular initiative. Now, why that's so important is because you set the groundwork and the framework for the Theaters of Color initiative to exist. When I came in the city council, I wanted to see the work that you had done built upon. So I was able to take, I believe the initiative began at $800,000, and each organization got approximately $100,000, which they had never received that level of investment before. At this current time, I was able to expand the Theaters of Color initiative from 8 organizations to 54 organizations. So there are now 54 organizations that are receiving Theater of Color initiative. The original 8, at this point, their numbers have increased significantly in terms of the amount of funding. So every time a new organization comes into the Theaters of Color initiative, we always make sure that the baseline of organizations that initially started this work are given the opportunity to have an expansion of that funding. And it's only through the work of the City Council are they able to increase that level of funding for the Theaters of Color.
Do you know the number?
We're going to get you the actual number. I'm imagining, and I hate to imagine, I believe the number is about 3.5 million. I believe it grew from 800,000 to approximately 3.5 million.
I'm just wondering if we can, because we have to get that higher, because even though that was a good achievement, you know, the need now is even greater. And then on the capital side, some of the capital money, whether it's from the $164 billion 10-year capital plan of the city, if we can get some of these institutions in property that's renovated or newly built, as Bloomberg did for the, what do you call it, Shakespeare piece, some of that, if that can happen, it'll be. But I want to set up something with you to talk about some other ideas I have, particularly with those groups.
I want to continue just to answer the questions. So the other question that you raised was in regards to Sisters Place.
Oh, right, yeah.
Right? I too love Sisters Place and am a frequent visitor of Sisters Place with my dad. But I want to ensure, and you may know this at this time, if Sisters Place has applied for a CDF grant, they would be in the application pool for this cycle. So it's really imperative that our organizations, and through you and the work that you're doing in the community, to make sure that those organizations apply every year. We do the outreach, we do the letting organizations know, we do the webinars, we do the marketing and promotions, but you know and I know, sometimes organizations need that personal phone call from their council member to say, hey, I just want to remind you that this application for our office is going to be, I think it was February 15th, for the Department of Cultural Affairs, it's going to be this date, that it really requires a lot of that. As it pertains...
I'm sorry to cut you, because I know time is tight.
Yes.
But I know the process, they know the process, but I'm looking for something a little different, you know, where you sit down with a group and we can really see how we can get a place that they could own or that they can have, and not the regular, you're correct about the programmatic process, but the same way Bloomberg did that Shakespeare, to get big capital money so they don't always have to struggle every year to knowing whether they're going to be able to stay in a place or not.
Right.
just to get on a bigger level. But I'd like to set up a meeting with you to talk some more about that.
Would love to have that conversation because that is certainly a cultural treasure and we have to make sure that it exists. And as far as Mr. Edwards, Eric Edwards, incredible opening. I believe his opening is going to be happening this year, perhaps June of this year, which is one of the largest African art collections in New York City. Councilmember Osei and myself have had an opportunity to see that collection. We are invested. We have had many meetings, and he, as well, I hope, is applying at this current time for those capital dollars. I know he has state funding to open the process for the building right now, and he's working with the architect Rodney Leon. So there is an opportunity now that he has that space in restoration for us to do real investment within the organization.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner, thank you so much. We look forward to working with you over the next month and a half as we negotiate the budget.
That's it? I was just warming up.
Yeah, we are way over, and we have NYPD next. So.
Thank you so much, Chair Brennan. Thank you so much, Chair Osei, for your incredible leadership. I see so many of my colleagues and friends here, so I thank you all so much for your testimonies and for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take a short break, and then we're going to hear from NYPD. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. We're ready to begin the third and final hearing of the day, day 8 of executive budget hearings, focusing now on this New York City Police Department. I'm Justin Brannan, council member, and I chair the Committee on Finance. I'm pleased to be joined by our speaker, Adrian Adams, and Councilmember Camilla Hanks, chair of the Committee on Public Safety. We've been joined so far today by council members Juan, Caban, Brooks Powers, Barron, Sanchez, Brewer, Holden, Areola, Hudson, Farias, De La Rosa, and Schulman. Welcome, Commissioner Sewell and your team. Thank you for joining us today to answer our questions. But before I go any further, I want to invite Speaker Adams to give her opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Finance Chair Brannan and Public Safety Chair Hanks, for holding today's executive budget hearing, where we will examine the mayor's fiscal year 2024 executive budget for the New York City Police Department. I want to welcome you, Commissioner. Good to see you as always, and your team. Welcome. NYPD's fiscal year 24 executive budget is $5.31 billion, which is a decrease of $131 million from the fiscal year 24 preliminary budget and $220 million less than the fiscal year 23 adopted budget. The NYPD's budgeted headcount for the fiscal year 24 executive budget is 569 fewer positions than in the FY23 budget at its adoption. The police department's executive budget includes a $210.3 million reduction for FY24 from the Program to Eliminate the Gap, or PEG. As I noted in our preliminary budget hearing for the Committee on Public Safety, I remain concerned about the NYPD's routine practice of overtime spending. As of April, the department had spent approximately $715 million on overtime, which is $263 million and nearly 60% more than the $453 million budgeted for overtime in the adopted FY23 budget. The budget is not a suggestion, and despite pledges to rein in the repeated pattern of exceeding its budget on overtime, there have been no tangible changes to more efficiently manage spending within the budget. The fiscal health of our city depends on responsible budgeting, and we owe it to New Yorkers to deliver an accurate budget that reflects their needs. Public safety relies on us making holistic investments that help prevent crime and violence, rather than solely responding to them. This requires a wider set of investments into communities that address root causes. The Council has been focused on delivering holistic and proven safety solutions for New Yorkers. Police accountability is also critical to public safety and must not be seen as disconnected from that primary objective. When accountability is lacking for misconduct, New Yorkers are more vulnerable, more skeptical, less safe, and less likely to take steps that help contribute to safety because of broken public trust. As a city, we must make the necessary policy changes to eliminate discriminatory policing and misconduct with the same vigor that we seek to stop all violence against our communities, and that requires accountability. This requires different actions by the NYPD and investments in the city's Civilian Oversight Board, which has experienced underfunding that hampers its core objectives. These outstanding issues must be addressed. Commissioner Sewell, we look forward to hearing from you about the NYPD's budget and efforts to make our city safer, your agency more accountable, and the overall trust and partnership that is intended and needed for the benefit of all New Yorkers. Thank you very much. I turn it back over. I turn it into the hands of Chair Hanks.
Thank you, Chair Brannan, Speaker Adrian Adams. Good afternoon. I am Councilmember Camilla Hanks, Chair on the Committee of Public Safety, and welcome today's public safety hearing joint with the Committee on Finance, where we will discuss the New York City Police Department's fiscal 2024 executive budget. Public safety is crucial for a city to thrive, and the police department plays a critical role in that effort. NYPD's fiscal year 2024 executive budget is $5.3 billion. This budget supports 35,000 uniformed officers as well as 14,500 civilian personnel. In this plan, We see the introduction of new needs as well as adjustments for fiscal years 23, 24, and the out years. We appreciate NYPD's work in finding areas to cut spending and its meeting to the program to eliminate the gap target. Today, I hope to learn more about the department's budget priorities for fiscal year 2024, including diving into the changes in the budget since we last met in preliminary budget hearing in March. I'd like to welcome Commissioner Sewell and her top deputies to our hearing today. And I also just want to take a moment to thank our committee staff, our financial analyst, Owen Katowski, unit head, Jack Story, policy analyst Chad Benjamin, senior counsel Josh Kingsley, and counsel Jeremy Whitman, my director of legislation David Pena, and my senior advisor and director of budget Paul Casali. And with that, I will hand it back over to Chair Brannan. Thank you.
Okay, we've also been joined by council members Joseph, Williams, and Velasquez. Just to set the table, on April 26, 2023, the administration released the executive financial plan for FY 23 to 27 with a proposed FY 24 budget of $106.7 billion. NYPD's proposed FY 24 budget of $5.31 billion represents 5% of the administration's proposed FY 24 budget in the executive plan. This is a decrease of $131 million, or 2.41% from the $5.44 billion originally allocated in the preliminary plan. This net decrease is mostly due to spending adjustments on Uniform and School Safety Division personnel service, uniformed hiring delays, and the recognition of the DC-37 collective bargaining agreement. My questions today will largely focus on the recent labor agreement with the PBA, the hiring delay, and department funding sources. I'm now going to turn it over to my committee counsel, Mike Toomey, to swear in our witnesses.
Good afternoon. If you raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer councilmember questions? Commissioner Sewell? Deputy Commissioner Ryan? Chief of Department Madry? Chief of Staff Chernyavsky? Thank you. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Speaker Adams, Chair Brannan, Chair Hanks, and members of the Council. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss with you the Mayor's executive budget for 2024 fiscal year. It is a privilege to testify before the Committees on Finance and Public Safety about the hard work and professionalism of the dedicated members of the New York City Police Department. I am joined today by members of my executive staff who will assist me in answering your questions. Each and every day, members of the NYPD, uniformed and civilian, whether the executives you see before you or the officers on the street, start their tour with a clear vision to keep New York safe. Having emerged from the pandemic, New York is vibrant again. It is pulsating with life, with opportunity and prosperity. Our sidewalks and subways have become crowded, and our restaurants are thriving. Tourists are flocking to our landmarks and cultural events. Each of these developments are incremental votes of confidence in an improving public safety picture in New York City. So it is incumbent upon the NYPD to continue to foster an environment that allows every community in this city to flourish. It is about people feeling safe to walk our streets no matter the time of day. Entrepreneurs having confidence in renting commercial space and working together to create an atmosphere where our children can learn and succeed. It is about New Yorkers knowing that they can freely enjoy everything this city has to offer. Like many of our partners in city government, we have been doing more with less. Our uniformed headcount is nearly 34,000, and our civilian headcount is 16,758. But we have experienced a reduction of over 2,500 police officers and about 1,700 full-time civilians since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have not, however, received fewer requests for service. The NYPD responded to over 700,000 more 911 calls in 2022 when compared to 2019, and nearly 530,000 more 311 complaints. At the end of April, 911 calls were up by 6%, and requests for NYPD services from 311 were up over 5%. New Yorkers are reaching out and calling for NYPD services in larger numbers. Yet daily efforts by the women and men of the NYPD remain steadfast despite our significantly reduced headcount. This year, overall arrests are up over 20%. Felony arrests are up over 16%. We have made over 1,450 gun arrests this year, on top of achieving a 27-year high in this category last year. And 2,269 additional firearms have been taken off our streets, in addition to the over 7,100 seized last year. As officers address quality of life conditions, the issuance of criminal court and oath summonses are up by nearly triple digits. We remain focused on delivering our quality of life promise to all New Yorkers. We are partnering with communities to clean and paint over graffiti staining our neighborhoods, joining forces with other city agencies to assist those living on our streets to find shelter and services, working with retailers to secure their businesses, and delivering a visible police presence at corridors used by children walking to school and employees commuting to work. Last year, we issued 258,000 summonses to vehicles with covered or obstructed plates, arrested nearly 4,200 drivers for forged or altered plates, and seized 7,520 cars that had fraudulent paper plates or were parked illegally while displaying temporary or paper plates. So far this year, we have already issued over 103 summonses to vehicles with covered or obstructed plates, arrested over 1,400 drivers for forged or altered plates, and seized approximately 2,300 cars bearing a fraudulent paper plate or were parked illegally while displaying a temporary paper plate. We are also conducting educational outreach to put the auto parts stores throughout the city to help us ensure compliance with legislation that you recently passed that prohibits the sale of plate covers. Addressing these issues is a daily focus for the NYPD, which includes joint operations with our Highway Patrol Unit, the Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority, the MTA, the State Police, and the Sheriff. New challenges have also arisen. The proliferation of unlicensed cannabis shops has affected nearly every neighborhood and precinct in this city. While recent changes in these laws as part of the state budget appear to be encouraging, the cannabis sold in these establishments is not inspected or certified in the way that legal cannabis is, and has often been contaminated with impurities, heavy metals, salmonella, E. coli, and pesticides. In partnership with the Sheriff's Office, we have conducted more than 1,200 inspections of these establishments, have taken enforcement action where appropriate, and will continue to explore opportunity to attempt to curb illegal cannabis sales. Over the last year, we have increased our efforts on efficiency. As part of a comprehensive staffing analysis that was launched in 2022, the department audited positions in each of its bureaus and identified those for civilianization and redeployment. To date, we have redeployed almost 1,000 officers, the equivalent of 2 police academy classes, from administrative positions back to patrol duties. Just as other city agencies and all other law enforcement agencies have experienced attrition and recruitment challenges, we have pivoted existing resources back into our core crime-fighting mission. Additionally, significant attention has been paid to improving the department's organizational and operational structure. Where we have been able to act on opportunities quickly, we have done so. And we have also engaged in the longer-term work of consolidating bureaus, divisions, and units to ensure agency efficiency. Even in the face of some of the challenges that I have just mentioned, the efforts of the women and men of the NYPD are yielding real benefits for New Yorkers. Year to date, 5 of the 7 categories of major crime are down. We have witnessed declines in homicides, rape, robberies, burglaries, and grand larcenies. In addition to the double-digit reductions from last year, shooting incidents have decreased by 25% year to date, and shooting victims are down by 24%. And significant declines are occurring when it comes to hate crimes and shoplifting complaints. These positive trends have also touched the transit system and our housing developments. In our NYCHA developments, shootings are down over 28%. In the subway system, major crime is down, driven by decreases in robberies and felony assaults, resulting in an over 8% reduction in major crimes. This is all occurring as ridership level in the system reaches pre-pandemic levels. At the end of April, subway ridership surpassed 4 million riders, a first since the pandemic. This reflects increased rider confidence in the safety of the subway system, resiliency in the city's continued economic recovery, and proof positive in the investment of deployed police personnel. While I have discussed how the agency has become more efficient, the hard work exhibited by our personnel also requires the use of overtime. We welcome inquiries and scrutiny into our use of this necessary tool to ensure efficiency. That is why I personally scrutinize the use of these funds and continuously push for reductions where it is feasible. The department continues to focus on managing its overtime utilization to ensure it is used efficiently, while at the same time ensuring there are no negative impacts on public safety and the provision of core public service. When compared to fiscal year 2019, excluding protests and enhanced transit coverage, we are projecting a decrease in city-funded overtime hours of 4%. This is being driven by successfully reducing event overtime by 11% and operational overtime by 15%. Overtime continues to be an essential and critical tool in maintaining public safety, as it allows for additional deployments where and when necessary and where they are needed the most, including to reduce crime and enhance investigative capacity. Specifically, use of overtime includes detectives working overnight to interview a victim or witness, to follow up on critical leads, and to make sure justice is delivered for crime victims in this city. Officers working extra tours to increase our presence on the subways. Personnel coming in on Sundays to make sure that the thousands of annual events and millions of spectators in the city are safe. This is time that our dedicated members are spending away from their own families and friends, and instead working to keep the people of New York City safe beyond the confines of a typical work schedule. I mention this consortium of progress, efficiency, and challenges to highlight a major point. While the current public safety picture is improving and encouraging, I am forced to ask how much better could we all be doing when it comes to public safety? What more can be done to drive down violence and crime in every neighborhood? If we were at our true, full head count, how much safer could New York City be? We want to again attain the historic crime decreases that this city achieved nearly 5 years ago and reach a higher level of excellence. This ideal, however, is dependent on a fully resourced and well-trained police department. If we cannot achieve this, then our collective public safety goals will suffer. There can be no substitute for adequately funded public safety and a healthy and properly compensated force of officers. That is why I want to praise and thank the Police Benevolent Association and the city for participating in a good faith and forward-looking negotiation to hammer home our officers' groundbreaking new contract. Our police officers will receive a long overdue pay raise, which will help us both with recruitment of new officers and the retention of our existing officers. Closing the pay gaps between the NYPD and other police departments will make it easier for your officers to stay with the NYPD. I am also encouraged by the focus on our officers' health and wellness. It is my hope that the 10 and 12-hour tours that we have begun to pilot in 4 commands will make great strides forward in this respect. We anticipate this new tour structure to result in significantly more days off for our officers to spend with their families without cutting into overall patrol coverage, while also remaining cost neutral. The goal is to give the department a surge in personnel during peak crime hours in patrol, transit, and housing commands, such as school dismissals, rush hours, and Friday and Saturday evenings. This restructuring will also help us compete with more flexible or alternative work schedules seen in the private sector, enabling us to recruit the best possible candidates. We also enhance public safety in this great city by being at the forefront of technological innovation in law enforcement. The NYPD leads when it comes to being at the cutting edge and beyond, and Mayor Adams has vocalized the commitment to continue to go further. We must not shy away from committing resources to this end. Like other technologies that we use, we must carefully balance the use of technologies with the rights of individuals. However, we cannot allow fear tactics about the potential for misuse to be a barrier to embracing innovation. For example, in order to combat car thefts, we are working with the Association for a Better New York to leverage the use of Apple AirTags to identify and notify the police about stolen vehicles. The association has donated the distribution of over 500 AirTags to the public. This can be a useful tool when investigating the theft of an automobile. As part of this initiative, the department has convened meetings with auto dealers to aid in the distribution of these devices. As I am sure you all saw, we have revived the Robot Dog program, or DigiDog, as some call it. And we will be acquiring 2 such remote-controlled robot canines. These devices will play a vital role during high-risk situations, such as hostage or barricade scenarios, by allowing us to assess the situation and to attempt to de-escalate before an officer even needs to approach, or during large-scale events which create hazardous conditions, such as natural disasters, terrorist attacks, or a building collapse. We have seen the advantages that remote-controlled drones and other robotic devices have given us in many of these high-risk scenarios, so there is simply no reason not to enhance our existing capabilities. At the same time, we are also piloting technologies to provide mobile camera coverage in the subway system and to tracks and to fleeing vehicles with the goal of reducing vehicle pursuits by our officers. Our greatest multiplier, however, has always been and remains our willingness to partner. We stand committed to forging as many relationships as we can to gain the faith and the trust of the people of our city. We leverage partnerships in many ways to combat crime, such as our deepening partnerships and coordination with the ATF, the FBI, the state police, streamlining the sharing of critical information and strategies to investigate and prosecute shootings. We've partnered with the Departments of Homeless Services and Sanitation in the Street Cleanup Encampment Removal Task Force to keep our sidewalks clean and, most importantly, as the mayor has made clear, to connect people with the services they definitely and desperately need. A more recent and critical, but perhaps less well-known partnership we have deepened is with the Department of Aging. In order to combat crimes against the elderly and tailor appropriate services, the NYPD has been sharing crime data involving victims who are 60 or older with the Department of the Aging so that their older adult centers can better focus their attention and resources. Next month, each precinct will have designated community affairs officers to serve as a direct liaison with the Department of the Aging on matters involving local elderly victims of crime, and our respective agencies will be partnering on training initiatives. The most important and satisfying partnerships are the connections we make every day with New Yorkers. We could not do our jobs without their input and assistance. We hold monthly Build the Block meetings and regular meetings with restaurant and bar owners in each precinct, among many other community meetings. I understand that at the highest levels of leadership, we have to connect at the local level, which is why I began holding our executive staff meetings in precincts and community spaces throughout the city and not in one PP. After the meetings, we have our senior leadership walk the area and interact with members of the community, going into the neighborhoods, talking to store owners, talking to business owners, and meeting people where they are. We have launched our groundbreaking CompStat meetings to the public as well. So far, we have held 2 community CompStat sessions at police headquarters, which had over 300 public participants. This will become a regular feature of the NYPD's ongoing commitment to transparency and engagement. Turning to the mayor's executive budget and its impact on the NYPD in the coming fiscal year, in totality, the NYPD's fiscal year 2024 all funds expense budget is $5.3 billion, the vast majority of which, 91%, is allocated for personnel costs. The remaining 9% is dedicated to non-personnel costs, including technology that provides officers with immediate access to critical safety equipment, tools, and applications. As part of this executive budget, the NYPD reached the 4% PEG target. The NYPD, this has equated to finding city fund savings of more than $200 million each year. In order to achieve this, funding reductions were taken in several areas, including existing vacancies, salary accruals, additional revenues, and other than personal services. As a result, the NYPD city funds budget for fiscal year 2024 has been reduced by $5.05 billion compared to $5.3 billion in fiscal year 2019 and $5.28 billion in fiscal year 2020. For the current fiscal year 2023, the NYPD received partial funding for the Domain Awareness System and Mobility Initiative, $27.6 million, 1 year only, and an overtime adjustment of $44 million, also for 1 year only. Funding was also added for leases and collective bargaining for DC 37. Due to timing, this financial plan does not yet account for the recent PBA collective bargaining, which was added to the city's budget centrally. The department's 10-year capital budget is $1.6 billion for fiscal years 2024 to 2033. This funding is critical for facility construction projects, such as the 40th Precinct Station House, the new 116 Precinct facility, and a renovated firearms training facility. This department will continue to work tirelessly to drive down crime, improve the quality of life, and earn the trust and confidence of New Yorkers. When it comes to advancements in crime fighting, community, connectivity, embracing technology, and enhancing training, no police department in this nation has been more successful than the NYPD. I know that this success will continue because of the incredible women and men who patrol our great city every day. And we are grateful to be moving ahead with this crucial support from the mayor and this council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to hand it over to the speaker for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome again to all of you. I'm going to go ahead and jump into our favorite topic. We would sing it, but some people up here can't sing. So let's go ahead and talk about overtime and the overtime control plan. Procedure number 202-29 of the Patrol Guide, effective date January 23rd, 2023, outlines the responsibilities for the Command Integrity Control Officer, or the ICO. According to the department's Patrol Guide, ICOs should develop and maintain, quote, a comprehensive overtime plan which includes an audit and review process. Can you describe the ICO's role in developing and maintaining comprehensive overtime control plans at the precinct level?
Overtime is monitored at multiple levels in the police department. Our ICOs play a crucial role to ensure that there are no abuses of that overtime, and when such happens, that they are immediately addressed. They are tracked by supervisors and a number of bureaus, as well as DCMB, Quality Assurance, and our Professional Standards Bureau, along with our Personnel Bureau. I can ask to talk about how we also monitor with the Chief of Department.
Good afternoon, Speaker Adams. Just specifically about the ICOs. The ICOs, they're at command level. They look at all the officers in the precinct. They make sure any programmatic overtime we have, we try to distribute it fairly to all the police officers as best as we can. And they make sure that there's no abuse overtime, that when they have arrests, that they follow the procedure so the arrest is done timely. When they have late jobs, to make sure that their late jobs are done in a timely manner as well. And this is some of the things that the ICO look at to try to help at the local level to make sure that overtime is controlled. And as the Commissioner mentioned, we have other layers that look at overtime as well.
Okay, thank you. What is the audit and review process like for these overtime control plans?
Well, again, the ICO, they do their process. The ICOs usually send it to the borough commands. So each precinct will do their audit. They'll send it to the borough commands, and then the borough commands will take a look at it. And then eventually it'll work its way up to the Chief of Patrol or the Chief of Housing, Chief of Transit, depending on what bureau it is. And then they'll review it as well. And if we see any discrepancies, we bring them down and we find out what's going on and we make the adjustments.
Considering the divergence between budgeted overtime and actual spending, does the department believe that these overtime control plans are working or that the audit and review process is sufficient?
We do. One of the things that the Commissioner mentioned in her testimony was that when we look at the overtime hours and we look at where we are compared to where we were before COVID, so sort of the last year where we didn't have a lot of anomalies in our budget, we are down 4% when you exclude the protests and the unique enhanced transit safety. So we're focusing on all areas of overtime, and where we're seeing a lot of progress is on, as the Commissioner mentioned, our events overtime, which is the hours are down 11%, as well as our operational overtime, which is down 15%. So when you look at that, but then you put that in the context of answering more 911 calls, more calls to service through 311, more arrests, more investigations, we're actually doing quite well in managing that overtime, which is a critical resource. And on top of that, we are down 2,500 staff over that same period of time on the uniform side. So while we do look to deploy as much as we can on straight time, which is also part of the civilianization effort, where we're having more officers out on the streets so we can maximize that straight time deployment, overtime is a necessary part of our budget to make sure that we can do those investigations in a timely fashion, to make sure we can respond to those 911 calls, to make sure there's continuity of service. So we look at all of that to make sure we are balancing and prioritizing public safety while at the same time keeping in mind the fiscal health of the city.
I don't think that there's a question about overtime as it's necessary in other agencies as well, but there is a context here when it comes to the amount of overtime. How many ICOs are there for each precinct? Is it just one per precinct?
Okay. The ICO is a lieutenant in every precinct. Bigger precincts may have an assistant ICO, which is usually a sergeant, and then ICO will have like an assistant.
Okay, thank you. Does the department believe that responsibility for overtime control and scheduling should be designated to a non-supervisory position rather than commanding officers or direct line supervisors? And why would that be, or why not would that be?
I would say that the person who is best able to monitor whether there is an abuse of overtime, if an arrest is taking longer than it should, would be a person who's in a uniformed supervisory member who can best say what's necessary and what's not necessary. And I think our supervisors are achieving that.
Okay, thank you. Let's take a look at the planned events and overtime, as you referenced in your opening statement. At the preliminary budget hearing earlier, the department testified that it had focused on decreasing the number of hours of overtime for planned events by 14% from fiscal year 2022 to fiscal year 2023. Recent data suggests that the department has been successful in reducing overtime for planned events from $56 million in the first quarter to $20 million in quarter three. However, these decreases have been offset by increases in overtime for other categories, including new arrests. Overtime for this year may be the highest it's ever been, and there's no relative change between how much is spent between quarters. How will the department address the fact that overtime reductions in some categories seem to lead to increases in other categories?
I'll turn it over to the Deputy Commissioner in just a moment. But as we saw when we addressed the crime picture, our arrests are up, our summonses are up, our case clearance rates are up, and in using the overtime to be able to bring justice to victims, to interview witnesses, to make sure that we are able to hold people accountable, overtime has been used in those areas to conduct those investigations and put patrol in the street and people in our subway system so people see a visible presence there as well.
Nothing to add to that? Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to a couple of other categories, and I'm going to try to be expeditious in my questions because I know that my colleagues, as always, have a lot to talk about. When I chaired the Public Safety Committee 2 years ago, the council passed legislation that required the NYPD to conduct an independent review of the work of its Equal Opportunity Division, or EEO, from October 2017 to October 2020. A division designed to prevent and investigate harassment and discrimination in the workplace. At that time, the division was led by someone who was later fired for comments that were described as racist, misogynistic, anti-Semitic, and homophobic, the very things that the EEO works against happening in the workplace. And I believe that we all remember him as being labeled Clouseau. The division leader was terminated in 2021. However, a contract with an independent vendor to review the work under that leader has not been executed. The external consultant will have 30 days to publicly post a summary of their findings and make recommendations to remedy deficiencies found in the EEO's work and cases that will need to be reinvestigated. The police commissioner will then have 120 days to post a description of actions taken or to be taken in response. Where are you in finalizing a contract to hire a vendor to conduct this review?
So I'll turn that over to Deputy Commissioner Ryan, but we have been in negotiations and back and forth with the vendor to conduct that review, but I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Ryan.
So as the commissioner indicated, we are actively negotiating that agreement. Once it's in place, and the services will commence, and then of course, as per the legislation, once they have completed their work, we will put out the final.
Why has it taken so long to perform this?
It's been a more protracted back and forth with the vendor than we'd initially hoped, but we want to make sure that we get the scope right and that we make sure we get the parameters around what we are requesting accurate in the contract, and we are absolutely prioritizing getting this.
Are you giving yourself a timeline at this time that you can share with us as far as you expect to have this done by X date?
As quickly as possible. As you know, there are other entities that have to approve all of our contracts, but
Is that 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, as quickly as possible? What's as quickly as possible in your
It's
purview?
probably still, given where we are in the negotiations, going to take over a month or two to complete this.
At the last preliminary hearing, we heard a lot about the disciplinary matrix and how NYPD reviews complaints referred to them by CCRB. How will the review of the summary and recommendations made by the consultant be similar or different to how you review and make determinations from CCRB recommendations?
The review by this particular vendor, I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question.
The review of the summary and recommendations made by the consultant, how will it be similar or different to how you review and make determinations from CCRB recommendations?
Well, as it relates to the summary that we don't have that yet, excuse me, we actually posted the revisions to the matrix this morning. They're actually open for public view at this time. We take very seriously the review of that matrix and being consistent with that matrix. I'm actually consistent with the matrix 99.8% of the times, I believe. But I'll ask Chief Pintos to talk about how we came to the revisions in the matrix and why we did so.
Before you do that, we might have gone through this again, but just, I'm going to ask it again. Do we know how many new recommendations have been made to the matrix to date?
Yes. Sir, we just have to swear you in.
Sure.
You raise your right hand, please. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer councilmember questions?
I do.
Thank you.
So, as the Commissioner indicated, my name is Raul Pintos. I am the Chief of Staff to the First Deputy Commissioner. The the proposed changes to the matrix went live today. We're proposing 14 changes, 5 new categories, and 9 revisions to existing misconduct. I can get into them, but I just want a couple of top lines is that the changes all deal with the issue of mitigated penalties. So we have the 3 categories. We have a mitigated, a presumptive, and an aggravated. These changes only deal with the issue of mitigated penalties to deal with some minor misconduct. So as I said, all the other presumptive and aggravated penalties stay the same. The public comment section, as I said, is open today. It's on our website, nyc.gov/NYPD. You go to the policies column and you'll see the matrix there. You can click on there, it opens up as a draft PDF. And then if you want to make any comments, you click on the comments link. It takes you to a new tab where you can have a free form or you can upload documents or Word document PDF. And that all comes to us. It closes June 18th. We'll collect all the comments, and at some point we'll discuss with the police commissioner, and if necessary, we'll make some adjustments to the proposal.
But to be clear, all presumptive and aggravated penalties remain the same. Those were not touched in the revision of this matrix.
Okay. How are you making it known to the public, or is the public or whomever just going to have to know this stuff, that this is available?
Yeah.
We wouldn't have known had we not had this hearing today.
I think part of the reason why we did it today was to leverage this opportunity now to make it public to the council, and hopefully those that are watching. We also do it through the media. We'll put out DCPI puts out a sort of request for media attention, if you will. We call all our media partners, and we try our best. We leverage all our communication channels to let the public know.
I think that something as critical as the matrix that a lot of us worked on for a very long time, the least that could have been done with consideration to this council, a memo, a letter, an email, a something, we would have appreciated that prior to having this information brought through questioning at this hearing. I'm going to move on. With respect to the NYPD and the law department, there have been a series of articles about how the NYPD interacts with this city's law department regarding police misconduct settlements in civil lawsuits that are handled by a special unit in the law department, different than many other agencies. Last year, the city paid out $121 million in such settlements, and some of this recent reporting has indicated that the police department has encouraged or outright requested that the law department not settle cases. In many cases, this led to higher payouts on settlements, costing the city, its budget, and taxpayers more money than if the city had settled earlier. Can you explain whether and how the NYPD communicates with the law department when NYPD officers are the subject of civil suit for police misconduct, and whether you've ever asked, encouraged, or requested that the law department not settle a police misconduct suit?
As you're aware, lawsuits are settled by the city for a variety of reasons, but I'm going to ask Deputy Commissioner Gerber to be sworn in to address your question.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Gerber. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Legal Matters. We do have a unit within the Legal Bureau that serves as a liaison to the law department with regard to lawsuits regarding officer misconduct. We certainly provide feedback and express our views regarding various cases, our views on the merits of cases. So there's a dialogue that goes on. And there certainly are cases where we express our views about the strength of the case or the settlement value of a case. But ultimately, it is up to the law department. The law department has complete authority to settle the case or not. And in terms of the settlement value, ultimately, that's up to the law department. It's not up to us.
How do you work? Okay, it's up to the law department and not you. How do you work with the law department to make any changes in policy and practice and protocols?
Right. So that same unit, it's our PALS unit that serves as a liaison to the law department. Part of what they're doing actually is that sort of risk mitigation. So it's not just assessing cases, but also learning from cases and seeing, okay, here's what went wrong. How can we do better next time? What policies should we be putting in place to prevent this sort of litigation in the future? So that is part of the job of the unit, sort of take feedback from those cases and learn from them going forward.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on. My last line of questioning has to do with a matter that is very, very troublesome, and that has to do with Kowalski Trawick. As you may know, the disciplinary trial of officers Brendan Thompson and Herbert Davis, who killed Kowalski Trawick, concluded last week. There have been a series of troubling actions over the course of many years by the NYPD since Mr. Trawick was killed in 2019 that at best give the appearance of undermining the accountability process. NYPD refused to release the full video of the killing for 20 months and only did so after being ordered by a court. Many troubling facts revealed last week in the trial and in a ProPublica report, including that the officer were reviewed for only 30 minutes and never asked substantive questions about how they contradicted the video and each other. In addition, some of the actions by the NYPD judge before and during the trial also appeared to be undermining, including attempting to dismiss a major charge before the trial began without having the authority to do so, confusing even one of the officer's attorneys. This past Monday, before Kowalski's family left New York City to go back to their home in Georgia, Ellen and Ricky Trawick, who I had the pleasure of meeting and welcoming in my office, hand-delivered a letter for Mayor Adams at City Hall. It was a letter that they also copied you, Commissioner Sewell, and copied me on as well via email. In the letter, they call for the firing of Officers Thompson and Davis and urge that this decision happen over the next few weeks, not the next few months. Now that the discipline trial is over, will you commit to making a final decision on discipline for the two officers within the coming weeks and not make the Trawicks wait months, given that it has been over 4 years since this devastating tragedy?
I did receive that emotional letter from the Trawicks as well. That case has not concluded. We are still waiting for final arguments in that case, as I understand it. And when that case does come to my attention, I will make a decision as promptly as possible.
Would you commit to notifying the family, the Trawicks, prior to the press getting the information?
I certainly would. I would definitely commit to that. As you know, there are a number of things that leak out across this city, but I think it's important that we notify them of the outcome of that case before it does hit the press.
My final question on this is, given concerns about the repeated interference in the process, what will you do to ensure that you have full and unbiased information necessary to make a fair decision that isn't only reliant on NYPD personnel and sources? And for transparency, will you make Deputy Commissioner Maldonado's findings and recommendations report to you public as soon as it is received in order to avoid any further appearances of attempts to obstruct accountability and to partially repair the broken public trust with transparency?
We do make our decisions public. So when that decision is made, and just for the record, I look at the totality of the facts submitted in a case, not just the information submitted by the NYPD, but all sources of information as it relates to these cases and investigations. But we do make those decisions public.
I appreciate that very much, and the fact that everything is taken very seriously and looked at very seriously. I do believe that what appeared in that video in totality was the truth, and the mere fact that it's taken this long for accountability is totally unacceptable, in my opinion and the opinion of so many others that have watched this case with much pain. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. One of the pegs that was instituted in the executive plan was a hiring delay that produced savings from hiring less officers each fiscal year. Through this delay, the department has seen savings of $36 million in FY24, $34 million in '25, and $45 million in '26. Could you tell us what the class size reductions will be, and has the agency delayed any set start and end dates for classes now?
Fortunately, I'm going to turn it over to my guru when it comes to budgeting, but we have been able to recruit a number of people over the last several classes. And one of the reasons why we're encouraged by the new PBA contract is because we've been able to increase our class sizes, but we recognize that we had to meet the PEG in negotiation with the city. So I'll ask Deputy Commissioner Ryan to talk about that.
So in terms of the timing of the classes, we don't anticipate any change in the timing. We'll still have them 4 times a year. But what this translates into is it will take us longer to get to our authorized headcount. So in fiscal year 24, we will be hiring 425 fewer uniformed officers than we had previously anticipated. In fiscal year 25, 400 fewer, and in fiscal year 26, 520 fewer. Those are assumed numbers based on what we were projecting and what's assumed in those savings that you indicated. And then the objective would be by fiscal year 27 to get back to our authorized headcount of 35,000.
Does the department have an estimate on what the increased amount of overtime would be due to the delayed filling of those vacant positions?
We haven't calculated that, so there's a lot of factors, obviously, that go into overtime. But as I indicated earlier, when we have fewer individuals to deploy on straight time, that can have an impact, a negative impact on what we need to do on overtime.
Okay. When this year's fiscal budget, 2023, was adopted last year, the PD budget was $5.53 billion. Now the FY23 budget is $5.83 billion, so it's increased. However, FY24 budget has decreased from 5.57 to the current 5.31, and the council appreciates the NYPD's participation in the PEG program. But can you explain the reasons for the increases in the FY23 budget?
Yes, so part of that is grant funding, which is put up as the year goes forward. So if you look, for example, at fiscal year 24 right now, there's very little federal funding indicated in the budget right now, because as we get those awards, that's when we do the modification to show the money in the budgets. We don't want to presume what level we're going to get. The other piece is in 24. So you see that those grants have been reflected in fiscal year 23. Also state grants, it's the same situation, including with the state. This year we received $62 million to date from the state for the transit overtime. So that's of course reflected in 23, but not reflected in fiscal year 24. And on top of that, we have the reductions that were taken in 24, including over $200 million in this most recent round of PEGs. Fiscal year 23, we received money, as the commissioner indicated in her testimony, one-time funding for the Des Moines Awareness System, and then we've also received the collective bargaining for DC 37.
So based on previous year's allocations, can we anticipate the budget would increase about 150 to 200 million based on the federal counterterrorism grants?
Yes.
Okay. So do you know how much federal funding the PD has received this year thus far?
Right now we're at about 180 million, and that's about what it averages, between 175 to 200 million dollars a year. That's primarily for counterterrorism, and then we also receive significant funding for protection of foreign missions from the federal government.
Has attrition slowed from the previous years when it was particularly high?
We recognize that we had a number of people who did retire from the police department over the course of the last year. Those numbers are slowing, and we're encouraged by that. We had a number of reasons that we attributed that to. Back on September 11th, that class, the people who joined the police department, rightfully so, to serve the city, they reached their 20-year mark, so they chose to retire. We thank them for their service. But as we move forward, we do have more people that are intending to take the test, and if we have the ability to do so, we will hire them when we can.
Are there any specific units that had exceptionally high attrition rates that are cause for concern?
Not to my knowledge now.
And when are the next academy classes scheduled to graduate, and how large are they?
We have I think July is our next graduation coming up. That class is about 500, just over 500.
Is that about average?
Of the last 2 years, that's about average.
What was average before COVID?
I think we were somewhere around our average. How much was that about? I want to. It was not too much, maybe 200 or 300 more at that time. Obviously, at its peak, it was much more than that.
Okay. The PBA, through the PBA's negotiations with OLR, the collective bargaining agreement was ratified. I wanted to talk about the pilot program from changing the rotating tours within certain precincts. It was actually something I worked on with my predecessor a million years ago with IBO. Can you explain a bit more about the new pilot program with regard to the new tour, the 12-hour tours?
Sure. So we started this pilot in 4 commands, all in the Bronx, working in conjunction with the Bronx DA, our supervisors, to put forward a modern chart for the police officers to be competitive with neighboring agencies and to give them more time off without compromising public safety in any way. That was actually spearheaded by the Deputy Commissioner Delatorre, who is to my right, and they did a fine job in actually moving that forward. We hope to be able to roll that pilot out to more commands in the future, but I'll turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Delatorre.
Swear you in.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer councilmember questions? I do. Thank you.
I do.
I mean, could you just lay it out for, even if, you know, for those that already know, but the current tour and what this would look like for moving over to the...
Sure. So currently we have 3 tours, 8 hours and 35 minutes on patrol, and they all overlap by about 35 minutes currently. With the new modern chart, we're looking at about anywhere from 82 to 88% of the command going into 12-hour tours. These 12-hour tours are going to work opposite each other. They'll have 3 days on, 3 days off, 3 days on, 3 days off, all year long. The officers will go from appearing at work 243 times down to 182 times, therefore coming to work 61 days less a year, but still working the same 2,088 hours a year that they normally work. Now, this chart, because it's 12-hour tours, they're actually going over the 288 that they would be working. So that creates what we call chart time. So in addition to the hours they're normally working, they have an extra 88 hours a year that they could take off, you know, when they have opportunity, obviously, when the command can allow it. Now, the other part of this, now the way we worked out the pilot is that we matched up the hours exactly the way they were in the pre-existing command. So the commands that we're piloting in now are the 4-7, the 4-5 up in the Bronx, PSA 8 in the Bronx, and District 11 in the Bronx. We took those commands and we're comparing them to other similar commands. We call them control commands in the Bronx, and those commands will see how those officers do over a period of time versus how the officers in the pilot commands do. Now, what's happening is because of the 12-hour base, we're actually seeing no change in personnel for 14 hours a day. But at 1,500 hours, we have what we call a surge. So those extra hours I talked about, it's all, you know, a little bit complex math, but the extra hours that we're seeing because of the 12 hours and we no longer have the 35-minute overlap, those hours are manifesting themselves in what we call a surge. So the commands that have this pilot right now are seeing a significant increase in personnel from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. and still an increase in personnel until 1 a.m. in the morning. We think that's going to work favorably with after-school issues, commuting issues, and certainly other crime issues that we see and calls for service that we see in the evening hours in most of our precincts, PSAs, and transit districts.
Is the plan eventually for this to be department-wide or to be an opt-in for officers?
So currently, that's up to the police commissioner, but it is a pilot, and we expect it to succeed. And I believe our commissioner, who's had experience with this and is really spearheading it, would like to see it move as quick as possible once it's proven.
Is that correct?
That is correct. It's very popular, and I think it shows a real investment by this police department and this city to the well-being of our officers, and we're monitoring it as it goes forward.
Okay, I have just a couple more, and I'm going to turn it over to Chair Hanks. The school crossing guard vacancy reduction raised some eyebrows with us. In the plan, department recognized savings of $7.47 million for the reduction of 483 school crossing guard positions. Could you tell us how that area was settled on to cut vacancies?
So what we looked at was where we had a significant number of vacancies, and we knew it would take a significant time to hire up, and essentially we'd end up having natural accruals even if we didn't take the cut. So we reflected in the financial plan the fact that it will take us time to ramp up, and given the number of vacancies in that area, it is sometimes a difficult position to fill. We felt that that was an area we could safely take savings.
But are those vacancies or those roles now being performed by police officers?
Some of the vacancies.
I'm sorry, I have to swear you in. I think he has to swear you in.
Okay, so some of the vacancies.
Swear you in.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions?
I do.
Thank you.
So vacancies can be filled by the precinct by precinct level, by need. If they're short, they prioritize their posts, and we'll make adjustments with personnel. We can use cops, we can use auxiliaries if they're available. We can use certain people to fill those voids, but that's at the precinct level, based on a priority.
Why do we think the school crossing guards has always been such a difficult thing to hire for?
Well, first and foremost, the salary is a little low. It's $16.39 an hour. And we have a lot of, about 4,000 applicants, but a lot of the applicants want to work a specific corner close to their house, and they really don't want to deviate from that. So it's convenient for them. So that's also an issue playing into it.
Has raising that salary been something raised by the department?
We have. I think if we were a little bit more competitive with the pay that we offer people for the crossing guard position, we'd probably have more applicants.
Okay. One or two last questions. I appreciate in your testimony you mentioned a whole bunch about the paper plates and the fraudulent temporary plates, which I feel like I see it everywhere. The state passed a bill that the council supported last year called the Sleep Act to go after these guys with these obnoxiously loud and illegal mufflers. I think it's about $1,000 per summons that it gives the police the tools to write. Do you have an idea of how many of those tickets have been written?
I can ask Chief Shell or Chief Madry to give numbers, but I will tell you we have gotten a number of complaints about those mufflers. We have made it a point to address these issues as a quality of life problem in New York City. Chief Shell.
Councilmember, I don't have the muffler numbers. I do know the law, but in terms of the overall package of getting into cars with paper plates and forged plates and plate covers, and it will segue into illegal ATVs. Just a big effort from the city, from our cops, kind of trying to reduce that. We've had significant seizures in terms of bikes and autos. So last year, if we combine illegal ATVs and paper plates and plate covers, over 15,000. Right now, in terms of ATVs, we're hovering around 4,500, which is last year this time we were probably less than 1,000. How we accomplished this, each borough, a patrol borough, 8 of them, put together a community response team of 1 lieutenant, 2 sergeants, and 16 police officers, including a team out of my office. And we go out nightly, and that's our #1 quality of life issue that I hear time and time again throughout New York City. So that's a daily effort, and I will say on Sundays, which we find from intelligence-wise and feedback, Sunday seems to be the highest days when these bikes come out. So we surge about roughly 250 to 300 cops every Sunday. We mobilize, we use state police, we use our interagencies, we cover bridges, and we've made a tremendous impact. And how do I know that? Well, one, social media dictates that too. And when you look at March and April, when the weather got a little warmer and it starts to trend, our calls for service as it relates to disorderly bikes and groups and 301 is down to 88%. So we're definitely making a headway with that. And when the bike groups on social media are talking about us and are scared of us, that's the point. So it's getting better. I can get back to you with the muffler summonses. I don't have that with me, but I can certainly get back to you quickly with that.
Yeah, I think if you looked at the obnoxious muffler heat map, you'd see it glowing in my district and the speaker's district. So we'd love to know more about that.
I grew up in Bay Ridge. I know it well.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Hanks. We've also been joined by Council Members Bottcher, Osei, Stevens, and Hanif. Commissioner, thank you. Chair Hanks.
Thank you, Chair Brennan. Thank you, Speaker. So I will dig right in, and we're going to try and cover, of course, overtime, because that is always the biggest issue, but a bit of the collective bargaining and the subway safety program. So my first question is, do you personally, Commissioner, personally scrutinize the use of overtime?
As I said in my testimony, I do. There are a number of layers that do it as well, but I think it's important, because it's such a significant issue for this police department, that I take a look at it myself and make sure that my inspections teams, my supervisors are monitoring how long overtime, how long arrests are being processed, and where we deploy our resources effectively. We recognize that there were some savings we could have in terms of the events last year, and there was a meeting in my office every week to go over the special events calendar for the city to determine how many people were on those details, where we could cut costs, where we can consolidate our resources and use environmental design features to assist us. So I do review that and scrutinize it myself.
Thank you so much. And I think I've asked this question before in other hearings, is there mandatory overtime for officers?
In order to be able to have the presence that we needed and to ensure the safety of the city, we were in a position where we had to mandate some of our officers come to work. Obviously, this presented challenges for our members. You come into work on any given day and you are told you're not going home, you have to stay for the next 4 hours, and they have their own personal obligations that they have to attend to. I'm sure that presented a challenge. But we are mindful that our mission is the safety of this city. And so, although we had to do that, we recognized that we also needed to mitigate that in some way. So we created a number of ways that we would not have to mandate certain officers when other officers would volunteer for that overtime. So we created a portal for them to be able to volunteer, even if someone is working in Queens, but there's a detail in Manhattan, he or she can volunteer to work that detail, so we don't have to mandate another officer to do that. So while we do have to do that, we do have to make the city safe. We are mindful of the toll it takes on our members, and we're doing everything we can to try to address that too.
Thank you for that. So you're saying that there are some opportunities where higher-ranking officers can volunteer. Is there a time utilization report where, even though they may be volunteering, that does come up with some type of budgetary implication that is in kind, as it were?
We do monitor how many hours that they are working. I know one of the things that have come up is that is one officer working too much overtime. We are monitoring and mindful of that as well. They are compensated for the overtime as it relates to doing it in kind. That is not the case at this point. They do it for the hours, but we're trying to mitigate that as much as possible.
Thank you. So part of your testimony was that you've identified where some of the overtime was really becoming, where overtime is a lot in whatever category. So we received a breakdown of what activities are driving overtime, and one of the reasons you gave is new arrests and processing. Many of my colleagues, we're very big on, public safety, and reporting is a very big thing for us. And so can you kind of talk us through the process and why new arrests and processing would be something that would be driving up overtime? Is it because they may be new police officers? Has the process, is it much more complicated? But kind of go over as to why new arrests and processing is taking up over, what, half, almost 50, how much? 19 million. And to kind of explain as to why that is.
When you say new arrests, you mean when a person is processing an arrest that they've just done? So
yes,
we've made a significant amount of arrests over the last a year and a half, I should say. Those arrests come with interviewing witnesses, oftentimes collecting video, canvassing. So there's a lot that goes into those arrests and the processing of them. While we do have new officers, we do have officers that will assist in processing those arrests, so that if we have an officer who is inexperienced, we do have someone that can assist, and that would be a supervisory role as well. But I think when we see the overtime in arrest processing and investigations, it is clearly a demonstration of the work that the NYPD is doing to address the crime conditions in this city.
What do you mean by address the crime conditions in the city when because you're talking about the level of arrests have increased, and that's what it means by new arrests, not the actual process of processing.
That is correct.
Thank you very much. Sorry. So we're going to talk a little bit about planned events and overtime. In fiscal 2022, NYPD spent $79 million on uniform overtime for planned events throughout the city. Is there an estimate of overtime that will be spent on planned events in the upcoming year?
So with regard to estimates, it obviously depends on a lot of different factors. We do have a couple of, we still have a month and a half left in the fiscal year, and there are certain events that do happen in May and June that will drive this. At this point, the projection, the percentage in terms of hours that we were citing earlier, where our projection is that it will be down 11% from where it was pre-pandemic levels.
Thank you. If there's a large event in Midtown Manhattan, there's an expected large number of participants expected to attend, how does the department reallocate resources from precincts around the city whose residents may be attending the event?
So I'll turn it over to Chief Madry in just a moment, but we look at each event individually. As I stated, we were having a meeting every week to go over what is the threat picture, how many people are coming to this event, has there been an incident in the past at this event, and then we actually have our operations collect or at least work out the detail for that event. Chief Madry?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Chair Hanks.
Good afternoon.
Just in terms of when we put together details, and that's what we call them, details for planned events, say in Midtown Manhattan, what we'll do is first we'll start with the precinct and see what the precinct can provide, and then we'll stay within the borough of Manhattan itself, the patrol borough of Manhattan, and see where we could pull extra resources. And if there's not enough to cover this event, then we'll start pulling the resources from other boroughs. We'll take 1 or 2 cops from other precincts. That way we can have adequate police officers there to make sure the event is safe. But we also monitor it. If we bring X amount of officers and the event is not as big as we believed it would have been, we'll start sending officers back to their command so they can resume patrol. So that's how we usually monitor our details and staff our details, especially with outside resources.
Thank you so much. So also part of the testimony in some of the use of overtime, pardon me, sorry, is the extra tours to increase presence on subways. So in fiscal 2024, the executive budget, we saw an additional $62 million from the state added to NYPD's budget to cover the additional overtime expense in relation to the subway safety program. At our last budget hearing, you stated that this program would not be able to continue in perpetuity. Has the $62 million in the additional funding covered the entire amount of overtime spent related to the additional deployment of officers throughout the subway system?
So the $62 million that we received from the state so far covered the period from the announcement that the governor and the mayor made in late October through mid-February. So that accounted for $62 million. We have continued to provide enhanced deployment in the transit system. So since that announcement in October, we have spent a total of $91 million. We are still having conversations with the state about the potential for additional reimbursement, but to date, we've only been reimbursed 62.
Thank you. Has there been any recent discussion on the continuation of this program to protect New Yorkers riding the subway, especially including those suffering from mental health crisis?
I'm going to turn it over to the Chief of Transit. As the mayor has made clear that we have to bring the subway into a condition where people feel confident and safe riding it. And that's what we've done. And part of that is being able to bring services to people who are in the city subway system suffering from mental health crises. Chief Kemper, along with all of our city partners, have put together a plan that we will be continuing to bring those services to the people in the subway system. Chief Kemper.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer councilmember questions?
I do.
Thank you.
So you made mention that we spoke about, and the statement was we couldn't continue the volume or the amount of personnel in perpetuity, and that was true. And the plan from day one we've been very vocal about was to stabilize where we were. If you remember, you go back to 2022, where we were crime was spiking over 42, 43% in the New York City subway system. So starting in October is when the Cops, Cameras, and Care Act was initiated with the 1,200 additional cops, and that 1,200 number stayed in place for quite a few months. It was successful. Crime went from that 43% increase to where we are right now. We're just about 8% down year to date in overall crime in the subway system. Just to put that number in perspective, when you compare that, just to show you how successful this infusion or this investment was, when you compare that to 2019, it's below 2019 numbers, and it's the third lowest number in overall crime recorded in the subway system in recorded history, just to show you how big of a success that investment was in personnel. So to get right to the answer, yes, it's continuing, not in the levels, the 1,200 additional cops a day, but certainly there is a substantial infusion of additional assets and resources into the subway system to prevent crime and help people.
Wonderful, because that leads me to my next question. At the last budget hearing, your agency testified that you would focus on specific areas and proper deployment of resources. So have there been any changes to those areas? Have they changed, or have we added more?
So proper deployment is critical if we're going to be successful. We have to find that proper balance in relation to where we deploy our personnel. We speak about 4 areas in the subway system, and again, that maintains. We talk about patrolling trains, moving trains. We talk about platforms. We talk about mezzanine areas, and we talk about turnstile areas. So again, it's proper balance. A lot of time we shift resources based on crime trends or current crime conditions or crime complaints or quality of life complaints. But to answer your question again, yes, we certainly maintain a presence and a focus on those areas.
And finally, would you say that there's been an adequate amount of resources for this program that ensures the safety of all passengers and public in the subway system?
I do. I think it's. I think the data speaks for itself. The success. Again, last year at this time in 2022, for the first 10 months of the year, let's not forget, crime was up just about 43% overall in the subway system. Starting October 26th up until present, we went from a extremely concerning 43% increase to an immediate downward trend where we're now down 8%. So the data speaks for itself. And to answer your question, yes, and it's because of the hard work of the men and women in the NYPD. Make no mistake about that.
Thank you so much. So I just want to have a few questions about the PBA collective bargaining agreement. Recently, through the PBA's negotiations with the Office of Labor Relations, a collective bargaining agreement was announced and ratified. As a result of that new contract, an additional cost to the city of approximately $5.5 billion had been reported. We did not see the changes recognized in the department's budget in the executive plan, and we understand some of these changes are still being reviewed and implemented. However, we'd like to ask if there's information you can share with us to see what changes we may see, including can we expect to see the money added to the department budget as a result of the new contract?
So as you indicated, OMB is still finalizing the exact calculations with regard to what our specific agency allocation will be. We do expect it to be included as part of the adopted budget, but we have not seen the detailed numbers yet.
Okay, thank you. Will the labor reserve cover the entire cost of the collective bargaining agreement?
Through the financial plan window, yes.
One more question on this. Of this estimate, how much will go to NYPD's budget for salaries and how much will go to miscellaneous budget for fringe costs?
So that is part of what we're waiting for from OMB, but that $5.5 billion figure includes both the NYPD's costs and central costs, including fringe. So it's all inclusive in the 5.5.
Thank you so much. One last question. This is always the perennial question that we'll ask on budget. Here we talk about staffing, and at the preliminary budget, we hear still a lot from NYPD and CCRB about the amount of information, including body camera footage that needs to be processed and reviewed for complaints made against officers. How many NYPD staff members do you have receiving CCRB body-worn camera footage requests, tracking those requests, reviewing footage, and sending the footage to CCRB in a timely manner?
So we have a body-worn camera unit. Now they're responding to requests for body-worn camera from wherever it may be. It could be from CCRB. Obviously, there are other sources of requests for body-worn camera, a variety of sources. But our total body-worn camera unit has 43 members, 6 civilian attorneys, 20 civilian support staff, and 17 uniformed members of service.
Thank you. How many NYPD staff members do you have processing the data and document requests related to racial profiling and bias-based policing investigations?
So we have a CCRB liaison unit that has 15 members. That's 10 uniformed members of service and 5 civilian support staff. I should just to be clear that to the extent CCRB is requesting body-worn camera footage, that will go to the body-worn camera unit. And then the CCRB liaison unit, making sure they're responding to the document requests, gathering materials. So when CCRB requests come in, it'll be the CCRB liaison unit, but the body-worn camera unit, of course, also plays a critical role.
But one point, council member, is the individuals assigned to the unit. I think it's fair to say that CCRB is probably the biggest client in terms of requests.
I was going to ask that question next.
Yeah, I mean, although the memorandum of understanding with the CCRB and the NYPD provides the NYPD with up to 25 days to provide body-worn camera footage upon request. In the vast majority of cases, absent the anomaly, larger cases, they're receiving the footage 3 to 7 days after the request. So it's.
So that was really my last question before I pass it along to my colleagues is, on your end, what are the challenges that you're seeing with that whole interaction between body-worn cameras, between CCRB and NYPD? How long is it taking? Do you keep track? And do you have reporting on the amount of time it takes? Because we're hearing conflicting issues. And so in order for this body to make sure that everything is done properly as to the law, are you keeping any kind of reports that are speaking to the fact that you're providing the body-worn camera footage in 3 to 7 days? Because that's not the information that we are receiving.
Sure. So, can I? Sure. So, I think one of the I would call the disconnects is the statute of limitations, right? So the statute of limitations exists to give a timeline for a case. It does not mean that it's 18 months, which is the statute of limitations. Does not mean that the CCRB has 18 months to do an entire investigation, to do their work, and that is it. They have a part of that window, a significant part. I think one of the questions that needs to be asked is how is that time managed, right? So there needs to be time left over for the NYPD to do its part of the discipline process, to have the reviews in place, to give the commissioner and every other part time to review the work and review the case. But I think the real question that needs to be asked is, why are the cases arriving at the NYPD's doorstep with so little time left? Why are upwards of 18 months being used to do an investigation when the entire window is 18 months? And the question needs to be asked, how is that time being utilized by the CCRB? How long is the investigation? How long is the intake process? How long does it take to actually generate a request to the NYPD and ask them, can you give me body cam? Can you give me this, the arrest report or any other pieces? From the time you get a complaint, there should be windows, there should be timelines in place such as we have. For example, if we have a CCRB request for body-worn camera footage, we know the outside date in the vast number of cases is upwards of 25 days, but we put a process in place to streamline it, and we get it done in 3 to 7. Does that process exist on the other side?
Thank you very much. We'll dig into that a little bit more, but thank you all for testifying here today, answering my questions, and thank you for helping us protect the city and the men and women who put on a uniform. We do know the hard work that you have in this difficult times. Thank you so much. Chair Brennan.
Thank you. Oh, does the department communicate with CCRB on a regular basis?
Yes, absolutely. And our CCRB unit is talking to the CCRB regularly, and there's back and forth about that in terms of, I was referencing in terms of requests for documents or body-worn camera footage. I think there is very much a dialogue and a back and forth between CCRB and our CCRB unit.
Okay.
To that,
I think we have to swear you in.
Yeah. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Amy Litwin, Deputy Commissioner, Department Advocate's Office. So we have a consistent relationship with the CCRB. We're responsible for internal disciplinary cases investigated by the department, but all of CCRB's cases come through our office. So we are, just to answer your question, in constant communication with CCRB. We have at least weekly meetings about the case flow, about the specific cases, about some of the issues that we're seeing. We're constantly trying to build a stronger, better relationship. Our biggest concern, as Chief of Staff Charnowski pointed out, is the timeframes for the cases and getting them with sufficient time to actually process them and pay meaningful attention to the requests for discipline that they're making of the department. So that has been something that we started communicating with the CCRB about in the fall of 2021, and we continue to communicate about that.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just want to jump in here because I'm a little perplexed. Oleg, to your questions and why I'm a little confused now is that, and I asked the chair to ask if there's communication between NYPD and CCRB. Your questions were very pointed. Why have not those questions been asked to them and to get an answer? Because we're going to now have to, and we will, do our due diligence and following up with that. But
the questions have been asked. It's been a process. Commissioner Litwin, sitting to my right, would definitely can give you a play-by-play with granular detail.
Okay.
But we have asked the question informally. We have asked the questions formally. We have letters dating back to, I believe, 2020 or 2021 that outline the time frame that gives the police department a really short period of time, but we agreed to that because the backlog was growing. We saw the train coming with the backlog of COVID cases when there was work from home, and we understood the hurdles. With that said, there was an extension of the statute of limitation during COVID time. I think there was an additional 9 months added. Whether that time was being utilized efficiently was a question. It was certainly a concern for us. We raised these concerns. What we didn't want to see happening was hundreds of cases being dropped on our doorstep with literally days, if not a couple of weeks, to review them, because we have a responsibility. The commissioner has a responsibility to the members of service to ensure that they have faith in the process. But that's exactly what actually happened. Hundreds of cases dropped on our door lap with literally days, if not few weeks, before the end of the SOL.
thank you.
Okay, we're going to have questions now, starting with Brooks Powers, followed by Sanchez.
Thank you, chairs. Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony as well. A couple of questions. First, how many NYPD officers are stationed in the subway system at one time?
So that number varies by day. As you know, we had to surge additional officers into the subway system, but I'll ask Chief Kemper to talk about the deployment into the system.
So who am I talking to? So I can. Hi. It varies, just like the police commissioner says. It depends on the day of the week, depends on the hour. Obviously, ridership is important to us. We watch peak ridership times, the AM rush, the PM rush is very important. We would like to have more police officers working at that time. School dismissal time, obviously, so I can't give you I'm not going to lock myself into an answer because there is no answer.
What specific allocations are made in this budget related to officers in the subway?
So overall, the Transit Bureau, just give me 1 second, I have this. It's about, the permanent headcount's about 2,700, and the funding for that is $250 million, excluding overtime, which is budgeted centrally within the department's budget.
If I may, that's also, that there's supplement to that also. There's supplement, those numbers are supplemented from police officers from different bureaus on straight time and on overtime. If I may, I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. If you're a precinct that has a subway station, I'll go to Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, and if there's the 6-8 precinct has a subway station, they may be directed to supply a police officer from the 6-8 precinct to patrol the subway system in their respective precinct. We're upwards of approximately a couple of hundred additional police officers assigned to the subway system to police it a day throughout the entire city in a fashion like that. And also we're still supplementing through the state-funded overtime, certainly not at the levels as we were back in October to about mid-March, but we still have overtime that's funded through the state.
Fare evasion enforcement is historically biased against communities of color. How is NYPD working to reduce this biasness in our subway system?
So, first and foremost, let me start by saying we never police and we never conduct enforcement based on demographics, race, religion, sex, or anything like that. But fare evasion enforcement is critically important to the MTA. It sets the tone of rules and law and order in the subway system. If you look at it this way, it's the first and last thing the average rider is going to see when they use the subway system. What do we mean by that? When they walk into the system to use it, within seconds, they're going to see the turnstiles. And when they leave, they got to pass the turnstiles. And if they see open lawlessness with people swiping people in or hopping the turnstile, it creates a sense of lawlessness and fear and a perception that things are out of control. And at the end of the day, it's illegal. You know, and with the police, it's still a law on the books that you have to pay your fare.
Chair, may I ask 2 more questions?
Sure.
The MTA has touted its use of unarmed private security guards to help deter fare evasion in the subways and recommended an increase in the presence of these guards moving forward. What is NYPD's position on expanding private security enforcement in the subway system?
So we are well aware of them, and listen, we welcome any idea or any alternative approach to effectively curbing fare evasion in the subway system. So they're there, they have a job to do, and so do we. Let me say this, they take no enforcement action.
I've introduced a bill that would require NYPD to hand out fair fares material in the subway when issuing a summons or arrest to someone. Does NYPD currently do anything to promote the Fair Fares program when enforcing fare evasion?
So currently it depends on the situation, but the Fair Fares program, we are in full support of it, expanding it. I know there's conversations, strong, legitimate conversations that the MTA is having. They just released a Blue Ribbon Panel report yesterday afternoon. At least that's when the first time I got a glimpse of it. And that's detailed in there that they want to expand that program, and we're in full support of that. I just want to make mention, since we're talking about fare evasion, and I think it's important that people realize that This is to correct behavior. This is not to arrest people. This is to correct behavior in the subway system. Behavior that, to be quite frank, at sometimes needs to be corrected. And over 97% of the people that get stopped for fare evasion are released on scene with a civil summons, within minutes. So this isn't about arresting people or incarcerating people. You're probably well aware back in 2018-ish, substantial changes were made in relation to how we approached fare evasion. And a key component of that was through civil tab summonses, and that's what I'm talking about. So over 97% of people stopped are released within minutes. The 2.5% to 3% that aren't, those are the people that you wouldn't expect to be released because they're, for the most part, they're wanted. They have warrants. As we're sitting here, literally in Brooklyn, on Hoyt Street, a fare evader was caught with a loaded handgun on him and didn't stop for the police and ran onto a train and was apprehended with a loaded gun just as we were sitting here. So just to show you, we wouldn't expect that fare evader to be allowed to run. So there's people with warrants. There's reasons why they are not released within minutes on a civil summons.
In terms of the bill that I have introduced in the council, which would, like I said, require the police officer, when they're given a summons or a ticket, to include information on the Fair Fares program, what is the NYPD's position on that?
We support the Fair Fares program. We support the expansion. We support anything to improve upon that process.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sanchez, followed by Brewer.
Thank you, chairs, and good afternoon, Commissioner, and Oleg, long time no see. I first want to just start by thanking my local precincts, which I have a very great relationship with, and the InterGov team for always answering my questions and being responsive. But my question today is on a somber note, and it is following up with Speaker Adrian Adams' questions regarding the case of Kowalski Trawick. As you know, April 2019, 4 years ago, Kowalski, who lived in my district, in District 14 in the Bronx, in a supportive housing facility, was shot and killed by 2 NYPD officers while cooking in his home when officers illegally entered his home, shouted commands, and created a horribly tragic situation. Since it's been 4 years, and just last Friday, I was under the impression that the disciplinary trial had concluded, but heard you earlier say that it is not concluded, that there's still some steps to go. I'm still just calling attention to some extremely troubling facts and that the disciplinary trial brought to bear, including that the Force Investigation Unit questioned officers for only 30 minutes, not even asking clarifying questions when officer testimony contradicted videos that have been available to the public, as the speaker called out. So I thank you for responding to letters and calls and inquiries that came from my team. But on behalf of Ms. Ellen and Mr. Ricky, Ms. Ellen, who just spent her 5th Mother's Day without her son, I'm here joining in this forum and on the record and calling for accountability and no more delays. There are significant concerns that the department has been engaging in 4 years of cover-up, obstruction, and delays to block the firing of these 2 officers and their killing of Kowalski Trawick. So I have a series of questions. I'll start with the first is a follow-up to the speaker. Commissioner, understanding that you responded to the speaker that you'll make the NYPD's decision public, can you commit specifically to making the Deputy Commissioner Maldonado's findings and recommendations report itself? Can you make that public as soon as you receive it in order to avoid further appearances of attempts to obstruct accountability and to partially repair the broken public trust and transparency?
When the case is concluded and my decision is made, we will release the documentation.
Thank you, thank you. My second question is the NYPD judge's actions and remarks related to the illegal entry charges raise the question of whether the NYPD would ever find any officer guilty of illegal entry. Are there any examples of the NYPD formally finding an officer guilty of illegal entry? And if so, what was the formal discipline?
I'm going to turn it over to legal for that question. Actually, Department Advocate will answer that.
So I think the issue in this particular case was specific to the way that CCRB filed the charges pertaining to this case. Certainly, the department evaluates, and CCRB does request discipline at times for an improper entry into an apartment, an improper search. Under these circumstances, the statute of limitations had expired, and they used the...
I'm sorry, I'm on a limited clock, and I'm specifically asking about other cases. Has a finding of illegal entry ever been found in other cases?
The CCRB has substantiated allegations about illegal entries, and the department has disciplined where the department is in agreement that the officer entered the...
And what has been the NYPD disciplinary action?
So usually those cases come from the CCRB. Under Commissioner Sewell, we have complied with the matrix on all CCRB requests for discipline. So I don't have sitting here in front of me a chart of every disciplinary outcome for all cases involving an illegal entry, but there has been discipline on cases where CCRB has requested it.
Thank you. And if I can have the chair's permission to just wrap my last two together. So my third question is, Commissioner, and thank you. Commissioner, what actions would you take to ensure integrity and transparency of the department systems of accountability related to cases like this, especially in light of what many believe is a disciplinary process that is unfair, given a force investigation division that has never substantiated any charges against officers in any of the 35 most recent police killings that they were responsible for investigating? So that's my third question. And the fourth one is, would you commit to personally reviewing the footage of this incident for yourself before making a final determination of discipline?
Well, I will absolutely review the footage of this event before I make my determination. And I believe the NYPD is probably one of the most transparent police agencies. We release our decisions, we have dashboards online, and I think that is consistent with building the public trust. Aside from that, we go out to communities, we talk to people when there's a troublesome case, we make sure we liaison with clergy and leaders to show the community that we too are concerned when there is an incident that is noteworthy or troublesome. But we will continue to post our decisions online, and we will be as transparent as possible in this case as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, we have Brewer, followed by Barron.
Thank you. Smoke shops. So there's a new state law, as I understand it. So I wanted to know if it is, budgeted in your situation. What's the status of how you're going to comply with this new state law? We have in my district 63, and 1,700 citywide.
So while we have taken an aggressive approach to that and working in partnership to address that, I'll turn it over to Chief of Patrol, John Cho.
All right, so this relates to the sale of marijuana being a misdemeanor from a smoke shop. So obviously this law just came out, but the police commissioner allocated an extra 125 narcotics.
125 police officers?
In our narcotics division.
Okay.
To take a look at smoke shops. To give you some numerics, we gave a list of 80 smoke shops to our narcotics division to take a look at.
Okay.
This was based on community complaints, high volume 301, and things we hear from sources. Of the 80 smoke shops that we gave our narcotics division, 73 were positive for narcotics and marijuana sales.
Okay. And this was before the state law passed?
This is before the state law passed.
So now that there's a state law, will it be any different in terms of your approach? I don't know, I'm asking.
Well, we have now with the law in place, to sale of marijuana from a smoke shop, we can make arrest if we choose to on the scene, and it's a misdemeanor desk clearance ticket. So it's another tool to use, and sometimes we might not do it based on where the investigation can go rather than making an arrest right away.
In the past, when I'm sorry.
Go ahead, no, please.
In the past, when we were resorting to nuisance abatement efforts, we now have a little bit more resource and a little bit more teeth to be able to enforce.
Okay. If you could keep us up to date, that would be helpful.
Sure.
Number two is abandoned cars. So I understand from here, when the sanitation commissioner spoke, she said to her credit that she's got 6 officers from NYPD plus her officers, and they have a better approach to abandoned cars. So I'm just wondering if that's happened. We obviously get calls. What's the status of abandoned cars?
So we recognize that there are a number of abandoned cars around the city, and each instance may have a different person or agency who is responsible
Correct.
for the removal
One
of that
has
vehicle.
set plates on it, one doesn't have
Correct.
plates on it, blah, blah,
One will
blah.
be sanitation, one will be the NYPD, and what we were doing before was we were referring the complaint to a particular agency, and then they would get there and say, it's not our problem, let's
Correct.
go to the other
I've
agency.
been there and done that.
So I actually transferred police officers to the Department of Sanitation to work in conjunction with them to be able to have a task force model to go to the locations and say, well, it's not mine, it's yours, but we can take that action right then and there, as opposed to referring the complaint to someone else. So that model, I think, is going to yield some success.
Okay, so will you keep us up to date as to, or maybe the sanitation commissioner, as to how it's working?
Yes.
Okay. Number 3, in terms of overtime. So I went to Planned Parenthood on Bleecker Street the first Saturday of the month, and you've got the pros and the cons and I don't know what, a little bit of everything there. But what was challenging was from one of the Catholic churches, people walked over, that's fine, they have every right to do that, but they came over with 85 police officers for 2 hours. So I'm just wondering why in the world somebody would need 85 police officers. There weren't that many people there in terms of the support that they were offering. Do you know anything about this?
So
I mean, it looked like an overtime misuse.
So when we staff a detail, it may appear as though there are a number of people there are more that we need at the time, but we're usually probably looking at the entire threat picture, chatter that we see online, threats that were made to the opposite side, so we will deploy accordingly. But we can also adjust that, as Chief Madry mentioned before. If we get there and realize that a threat no longer exists, there's not enough people that would necessitate the number of resources that we have on scene, we can scale that back.
Okay, I would suggest that you look at that, please. And then just quickly, the community affairs officers, are they assigned now locally by the precinct? Because I love the 2-4, the 2-0, and the Central Park. Or are they assigned centrally?
So the Community Affairs Bureau has the right to be able to deploy the community affairs officers across the city based on the need. Obviously, it helps us deploy them more efficiently, but a commander will always have the ability to control the community affairs officers in their command.
Commanders don't like this program that you have, just so you know. They like to do it themselves. I just point that out. All right, thank you.
Okay, we have Barron followed by Kaban.
Thank you, Commissioner. The question of trust, obviously you don't trust us. You got half the brass in the city here, so I don't know what you expected. But I want to ask you a question about accountability. And I'm going to raise the question of 2 of your chiefs, one who I worked with very well in 75th, but Lieutenant Shell, about 13 years ago, shot and killed an unarmed black man in the back, said it was an accident. He fell down and shot him. And when it went to the civil court, they said it was intentional. And he never fell down. It was intentional. And he went from Lieutenant Shell to now Chief. Chief Madry, and I worked well with him in the 75, went over to the 73rd when a retired police officer terrorized 3 young boys and got him out real quick. So when we see that they can rise when these things happen, people begin to question credibility, trust, and when we look at the fact, when we look at the statistics of the Civilian Complaint Review Board, and you have some appointments on there, the council, the mayor, and then the bottom line, it comes back to you, that is not a system of accountability. And I don't know what your record is, but in the past 90-some-odd% of those cases that come back by the CCRB are either not substantiated or given a slap on the wrist, which is losing vacation time, 2-3 times in vacation time. I'm putting in a resolution or a law calling for an elected civilian complaint review board so it can take the weight off you, policing the police, and allow for the people to have a real civilian complaint review board that would have the power to do the investigations. I want to know your position on that. And also, in the case of, by the way, Ortanzo Bubble, the young man that Chief Shell killed, the family, the mother did get $2.5 million awarded to the family from the civil court. Also, Jordan Neely, do you think, first of all, he came to the precinct was released, and then later on, he surrendered himself. Didn't have to do the perp walk like many have to do. With the information that's already in, that's already seen, a lot of people are calling that vigilantism. And for the mayor to have a weak response originally and then when he got pushed back, come out and say a little more. What do you think about that? I mean, based upon a Marine who's trained to kill, holding someone in a chokehold for 15 minutes, you know your body had to go limp at some point. You had to know he was not responding. For 15 minutes, do you support that kind of vigilante justice? And then finally, I think there should be a disbanding of the Strategic Response Group. The Strategic Response Group, when it comes to our rallies, as a matter of fact, they came together in 2015 to deal with terrorism. We were talking about just peaceful rallies, and too many peaceful, nonviolent protesters were brutalized violently by this Strategic Response Group. They got from 13 to now, some say $90 million. I think there's a better use of our money in preventing crime and doing other things than to have such a violent unit. And I'm not talking about them arresting violent protesters, but I'm talking about the peaceful, nonviolent protesters got beat down by this group badly, and they have those tactics where they surround you and you can't get away so they can apply the violence that they have. And to have a special prosecutor's office and Attorney General Tish James' office is a waste of time, because she got the cases and didn't prosecute anybody doing anything wrong, no matter how obvious it was. And then bail reform. Do you agree with me that bail reform was miscommunicated to the public by the mayor? Bail reform was for nonviolent misdemeanors, not violent, nonviolent misdemeanors, and 92% of them did not commit another crime. But yet the mayor put out there like the reason why crime is going up is because of the bail reform. To me, these are very serious issues. The NYPD doesn't have a good record in our communities. You brought back Giuliani's street crime unit, called it something else, and said you're going to have different policies with them, but same game, different name. And it seems like that relationship has not improved as much as you want to make a rosy picture of that. It has not improved. And oftentimes in our neighborhoods, they just get away with a whole lot. And by the way, stop and frisk is still happening. They're not filling out the forms. And I've seen it myself, where they would stop a young man, cuss him out, pat him down, and tell him to keep walking. How will you monitor that if they're not filling out the forms? I suggested one time you get a disguise and drive through the neighborhood and watch, and you'll see it for yourself. So if you can answer some of those questions, I'd appreciate it.
I'll start with the one that you mentioned with Jordan Neely. Obviously, that case has stirred quite a lot of emotion and opinions, but as you know, that individual was arrested after a charging decision was made with the NYPD and the Manhattan DA's office, so I'm going to limit my discussion on that topic.
Yeah, I just wanted to know that he first came in, he was released. That doesn't happen to us. That doesn't happen to black people. He was brought in, this has nothing to do with the DA. He was brought in and released.
Councilmember, I know you realize that the CCRB has opened an investigation into that, so I'll be limited on that topic as well.
I'm not talking about the investigation. I'm saying, do you think it was proper to release somebody who just killed somebody in the subway? And that doesn't even happen to us when we do lesser crimes. I have to come down to precincts to try to get a desk appearance ticket for people who were loitering or doing much less, and they keep them in and put them through the system, and they have to go to night court. This guy walks in after killing somebody and walks right out. You can't hide behind investigations.
Councilmember, as with all investigations, all homicide investigations, the NYPD works in conjunction with the DA's office to develop.
I'm familiar with that. But the initial arrest is on the NYPD, not the DA. The initial investigation is when our people come into office, when they arrest youth, black youth in this city, they don't wait for no investigation for nobody. You arrest them, charge them with something, they go to a grand jury, and they determine whether the charges are relevant or not.
I mean, Councilmember, homicide investigations as a general course, wherever they are, happen in conjunction with the DA's office.
I understand that.
So when in the time to make an arrest, the gathering of the evidence, determination of probable cause, that's done in tandem. It's not like a graffiti crime or a criminal mischief or even a felony assault crime. Homicide investigations are always done in partnership with the DA's office, and this didn't differ from the normal path.
All crimes you have to deal with the DA's office because that's where it ends up all the time.
No, but I'm saying from
that
the
happens.
outset.
From the outset.
This is from the
all
outset.
homicides are done with.
I understand, but I'm telling you, I've seen cases where they won't charge them with the murder or manslaughter. They'll have a much lesser crime when they really think he did something wrong, and then allow for the investigation in the DA's office for the crime to go up further. And by the way, in that case, I think there should have been, it's nothing to do with you, but multiple indictments, not just a singular indictment, but that's my opinion.
Okay, we're going to move on to Councilmember Schulman, followed by
No, they didn't
Ariola.
finish answering the question.
I got 12 members after you. Councilmember Schulman, followed by Ariola.
But no, so you can't do this every time it comes to me.
got 11 people
And you let other people talk.
Can't do
Let her answer my question.
Councilmember Schulman,
No,
followed by
I'm not
Ariola.
going to stop this time because you do this to me every time. Everybody else can
Okay,
go overtime.
ask your question.
I asked it. I just want her to get an answer.
You asked 35 questions. Which one do you want them to answer?
No, answer the questions, please.
Which question?
The ones I was asking you about, the bail reform and the strategic response group.
SRG is probably one of the most highly trained disorder control units in the police department. And consistent with policy, when they are deployed off-site. Well, Community Affairs is the first unit that goes and sets the ground rules and talks with the organizers at those locations. As it relates to, I think your other question was about bail reform. We talked about that last year. I will tell you, I think we did ourselves a disservice just calling it bail reform. It was criminal justice reform. There were a number of different aspects of that legislation that were troublesome, not just for the police department, but for our criminal justice partners as well. We said over and over again that recidivism is one of the issues that was driving.
Yeah, but that wasn't happening. 95% did not commit another crime.
327 people were arrested 6,000 times last year.
Bail reform said those who were in nonviolent offenses, they released, 95% of found they didn't commit a crime, and your strategic response group is violently suppressing protesters, and that's wrong.
So, Councilmember, I think what the law actually did, it didn't make that distinction in the law, the difference between a recidivist or a first-time offender or not, and I think that's the flaw. I think we're in agreement in the sense that the changes in the law work for a significant majority of the people, the first-time low-level offenders. But what the law didn't do is account for those repeat offenders, the recidivists that are gaining.
Yes, it did. And you can't deny the facts. 95% were not rearrested. That's a fact.
Councilmember,
you can't deny that.
Yeah, okay, we're going to move on. We have Councilmember Schulman, followed by Ariola. Everyone will have only 3 minutes, and you can thank Councilmember Barrett.
Commissioner, good afternoon, everyone. Commissioner, I want to tell you I have a great relationship with my precincts, and your leadership team has been very responsive to me, and we're really pushing and trying to get, and Chief Shell as well, trying to get real community policing in my area, so I wanted to thank you for that. I do have a question. The theme is overtime, and the reason why we have a theme of overtime is because we got units of appropriation in last year's budget negotiation. So in 1994, the agency introduced a PEG that reduced the processing arrest time to 4 hours. Additionally, in April, a conversation was caught between two officers asking if they are going to, quote unquote, milk it a bit, referring to processing the paperwork for a desk appearance ticket or DAT. It was later shown that the officers spent 5 hours writing up the DAT. I don't want to ask specifically about the DAT, but do the integrity control officers look at how much time it takes for officers to do certain tasks and monitors that? That's what I'm asking, because to be honest with you, other than that, I've actually heard it from people in my precincts.
So the answer to your question is yes. They do look at how long it takes officers to process arrests, and the case you mentioned is under investigation as well.
You know, I appreciate that, and if we can bring those issues to your attention when we hear them, that would be great. But I do want to thank the men and women of the NYPD for the work that you do. And yes, there are accountability issues, but in general, I appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ariola, followed by Holden.
Thank you, chairs. So what I'd like to say is all the measures that you have put forth before us today, I've seen in action, and they work. I've worked closely with Chief Shell and Chief Maggi and our former Patrol of Queensborough South, Chief Beltran, currently Chief Williams, on cannabis shops. You are partnering with the DA's office and with the sheriff. Just the last 3 arrests and closures that were made, so you know, took in 223 pounds of illegal cannabis, some of which was being sold to minors and resulted in felony arrests. We've had illegal pop-ups of vendors that the NYPD works in tandem with the DSNY to make sure that those pop-up vendors are taken down. The school youth officers and the deployment at schools at dismissal has been a tremendous success. We've seen less violence at school dismissals. The new recruitment foot patrol that you have out, tremendous success. The very first day they were out in the 106 precinct, made an arrest for shoplifting. I'm so happy to hear about the community affairs working with the elderly, because there are so many scams, and my mother is 85 and she falls prey to everything, even though I make her aware. So I want to thank you for that, and for the outreach that your office does, your department does with merchants associations and business associations. There is transparency, there is accountability, there is interaction, and thank you for that. So I'm worried now about your NYPD officers. Are they utilizing the mental health services that they're provided?
So we recognize that the department's been through a lot in the last few years.
Yes.
And we recognize that we need to make an investment in their health and well-being. So we are encouraged that they are taking advantage of the services that the department provides. We realize that in some respects, depending on the incident that the officers respond to, there may be a stigma that is associated with seeking help, so we make it mandatory that everyone goes, because we're going to tell them and show them how we value their mental health. For the new pilot program, part of that pilot has a built-in assessment of how this is affecting our officers. We do a number of things to show the officers in the police department that we care about their well-being and their quality of life as well. So we're encouraged that they're reaching out for these mental health services, but we realize too the onus is on us to make sure we give them the tools they need to be able to access that without the stigma that may be associated with it.
That's wonderful to hear. So the raises that you've gotten, and congratulations, they are very much needed, and I'm hoping that that improves recruitment, and I hope that also it stalls the resignations and retirements.
Totally.
So, and thank you for all that you do, and may you stay safe.
We're very encouraged by it. Thank you.
Councilmember Holden, followed by Williams.
Thank you, chairs, and thank you, Commissioner, for all the great work your staff does and all the great officers that we have in NYPD. And I just want to say that on Tuesday I went over to roll call in the 104 precinct, and it was a PAPA event. We were actually feeding the officers and giving them, you know, a pat on the back, which they need. But I'm seeing a disturbing trend, and it's not only in that precinct, it's in other precincts around, where the officers are demoralized. They are exhausted. There are fewer of them. For instance, I went up to the squad Tuesday up in the 104, and they're down, almost cut in half. And their workload is ridiculous. I went over to the 110 precinct, and we have one detective last year he had 600 cases. And most of them are averaging in the 104, 400 cases. And when I listen to the scanner, and I told you I did, I hear a lot of holding jobs. They're holding jobs. And obviously, Central is taking them in priority order, what they think, but that's not always the case, where how it comes across, and if they don't get there in a timely fashion, they start taking it out, people start taking it out of NYPD. They say they don't care, they're not arriving. So not only do we have to keep the officers that we have, and how do we get, I hear a lot of officers tell me, police officers, they're counting the days until they retire. I heard that for years, but I'm hearing it more. And I think you know that. You know this is the case. And we have to, so what are we doing to try to retain officers, but also I'm really afraid. I saw so many experienced officers just, retire.
So I think we're seeing some improvement in that regard when it comes to the morale of the police department, and I've heard it and I've seen it. We've made investments in the facilities in the department, and we're moving forward with renovating every break room in the facilities and the precincts and the districts and the PSAs in New York City. We were able to do that with the generosity of New Yorkers who share in the commitment that we all have to work together to make the city safe. We recognize that the workload for the DB was becoming a bit of a weight. We transferred more people into the DB to be able to alleviate some of that caseload, but we have to do that while also keeping our focus on the mission of keeping our streets safe. We're encouraged by the new contract, the pay increases that the Congress member mentioned, but it comes down to more than that. It comes down to treating our people well. And it comes down to having the investment and the engagement with the community so the officers feel valued by the community that they serve. So I think it's important that we tell them, that we show them, and that we work in conjunction with the community to make them feel welcome and appreciate the job that they're doing every day.
Chairs, if I may, just to follow up on that. Sure. It's up to really the COs to really I think they have to really work to really try to keep the officers, especially the officers that are doing a great job, pat on the back, something, an award. I ask the COs, who can I give a proclamation to? We have to encourage our officers that they are appreciated. But just when you talked about facilities, in 2019, I had NYPD facilities look at my precinct, especially the 104. But every precinct that I have is like from the 1920s or 30s, and they should be 3 times the size that they are, and they're not. Everybody's crammed in there, and it's a mess. It's inside and out. Yet in 2019, we got a blueprint. They were going to implement changes. They said the precinct was upside down. Then the pandemic came, and we haven't heard from them since. So the conditions are bad in the precincts. The work, I did ride-alongs, and I had to, at one point, leave the ride-along, the police car, because it got too dangerous. So it's a difficult job. Police officers go from one bad situation to another, and many of them are taking it home. We have to work on their mental health, but just look at everything that we have, and we're not even, the precincts are miserable, they're dimly lit, they're depressing.
So I don't disagree with you about some of the facilities, and I have just made it my business to review that with the Deputy Commissioner next to me. We actually take our staff meetings to the precincts, and then afterward we actually went upstairs and we recognized that in one of the squads only 2 of the lights worked upstairs. So immediately we were able to fix that. I think what we're seeing, and we talk about that, we're down in 5 of the 7 major crime categories. Transit crime is down 8%. I think it's a testament to the exceptional women and men of the NYPD because they are able to do this work in those facilities. And
right.
Imagine what we could do if we had newer facilities, better parking. It would just be something that we would all be proud of, and the work would be so much better. But I'm proud of them that they do it, and I know we have to do better in those facilities.
And Chair, I'm sorry, but whenever anybody criticizes the police, they haven't done a ride-along. They haven't seen what they see, what our officers see every day. And they haven't lived that. So I think any of my colleagues that feel they want to criticize the cops for making one bad move out of thousands and think that, you know, it's a conspiracy, really don't know the police officers on the street and really don't know the dedication that we have in NYPD. I want to thank you again for your service.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Williams, followed by Osei.
Hello. I'm going to just, I guess, ask all my questions. Well, I don't know. Okay, I'll try to do one at a time. So I was told that sometimes the police department does special operations to essentially spot check officer behavior. So I know there was a case where there was, it was alleged that a officer would wrongfully assault folks before he arrested them, and so an undercover officer performed an operation, and in fact it was true that he was hitting folks before he arrested them. So how many of these operations happen like the one that I described? And are you aware of this operation? Does it happen? Are there like spot checks around officer behavior?
We do have integrity control officers. I'm not familiar with the case you're citing in your question, but it's every supervisor's job to make sure that we check on what our officers are doing out there. So in terms of an operation, it is the operation and the need of the police department to make sure that we review officer behavior. But I will turn it over right now to, that's the Chief of Internal Affairs Bureau, Miguel Iglesias.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions?
I do.
Thank you.
I'm not really familiar with the case you're speaking about, but as of practice, we have what we call our Edison Awares and Internal Affairs, where we have a team specifically that does integrity testing. This team goes out at least 3 times a week throughout the city where we see issues and address those issues. They do any type of operation, whether we have a missing property allegation, whether we have, like you said, assault, a particular officer that's assaulting people, maybe taking property off of people, and that's the type of way that we will target that particular officer.
And I also want to add that we created a professional standards bureau to be able to monitor officer actions as well in the street, and it's actually providing dividends for us in that regard. And I'll turn it over right now to our Chief of Professional Standards, Matt Pontilla.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions?
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so good afternoon, thank you. As the Commissioner said, we're kind of the other side of what the Internal Affairs Bureau does. We're looking at things more proactively, so while we are not conducting investigations into particular acts of misconduct, we're looking at patterns of behavior across the department. So as part of our early intervention program, for example, we're looking for indicators that may be a red flag, and we'll review people based upon a whole host of criteria, including things like civilian complaints or certain types of allegations, to see if there's a pattern. And then we'll do a deep dive on that person to take a holistic view of their career and of their work history, including looking at their body camera videos. So we'll take a sample of body camera videos over a period of time. And through that, we have identified people, some who need some additional training, but others where we've uncovered misconduct. And then we'll refer that over to, back to Internal Affairs for a further investigation and disciplinary action.
Thank you, and I'm sure the chairs will allow me to ask the 36 questions that Councilmember Barron asked. Thank you very much, chairs. So continuing on with my questions, how many people are in that unit? Do you feel you're properly staffed to provide the integrity testing that you all mentioned?
Absolutely. We are properly staffed.
Thank you. And what type of disciplinary action is granted? Is it all negative crafts or command disciplines? Is there any opportunities for positive or corrective behavior disciplinary action?
Sure. So it's everything. So from our perspective, we're not just looking for the negatives, but we're also looking to accentuate any positives. So whenever we observe some exemplary performance, some exemplary service, we recognize that and we reward it. So in addition to the remote supervision that I described, where we're looking at a person's record, their history, their body camera video. We're also doing random sampling of body camera video citywide to look for both good and bad examples. And when we find examples of good policing, good tactics, good customer service, we then use that for training and to use that as an example to help guide others and to say, here's the standard we all have to live up to, and here's how somebody else did it. In addition to that, we also have a team in the field every day, going out to every command, every precinct, every housing, public service area, police service area, and every transit district, observing police officers on patrol to make sure that they are doing what we expect, make sure they're properly attired, that they're professional, and when we observe violations, we will take corrective action. That could be discipline, but I'm very happy to say we also observe many examples of police officers going above and beyond. And when we see that, we also call that out and reward them and make their commanders aware of it.
Okay, I had two more questions, but I'll just roll it up in one because it's about budget stuff. One was about the 10-year capital commitment plan. So I know that you've lost some of your impound lots. I know you don't have a lot of heavy-duty tow trucks. So wanting to understand your budget allocations, your needs around the heavy-duty tow trucks. I know there's some money in the budget, and just wanted to understand, as you review your fleet, is this for new vehicles, replacing existing vehicles? I know that there are not a lot of officers that also have the CDL license, so only a small portion of police officers can actually control those vehicles. So is there any plan to increase more officers with the CDL license? And last but certainly not least, my favorite department in the police department is the Community Affairs Bureau, and oftentimes they don't have a lot of money to do the wonderful community programs. They have to beg for money and other resources to do really nice things for the community. And so I just wanted to know, within your existing budget, is there any plans to provide more resources to that unit to have more discretion around how they use the money? Because one of the biggest complaints I always hear from them is, we don't have the money, or we can't spend the money, or we're not able to get reimbursed for the money. And so oftentimes I've had to work with the community affairs officers in my district to put on prom dress giveaways or Easter egg hunt events, all beautiful things that they have to literally be super scrappy to gather resources to do these events. So I would love, you know, a reappropriation of funds to go to both the community affairs unit to do the community events, and also to the traffic enforcement unit to really tackle the issues of illegal truck and illegally parked cars and abandoned vehicles. Thank you.
So I'll just speak quickly to the budgetary aspect. So with regard to our fleet, both capital and our expense-funded fleet, we are, at this point, the city rules are essentially a one-for-one replacement for vehicles, so we don't have a lot of resources for adding additional vehicles above our vehicle cap. But we do look to maximize the resources we have. As you can imagine, with supply chain inflation, things like that, parts, the prices do continue to increase, and with the city's fiscal situation, sometimes the capital budget doesn't quite keep up with that, but the tow trucks are a critical part of our fleet, and we do look to make sure we maximize the replacement of them as much as we can. With regard to community affairs, we did just take a 4% peg, so it is difficult to discuss adding.
Yes, and you guys always cut from that unit, and that unit is doing the work that I think all of us want to see. We all talk about like relationships, great positive relationship with the police department, and that is the only unit in the police department that's actually trying to build positive relationships with the community, and often they are completely under-resourced. I mean, my colleague just whispered over to me and said that she has officers asking her for pizza. Like,
there are also city rules with regard to what
I know,
we
they
can
told me
and
that
can't
too, but
reimburse,
hopefully you
so-
can find the legal way to provide some level of resources to them. I've heard it all. I've had this conversation 1,000 times with many officers and many people within CAB, upwards of commanding officers down to like a regular officer in CAB. I hope that you guys can figure out a legal way to do it, because you have officers literally asking and begging for water and pizza. It's like, not fair to them, it's not fair to the community, especially because they want to do such good work in the community and they're unable to do it because they don't have the money.
We agree with you. Community Affairs does a tremendous job. They are 100% part of our efforts to make this city safe. I'll ask Chief Tolentino to speak about some of the efforts of Community Affairs.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Deputy Chief Max Tolentino, the Commanding Officer of the Community Affairs Bureau. And I agree, Community Affairs officers do such a great job out in the field. And one of the reasons why Community Affairs was put under one umbrella was just for that reason, because we all have to have one mission and one message. And that's what Commissioner Stewart wants, the ability to be able to move resources to areas that need it, the ability to have officers in Community Affairs who can communicate with us directly. And we have some leverage over, as we work with the Police Foundation and over some of our resources, we can leverage some of those resources into the local community affairs that need the help. The more important message is that at any given time, we may leverage an entire borough community affairs bureau personnel into another area with one single message out to the field, and that's what we now have the capability of doing it. Today, I was at 9 o'clock in the morning, I was eating hot dogs and hamburgers in the park with over 1,000 kids here in Manhattan. We've done that for the last 4 days, and we're going to do it in the 5 boroughs. And that's what community affairs is about, is having the interaction with our youth, with our older adults, with our community, to kind of work on the issues that really impact the city, the impact the NYPD, and bringing them together to resolve those things.
I know the chair said that's it. I'm just reiterating and doubling down to support community affairs so they can do more of the great work that they do. Thank you.
We have council members Osei, followed by Hudson.
Good evening, Commissioner and other members of the Police Department. Recently, the NYPD came under fire in a lawsuit for a multitude of assaults within Mott Haven in the Bronx. In 2020, in your words, Commissioner, highly trained SRG trapped, beat, and arrested 263 protesters, medics, and legal observers in Mott Haven. More than 60 people were injured, and in a 2020 report, the Human Rights Watch called it, quote, serious violations of international human rights law. Do you know the number of tax dollars the city has to pay to the persons injured by the SRG in this case?
So we are in settlement negotiations regarding litigation in those protests. Those settlement negotiations are active, ongoing. We are working very hard to resolve those cases. We have been advised by the law department that given those ongoing settlement negotiations, we have been advised not to speak about the subject matter of those negotiations while they are ongoing. Again, we're hoping to resolve the cases, and once those cases are resolved...
Got it. Just for the sake of time, I'm going to move on. It was reported in the New York Times that it would be approximately $21,500 per person who was impacted in that case. Do you know the total number of tax dollars the city pays out each year in misconduct settlements against New Yorkers? Let's say last year, for an example. You may have those numbers, right?
So for calendar year 2022, in terms of the payouts in civil actions alleging police misconduct, that value is approximately $120 million.
$120 million, wow. And that doesn't come out of the police department, that comes out of the city's budget as a whole, right?
As with any city agency, it comes out of the city budget.
Amazing. Well, not amazing, but thank you for that point. Do the officers who commit the abuses that result in payouts cover any of the expenses out of pocket? No, right?
So just to be clear, of that $120 million, roughly half of that, actually more than half of it, relates to wrongful conviction cases, and many of those cases go back decades.
Still around
so we're not talking
for
about,
injuries, correct?
To a very large extent, to a very meaningful extent, we are not talking about conduct by police officers in the department today. In many cases, we are talking about conduct going back decades. And in fact, what the data shows is that over the last, let's say, approximately 8 years or so, claims against police officers have fallen dramatically. So we take the 2022 numbers, that's down over 10% from the prior year, and going back 8 years, the claims against police officers have fallen approximately 50%. A 50% drop in claims. That's from the comptroller's report. And so that is really a measure in sort of looking now on claims against police officers. The fact that those numbers have fallen again and again, year after year, that I think is a very powerful testament to improved training, improved procedures, the work of the Professional Standards Bureau. I think that's really the key measure here.
Chair, may I have some more time? Thank you very much. So, as reported in the New York Times again, the city is expected to pay around $21,500 per plaintiff for legal costs and an extra $2,500 to protesters who were given court appearance tickets at that Mott Haven incident. The council is told constantly during this budget fight, during the dance that we're in right now, that we don't have enough money for various other city agencies, yet we're seeing settlements like this turn out for folks who are protesting and then being harmed by the NYPD Strategic Response Group. One of these abuses that have been noted in some of these cases is in result to kettling. Have you ever heard of the protest containment tactic ascribed to the NYPD referred to as kettling, Commissioner?
That is actually also part of these negotiations, but if you want to talk about SRG's policies or tactics, generally, I can turn it over to Chief Arambulis.
Have you heard of kettling, yes or no?
I've heard the term.
Okay, so just to remind you, if you've heard of it, the phrase is in common use in discussions surrounding police response to protesting. This is where police will use bikes, fences, barricades, or other barriers to form a wall and prevent protesters from moving forward. Again, the Human Rights Watch released a report on the NYPD's use of kettling at a protest in Mott Haven, as I noted before, and the report outlines how protesters were trapped and also suffocated while being kettled by the police. This is extremely unfortunate to hear, especially given the fact that we are seeing lawsuits that the city has to pay for year in and year out. What is being done by your leadership to attend this highly trained or changed this highly trained strategic response group when it comes to how they interact with nonviolent protesters?
If I may, council member, first of all, just to be clear, there are certain premises of your question that I don't accept, but be that as it may. We cannot talk about this right now, again, on advice of counsel. These are precisely, the issues you're asking about are precisely the types of issues that are the subject of settlement discussions. Again, we want to settle those cases. We are working towards that. And once that is done, we will come back here and we will answer all of your questions. But for now, we cannot.
So my last question, were any cases last year settled that you can speak about that were in result of kettling in prior years?
Putting aside the 2020 cases, I'm not aware of any sitting here today. I'm not aware.
If there are some cases, could you get those to me?
The question is, are there cases that were settled last year?
In previous years.
I just want to know what the question is.
Yeah, if there are some cases or settlements that were, on record in terms of folks receiving money, in terms of the SRG injuring them, I would love to see some statistics or data coming from the NYPD on those settlements.
Okay. We have the question, and we will take that back. And to the extent we have information that is responsive to your question, we will provide it.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Hudson, followed by Velasquez.
Thank you. I have 3 questions. I'm going to tell you the topics at the top. So the first, well, I don't know the order yet, but one is about older adults, one is about clearance rates, and then one is a follow-up from Councilmember Sanchez regarding the Kowalski-Trawick case. So I guess I'll start with older adults, actually. In your testimony, you mentioned the work you're doing to address crimes against older adults. How much are you spending on this program, both on personnel services and also non-personnel services?
We recognize the need for this particular program. I don't have the data on how much we're spending because we're rolling it into the rest of our work in the police department. So those exact figures I don't have for you. But we recognize that there is a significant population of the city that are being taken advantage of. And so we recognize that we need to partner with other city agencies to be able to address it head on. So it is our mission to use the resources that we have, obviously, in the DB and other units to be able to work in conjunction with the Office of the Aging to help our older New Yorkers.
I appreciate that. I'm chair of the Aging Committee, so it was good to hear, in your testimony, what you are doing to support and help older adults. I would be really curious, though, to know what the actual numbers are, because the Department for the Aging, which has a total budget of only $469 million, which is a fraction of even the overtime spending just from your agency, and we're facing $70 million in cuts. So the numbers specifically, if that's something you all can follow up with, would be really helpful as I make my case to the mayor about why we need to increase funding or maintain funding for older adults and that agency. And we need more agencies to be working with NYC Aging in combating all that older adults are dealing with. So I'm hoping that those numbers might help me to make my case on the other front. So thank you. My other question is, you mentioned case clearance rates being up. What are your current case clearance rates?
The DB has been working incredibly hard over the last several months to make sure we bring justice to victims and work on those case clearances. So I'm going to ask Chief of Detectives James Essig to step in.
Sure.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions?
I do. Yeah, so last year's clearance rates for homicides were at about 85%, with non-fatal shootings, 45%. For the other 7 major crimes, it was about 22%, but what's the most difficult crimes, if you take out...
Wait, sorry, real quick. You said 22% for other major
crimes, but I'm talking about, if you're talking about the grand larceny autos and the scam grand larcenies, which are very, very difficult to track, to make arrests, we're at about 45% where we make arrests on robberies and burglaries and the other crimes.
Okay.
But when you add in those 2 categories, we significantly decrease.
Do you know the highest your case clearance rates have been?
In terms of overall?
Yeah.
The last 4 years, in terms of homicides, last year was one of the highest. It was one of the highest clearance rates in about 25 years for homicides, up at around 85%.
And what would you attribute to that high rate of?
I think the new technology that the detectives use, the tracking of video, the new technology in terms of plate readers. We're getting very good at working with our district attorneys at doing video compilations. A lot of these crimes are very difficult. You've seen in the last few years, autos, scooters, masks being used. It's very labor intensive, but we've gotten very good at tracking our perpetrators.
Okay. And of the overtime spending, is there a particular portion that you know of that is used specifically to address case clearance rates, or?
That would be our investigative overtime.
And so do you know how a percentage of the total overtime is used specifically for that?
To date, we've spent in total in city funds $444 million in uniformed overtime, and investigations represents about $127 million of that, so about a quarter.
Okay. Thank you. And then my last question is follow-up from Councilmember Sanchez, who asked some questions earlier about the Kowalski-Trawick case. And I'm quoting her here. Commissioner, can you follow up to this hearing with the number of cases where NYPD has specifically found illegal entry, so not just improper entry, and what the NYPD disciplinary penalty was? And can you send the council over the next week? Can you send that information to the council over the next week?
Yes.
So yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
The
Great.
answer is yes. We'll go back with that.
Great, thank you so much. That's it for my questions, and I do want to just make one statement, and I'm not being facetious. This is a genuine statement that it's really great to see you and everybody here for this hearing, and we've had other hearings where you all haven't been present. I don't think, now, this is coming from my perspective and not from yours, but I don't think this has been awful. And so I would just encourage you all to continue to show up in full force like this. I think it just helps us all get to the bottom of some things, not just for us, but also for New Yorkers. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Velasquez, followed by Joseph.
Hi, thank you, Commissioner, for coming here today. And I really wanted to start with thank you for launching the pilot program in my district. I really appreciate it. I've been hearing good things about it, and this is the 10 to 12-hour tour. And so I just wanted to go over what is then the next steps after this completion. What was stated earlier was saying once it's proven that it's successful, what is going to take for you to count it as proven to roll it out, and what does the rollout look like? Will it go to other boroughs, or will it just be citywide?
So we're very encouraged by the success we're seeing so far with this program. Obviously, it's still in its infancy stages, but we've already started to identify commands to expand this program to. Again, I'll say it involves monitoring the officer's wellness, monitoring officer fatigue, how long it takes for an officer to get to and from work, if there's some hardship in that area as well. But I'll turn it over again to Commissioner Delatorre.
Yes, thank you for the question. So just to give context to this, the officers, when the ballots went out for the union to vote on this contract, which included raises and the compressed tours, 21,861 ballots went out. Historically, less than half of the ballots that go out are voted on. This is all according to the union. In this case, 85% of the members voted. And of the 85% of the members that voted, 98% of the members voted yes. 2%, slightly over 2%, voted no. So the members of the NYPD have really embraced the new contract that includes the compressed tours. They're enthusiastic. We are looking at them daily when they come back from the 12-hour shift. We're interviewing them. We're taking surveys. Our wellness teams are going out and talking to them. We expect everything is going really well right now, and we fully expect to have some preliminary sense of where we're going within the next couple of months.
As part of that wellness that's checked at the end of the tour, do you also do a mental health check to make sure that they have the proper follow-up in case they do need help?
Yes, we do. So we have wellness teams of psychologists that actually go out and speak to them. And in addition to that, of course, in the police department, it's a little different from other agencies. We stand these officers in roll call at the beginning of the tour, and our supervisors obviously are instructed to take a look at them and to see if anybody looks like they're suffering from fatigue or any other issues. And so far, the results have been very positive.
I have a question with regards to the retail theft plan that was announced yesterday. Can you give us a little bit more detail, and what does that rollout look like?
Sure. I'm going to turn it over to Chief Mike LaPetri of Crime Control Strategies, who worked very hard on this program.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer councilmember questions?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So, just like any other initiative in the police department, it's multi-layered, multi-pronged. The first aspect of it that I really think we have seen, by the way, retail theft decreased by over 1,000 complaints this year. And what we've also seen is retail theft arrests increased by 1,500 individuals. And we're also clearing our retail theft complaints at a much higher rate than we have in the past by dedicating more detectives into the grand larceny unit, into the unit that oversees the crimes against property. First and foremost, increased foot posts in and around business districts, not just in Manhattan, but in the Bronx and Queens, in Brooklyn, And we're talking about offices on Picken Avenue in Brownsville. We're talking about offices on White Plains Road in the 4-7. We're talking about offices on Main Street in Flushing. And we're not just talking about a few offices. We're talking about hundreds of offices dedicated to business districts throughout the city. Working with our private partners and working with the mayor's office and other city agencies across the city, we're identifying the recidivists that continue to prey on not just businesses, but New Yorkers. As I said yesterday at the retail theft summit that the mayor had given months ago, it affects people when they have to go to the pharmacy to get a prescription filled that they usually would walk 1 block, but now they have to get on a bus or ask somebody to drive them maybe a half a mile away. So by identifying the recidivists, the police commissioner talked about the 327 individuals that were arrested 6,000 times last year. How about the 250 individuals this year that have been arrested almost 2,500 times? And when we look at who those individuals are, last year, those 327, 45% have been convicted felons. This year, it's 51%. Last year, 30% were incarcerated. This year, it's 25%. So we're really leveraging the prosecutors and having a good rapport with our prosecutors of really, again, looking for swift and certain consequences on the prosecutorial end on those recidivists. So we're identifying those recidivists. We're sharing the intelligence with our private partners. Our private partners are also sharing the intelligence with us. So the data is going both ways, and we're sharing the data with the DA's offices. So when we do arrest these recidivists, they know who they are at arraignment, and again, we're looking for swift and certain consequences.
And how much does this initiative cost us, and how much more do you think it's going to increase?
The money value, I can't tell you, but I will tell you this, doing this for a while, our businesses need help. And, the police department's there to help them. And whatever it is, like I said, we've moved hundreds of offices to our business districts to help the retail theft, industry.
I appreciate it. And just for a side note, the 49th precinct, I have Morris Park Avenue. That's a commercial corridor that does need the support as well. Now on to capital. I'd ask one thing that's been talked about for ages in my district, Rodman's Neck. We see right now that the capital plan, the executive capital plan, was removed from fiscal 25 to fiscal 24, committing all of $225 million in funding for this project for fiscal 24. What's the reason for moving this project forward in 2024, and are you expected to be completing this in 2024?
So the funding was accelerated because we're actually going to be entering into the construction contract in the next few months. So to be able to enter into the contract, we have to have the money in that fiscal year. So we accelerated it because it's moving more quickly, and we anticipate that the construction will be done late summer 2027.
Perfect, and that includes the bathrooms that are dated back to like the 1950s?
I've been in those bathrooms, and we're looking to improve as much as we can the entire site.
Including a training facility that our cops deserve?
Yes.
Thank you. Another follow-up to the fleet question that fellow Councilmember Williams had asked. You had mentioned that it's a one-for-one replacement. Is there a way that we could actually increase the numbers because of the increase that we've seen in our communities that do need the towing?
I think these are conversations we can continue to have with DCAS, which handles the fleet for the city as a whole, and with OMB. One of the initial reasons for really making sure the fleet for the city as a whole didn't grow in prior administrations was concerned about the emissions and fuel usage and things like that. As we move toward having the opportunity to explore electric vehicles, there may perhaps be more flexibility, so it's a conversation I think we can have.
I appreciate that. And then following on Councilmember Holden's question on precinct conditions, what can we do as a council to fund our communities, right? I have the 45th precinct, and it's pretty old. And when we're looking to expand and to meet even the standards that we're having for our own buildings, right? How do we ensure that our precincts measure and meet those standards?
So as was indicated, we have a lot of precincts, and admittedly they are not all in the ideal condition. Many are 50, some more than 100 years old. As Councilmember Holden indicated, so not only sometimes is it the physical condition of the buildings, but the size itself. is not adequate. So, we would welcome any resources as the council gets their allocations with regard to capital funding that you want to put toward precincts. We would welcome that. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next question is, why is SRG being deployed to Planned Parenthood clinics?
As I stated earlier, and I'll turn it over to Chief of Ramblers in a moment, SRG is not the first unit that we assign to protest or disorder. We actually have community affairs units that'll go out. SRG is only deployed when required, but I'll have Chief of Ramblers speak to it.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. The SRG is usually when the borough commanders or probably the incident commander requests based on knowledge of the probably protest or the event, they will analyze and put together and see what it is at the time of day, you could say the sensitive locations, and probably they need specialized officers that are trained to handle these types of situations, and they are called to this event. I specifically don't know exactly which one you're talking about, but I know for every event, we usually, they call us. It goes through borough commanders, operations, and then to chief of special operations.
Thank you. And I guess my final question, going back to school crossing guards, we discussed that it was $16 an hour that you guys currently pay them? $16.39 an hour. How much more should we advocate for to increase their rate so it could be more competitive?
I mean, council member, I don't think that's really a question for us to answer, but we certainly, I think the commissioner had said that certainly a more competitive salary would increase recruitment in that title.
Okay. Do you have an idea as to how much then we should look into funding for you guys?
I think any kind of analysis that you do to fund such positions, any upward modification would certainly be good.
Thank you.
We have Councilmember Joseph, followed by Farias.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Always good to see you guys. Chief Madry, how are you? I have a question. You guys forgot my school. You forgot my students. I didn't hear anything about New York City Public Schools. You have a new unit called Youth Response Unit. Who are they? What are their roles in the school? How many? How much does that cost us?
Excuse me. The Youth Response Team was a new unit that we created earlier this year, in response to some of the issues that we had seen at some of the schools, a couple of shootings, issues at basketball games after school. So we created this unit to have a set of officers who were dedicated to working with young people, being able to respond to these events, building relationships, and just, creating an overall safe atmosphere. So the unit is set to be at 48 officers in the unit for now. I don't think the unit is fully funded yet. I think we're about 34 officers. We didn't get the remaining officers that were needed. So we're working through that. We're taking our time, making sure we're recruiting the right people with the right attitude to work with young people. The unit is, there's no special funds that was dedicated to the unit. It's just, the officers themselves. That's the only money that's dedicated to the unit.
So it's on a voluntary basis?
Well, the officers volunteer for the position, and we interview them, and then we select them.
And what type of programming are you having?
Well, right now the unit is new, so the first thing that we're doing is just we're making sure that we're working closely with the schools. And then as the summer approaches, we're going to be doing a lot of things, a lot of events in the park and patrolling the parks, because we do have some crime. We've seen some crime increases in our parks, so they will be patrolling the parks, trying to create a safe atmosphere there. And as things go along, we'll develop some programming working with community partners.
How do you identify the schools that you decide to work with or the young people? How do you identify them?
The schools, of course, is based on data. If we see crimes at school, if there's a heavy incident at school, of course, the school in the 9-0, we had the 2 high schools in the 9-0 that had shootings right near them in the beginning of the year. We work closely with them all year long, Grant Street campus and the other charter school. In terms of programming and things that we will do, and the young people, as the officers are out there getting to know the young people, a lot of times the young people come to the officers and they recommend certain things. We listen to them. We try to be responsive to what they need besides what we think they need.
Absolutely. It should be designed by them and with them, not for
Absolutely.
them. Officers are trained to interact with students with disabilities. Can you give me an idea as to what kind of training? What does that look like?
All of our officers go through our CRT training, which is a 3-day training, a 4-day training. I'm forgetting how many days it is. But they go through a CRT training to help them recognize young people who, anybody for that, anybody who may be having any kind of mental health issues or mental health episodes. So this is some of the training that they get. And there's other training that the department does. I think,
I'm going to ask my new chief of training, Lil Obey, to be sworn in.
Thank you.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So just very specifically, we do have the CIT training, but that's geared at the police academy level towards adults. So we're working very closely with the DOE. I just got a call from Mark Rampersad, where we're looking to actually coordinate working with his staff and just towards a program that's geared towards younger kids in schools.
Thank you. Yes, that is something I was interested in because the council just passed a law that will require officers to be trained when they interact with students with autism on the spectrum, because some of our students are nonverbal. They don't look at you, they don't communicate. We want to be able to, if they're put in a situation where the officer can identify what's happening. Do all schools have YCO assigned to them?
not every school, not every school. The most precincts have approximately 4 to 6 YCOs. And again, you know, they make a determination as to where they're patrolling based on some of the data. But that doesn't preclude other officers from responding as well. Our neighborhood coordination officers, our NCOs as well. I mean, our community affairs officers as well. They all, you know, it's a team effort. We go out to the schools, work with young people, work with the staff and the parents, and address the needs.
And Chair, one last question. What is your collaboration with New York City Public Schools overall?
It is mandated, it is warranted, and we value that relationship with the DOE. The school's chancellor and my office, we meet bi-weekly to discuss issues and concerns relative to specific schools, but overall across the public school system. So while we do that even from my office, it also trickles down to every single commander. The mayor and chief of department also initiated that our commanders check in with superintendents regularly to make sure we have each other's cell phone numbers, so that dialogue happens at every level in this police department.
Thank you. I think that's it, Chair, or do I can put in one more? I just had a quick question. Do hate crimes reported in CompStat? Is that part of your CompStat reporting?
Yes.
Thank you. Nah.
Okay, final questions from Councilmember Farias.
I thought it'd never get to me. Hi, everyone. I will try to be as swift as possible with just some district-related, but also budgetary-related questions. What is the purpose of the NYPD alert system, and do we have a cost?
the alert system as it relates to the messages that we send you?
Yes, in my district on Lafayette and Soundview on April 15th, we had a traffic death, and my office was not notified about it until I saw it in the media.
So beginning last year, we instituted an alert system for our elected officials to be able to get you the information you need of what's happening in your district and your communities. So you were able to subscribe to get those emails. If you have not been getting them, we can make that correction because you should be getting those.
No, I get them citywide. I
Okay.
get every precinct's notifications.
So you should have gotten the notification that there was an issue with that auto accident at that location. So if there was one that was missed, we can make that correction going forward.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I did not receive a notification. How is the NYPD responding to the issue of double parking and illegal parking by local precincts?
So we recognize that that's a significant issue. We've had a number of community complaints. I'm going to ask my Chief of Transportation, Kim Morrister, to be sworn in, please.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Kim Royster, the Chief of Transportation. If I may ask, can you repeat your question?
Sure. How is the NYPD responding to the issue of double parking and illegal parking by local precincts? And that's officers utilizing their NYPD vehicles, double parking, triple parking.
Thank you for repeating the question. Chief Shell will answer.
Sure.
Thank you.
We
So
swore you in for fun.
We have, this issue's been near and dear to me in terms of what we're doing on precincts. We have multiple levels of what we call inspection units, whether it be the ICO from the precinct, the overhead borough has an inspection unit, I have an inspection unit, and there's other bureaus. So just to give you some numbers, so far we've performed 6,788 inspections year to date. We've 262 violations, and those violations are adjudicated in whether a negative craft on your evaluation, it could be a warning or monitor based on the situation, and in 81 times we issued what we call a command discipline, and depending on the fraction, the infraction, that could be warning or monitor up to 10 days. So we continuously looking at this. We do it repeatedly. We just don't do it once. Obviously, parking around a precinct, there are some of the precincts I talked about today. It's tough to park. Facilities are small, more cars, but that doesn't mitigate the fact that you can't park where sometimes we park. So, by the virtue of the amount of investigations we're doing, we're going to keep doing it.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. If I may, I have a couple more questions. Thank you. Recently, in my district, there was an incident where the NYPD was able to stop a sex trafficking ring and arrest the men involved. I'm wondering how the NYPD offers to support survivors of trafficking and sexual assault or sexual violence, and does the NYPD have a list of survivor and/or victim services ready to give out those that they discover have been harmed at trafficking sites like this?
So we meet regularly and work with sexual assault advocates, with the chief of detectives and my entire team to make sure that we have those resources embedded with the police department that are available to survivors. Chief Essick can go into additional detail.
Thank you.
Yeah, in the Detective Bureau, we work very closely with advocates, and any sex worker is never arrested. They're offered the services right there. So when they work with our vice enforcement, our human trafficking units, and before anything goes forward, they're offered the services before arrests.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I do want to say thank you for that great work in my district and working in conjunction with my DA. I swear I'll be quick. Okay, school crossing guards. I know we spoke about it earlier, and Chair Brandon mentioned it. I did want to ask, the hearing report states that the NYPD is going to eliminate 483 school crossing guard positions, but there are a total of 698 vacancies early in the prelim. How are we ensuring that we aren't leaving entire neighborhoods without crossing guards and that there is an even distribution throughout the boroughs?
So currently, right now, we are allotted for a budget of 2,702 crossing guards. We're at 2,030.
Right.
I'm happy to say
that reduction will bring us down to about 2,100, correct?
correct. But I'm happy to say we just hired 103 last week, and they'll be hitting the streets on May 23rd. So
Right, so I have like, for example, I have precinct by precinct, borough by borough numbers. I guess I'm more so looking at, are we looking at a school district-wide or a borough-wide landscape and saying there are 4 schools in this area, 12 schools in another? How are we disseminating school crossing guards? Or is it that it's on a case-by-case of when principals are requesting? Like, what's the metrics or
So
the
the
schematic?
precinct commander will through working with the school principals, will designate what they would call priority school crossing posts.
Right.
But like I mentioned earlier, a lot of the people who want to be crossing guards want to work in a specific place right next to the house, so their flexibility is minimal. That's why I say we have 4,000 applicants, but you would say, and we hire every other month, but we're not getting there for that very reason, and we talked about the pay. In terms of shortages in different precincts, different areas, again, that's on a case-by-case basis. That commanding officer has to make a decision to prioritize the top posts and to try to backfill, whether it be officers, auxiliaries, TEA agents, we can use them also. So again, that's how they do it.
Would you say that there are large areas in certain boroughs that just do not have a designated school crossing guard, that maybe because of safety infrastructure or traffic in the general area, it's necessary, or is that something that we're responding to already?
I can't speak to specifics to that question, but like I can only go back to if there's a need in places, we move quickly and we can cover them to the best of our ability.
Are there requests that should be priority and are need that we haven't filled yet because of vacancies?
I'm sure there are. I'm not aware of any specifics.
Okay, thank you. My last question is just second to last question. Catalytic converter etching rollout. How's that going? Will we see are we at citywide rollout? Are we close to it? Will we get to it? What's the costs? Anything and all.
We have quite a demand for the catalytic converter etching program. I'll turn it over to Chief Filipetri.
Thank you.
Good evening. So we've conducted 2, and we are scheduled to do 2 more in the near future. It's going well. Our auto crime division leads, does the etching. And I will say this, we have made more arrests because of the etching. So
that's great to hear.
Yeah, so that's a good thing. And just working with not just other agencies, but also local police departments in and around New York City, because a lot of times, these are organized theft crews that we're seeing, and we are definitely making more arrests, and hopefully we'll make less complaints.
And can I just ask for a clarification point? And I'm sorry, I don't remember all the bill language. Are we supposed to get to a point where every precinct has this offering, or will this just be a division that goes through each precinct to offer this to residents?
The way I understand it, our auto crime division will be the ones that are going to be doing the etching.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And just my last question, Commissioner, what's your opinion on an annual physical exam requirement for active police officers, if you have one?
I am always concerned about the health and wellness of the police department, and I'm a proponent of incentivizing physical fitness for the members of the police department. So I would support physical testing for their own well-being, but also so that we have the best, most capable, physically fit police department to serve the people of the city.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time, folks.
Okay, I just have like 10 or 20 more. Thank you for your time. Appreciate the work that you guys do. We need each other to do our jobs as best as we can. So look forward to negotiating this budget and getting us to a good place to keep our city safe. Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all.
Okay, with that, day 8 of executive budget hearings is adjourned.